can you hear me?
Hey man, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Just Danish just sent us some news, and I'm shocked. The Supreme Court has ruled to allow 6 billion in student loan debt to be cancelled. Shocking. That is huge.
Holy student debt relief.
I mean, I thought
Yeah.
this would never get through the Supreme Court because of the legal aspects and ramifications of it. It's shocking.
Should I put you in the title? U.S. Supreme Court cancels student debt.
Yeah, 6 billion
Yeah.
in student debt canceled. 6 with a B billion.
All right, so I've put down the title. I'm gonna start sending out the invites. But can you explain to us what makes this such a big deal, and then we'll get the panel to discuss the eToro story, eToro Twitter story. Go ahead, man.
So, so the reason why this is incredibly huge is because once there's a precedent that we can allow a sitting U.S. president to essentially forgive student debt uh, without much oversight. Now it opens the door for more entitlements, not just related to student debt, but related to any sort of loan that is owed by a citizen to the government. And uh, again, that is a very aggressive set of statements. But first of all, this means that Biden and the Biden administration could actually forgive all of student debt if they wanted, right before an election, which, by the way, would be considered the greatest transfer of wealth because it's somebody has to pay for it. So yeah, that's why it's so historic because it set the precedent, and now it's it's a pretty open. It's very open to interpretation.
I completely agree. I mean, I expected the Supreme Court to rule that Biden lacked the legal authority to do so. And the fact that they didn't is just a big shock because you should not have a situation where the president has that level of authority.
So yeah, I mean, this is pretty
What did
historic.
you,
Just want to be very
Simon?
clear.
What did you say? The president should not have that much authority. Can you elaborate on that statement, on how it relates to this, Sulaiman?
Yeah, so basically, ordinarily, when you're basically making this level of policy decision, or for example, when it comes to student forgiveness, what should happen is it should go through Congress. So the fact that basically you can bypass Congress and Biden can basically unilaterally cancel something major, £6 billion worth of student debt, is huge. But I did read a number of articles about this, and it was quite clear from the articles that I'd read and some of the information I'd done, the research I'd done, that it legally it just wouldn't have met, it shouldn't have met the standards for him to do so. So the Supreme Court ruling that he was okay to do so is major.
And I just want to make sure that it's very, very clear. This is not actually regarding the full student loan forgiveness plan that was introduced by President Joe Biden. This is a subset of that related to specific. Uh, it's a specific ruling around $6 billion, but it does set the precedent that now we can do this, and I think that's actually much more concerning than anything else.
Okay. All right, we'll dig into it in a bit. I see Rob is requesting as well. Rob, we're going to discuss the student debt cancellation in a bit. I've sent through all the invites. Josh, I've seen an invite. I see you requesting as well. We got Sam, we got Callie. Callie, I know you don't have a lot of time, so it's good to have you. I want to dig into the announcements between Twitter and eToro. Danish, Layman, can you give us an overview of what that announcement is? I saw it before I went to bed, and I just woke up half an hour ago. So maybe you'll be in a better position to explain if there's been any more clarity offered in the last few hours.
Yeah, Danish, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it'll be helpful to give a little context. So Twitter, let's start with the bottom line first. Twitter will now let its users access stocks and cryptocurrencies and other financial assets through a partnership with eToro. eToro is a social trading company. They've been around for a while. We'll talk a little bit more about eToro's background. But importantly, this is part of a broader effort from going from our traditional understanding of what Twitter is, which has 350 million users, primarily using it for social media, to now the first step towards the super app strategy under X. As many may remember, in the last week, we've seen the change, at least publicly seen the change from Twitter being eliminated and X now being the new organization. So starting Thursday, which is today, a new feature will be rolled out on the Twitter app. It will allow users to view market charts and other financial instruments on an expected range of financial instruments, and buy and sell stocks actually from eToro. So when you see one of those stock ticker symbols, the dollar sign followed by a stock ticker, you can actually click on those and then go and actually trade on them through eToro. At least that is our current understanding.
The crypto side, and Callie, I know you don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go to you to give us more clarity. So just a bit of context, at least what the team told me. Callie, you work at eToro and you worked on this deal to make this deal happen. So getting your thoughts on this and a bit more context would be great. But the side that concerns me as well is the crypto side, especially with the lack of regulation and the amount of scams we saw in the last two bull runs. So just opens up Twitter for a lot of liability, especially with the SEC. But Callie, first, appreciate you joining. Would love to know more about the deal, what involvement you had, and any more context. Anything else you can share?
Yeah, hey, so first of all, thanks for having me here. I'm really excited to be talking about this news with a lot of people, especially this particular group of people on the spaces. Yeah, so I guess we'll start at the beginning. So I'm the U.S. investment analyst at eToro. I'm basically the person in the U.S. in charge of, creating U.S.-based research and market insights. I'm here with my colleague Sam North, who I'll tap in just a second. But eToro has been around since 2007 or so, which is actually kind of crazy to think about because Twitter started in 2006. So we're both, quickly growing social communities. Obviously, we have a focus on finance and investing, and then Twitter has a number of communities under its wing. And we just realized that there are a lot of synergies between us here. I mean, I can't get into the details of the agreement really, or like the nitty gritty of it, because honestly, I wasn't I wasn't in the boardroom actually negotiating this out. But I think it's pretty easy to see that eToro's community with 30 million registered users and Twitter's community with over 400, I think it's 450 million users, and just the synergies and collaborations we could have there, especially when it comes to helping educate retail investors about different investments and conversations they see out there. It was just an obvious partnership right there. I do want to make a clarification though. You can view an asset page on eToro. So if you click on a cash tag, if you click on Apple's cash tag, for example, you can view the asset page with the basic information, charts, discussion on eToro's platform, and latest news there. But you can't buy or sell until you register for eToro and you go through the AML and KYC processes. That's an important detail that I think a lot of people have left out. So it's not the almost seamless experience that people are pointing it out to be, but it's also kind of an important step that we want to highlight with all of this. You can buy and sell, but you do have to register for eToro separately.
Callie, once the KYC and AML is done, can they then use those features within the app, or they still have to go into eToro and then do it?
Yeah. So are you talking about clicking on cash tags, or because eToro?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So eToro has its own social feed. I don't think we utilize cash tags on there, although we have other ways to curate conversations and curate communities. But yeah, anybody, regardless of if they're registered with eToro or not, in countries we operate in, can click on the cash tag and view the asset page. And if you are a registered eToro user, you can click on the hashtag, go to the asset page, talk with other people, and eventually, buy or sell if you so desire.
So I get what the value to eToro is. Obviously, you're getting access to customers. They're able to learn more about eToro as they explore a specific cash tag and get into your platform. They go through KYC, they go through AML. In reality, it's lower acquisition costs. Can you share with us in our space how you suspect this was going to affect the acquisition costs of new users on eToro?
Well, I mean, obviously, it opens up both communities to greater collaboration. And, I want to focus too on what this could mean for the retail investor community as well. I mean, cash tags have been around for 10 years. I think they were invented in 2012, but they were always this like fun little hood ornament that we would throw into a tweet whenever we were talking about stocks. And when I say we, I've been on FinTwit for 10 years now as well. I'm not quite as old as the cash tag, but I'm up there. But I feel like cash tags were underutilized for so long. But now, this eToro Twitter partnership is unlocking this potential to almost make them like a hook. Conversations around certain stocks, certain indices, certain crypto, and then a bunch of other things if you think about what we offer globally.
So again, to make sure that I understand the relationship, when eToro gets a new customer through this Twitter partnership, is there a financial relationship between Twitter and eToro for that acquisition of that new consumer onto eToro?
I'm actually not quite sure. Those are some of the nitty-gritty details that I wasn't privy
to. Okay. So, sorry, another question. Sorry, Dennis, I'll give it back to you. So, I mean, if I just from a layman perspective, like what does the way you explain it, eToro has its own social feed. What benefit is Twitter getting from this deal?
So Twitter obviously gets the access to community. Not that they are lacking community here. They're obviously one of the biggest social networks on the planet. But I mean, I think we can all agree that social media is looking to what's next, looking to what social media 2.0 is. And we can throw out theories of what that could be, but I think that there is a lot of potential in providing curated experiences in a number of different topics. It almost reminds me of Reddit with subreddits, except a little more supercharged. Being able to really foster and own the discussion around these niche communities. And I think this shows how Twitter really wants to get into that space and really wants to refine that strategy.
So what is the size of the eToro community?
So eToro has 30 million registered users across 100 countries. I'd almost say that we're the world's biggest social trading app, unless there's something out there that I'm not currently privy to. But we've been out here for 16 years now. We've been passionate about social investing and empowering users from the start. So it's brilliant that we're being able to tap each other's communities here, and that Twitter can use our context and our expert knowledge around different assets that retail investors talk about every day to help empower the retail investor on Twitter's platform.
So Callie, one question I have is, TradingView has been around for a while. We can see S&P 500, we can see Tesla, we can see certain stock information already. It looks like eToro already uses TradingView as its market data partner. What is the added value of eToro in terms of viewing and information that is different than TradingView in general?
Well, so you're right. We partner with TradingView on all of our charts, a lot of our trading products. We had a partnership about a month ago, and we're super excited to have them on board. TradingView is best in class. To that end, our trading tools don't differ too much from TradingView. We add in information. I'm the U.S. investment analyst. I write, and we have a team of 15 to 20 research analysts that provide smart insight that gets you thinking about trades you can make or what certain market events can mean for your portfolio. So that's really the added value there. That's the kind of stuff that we in eToro add to that. And we also have our, I don't want to shirk that. I mean, we have 30 million registered users, and they're talking about finance and investing and money on our platform. So clicking through a cash tag, going to eToro, become a registered user, you get access to that community, and I think that in some ways is priceless.
Guys, let me get some before asking my questions. The panel questions: Gary from the crypto space, Josh from Skybrook. Gary, do you want to go first? Gary Palmer. We'll go.
Hey,
bro, how are you, man? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, very good. I love what I'm hearing. This is so exciting to see these great technologies coming together and converging to, bring together communities and these new technological ideas. Callie, from my neck of the woods, I love what I'm seeing from eToro, and I love how these different technologies are converging. I know the founder, the CEO of eToro is rocking 2 of his .eth ENS names. I know Josh Robrowski.eth has his down below. I know eToro has eToro.eth. I'm wondering, is there anything you can say about how we're going to be able to interact with each other, or are there any ideas that you could potentially share about users being able to maybe sign in with Ethereum or something like that involving eToro and ENS?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for the question. That is a really interesting idea. And, we're always trying to innovate for the retail investor and, make things as seamless as possible without, forgetting the integral processes and responsibilities that we have as a broker dealer. I would love to hear, even more ideas if anybody has them and how we can make this experience better for everybody. But as you know, Yoni Asah, our CEO, is very passionate about the crypto community. He was one of the early people out there, advocating for the crypto community and crypto products. So, it's a really interesting idea, and I wouldn't doubt that we're already thinking about it.
Callie, before going to Josh, my question to you is, how's the response? That's you're in Twitter world now, so we're all excited about this, or at least most of us are. I know you did a piece on Yahoo Finance and other outlets earlier. How's the response from the other side of the world, people outside of Twitter?
Oh my gosh, so much excitement. I've actually had a few friends and family members come up to me and say, wow, you're partnering with Twitter. And by the way, I'm going to call it Twitter for a while. I know it's X Corp now, but I'm a millennial boomer like that, I guess. I don't know. But I've heard a lot of excitement around this, even from people who, don't use Twitter and are, not as versed in eToro as, I am or other people are. My colleague Sam North is actually on here, and I'd be interested, Sam, in hearing, just exactly the feedback that you've heard in the UK and in Europe, especially because eToro, that's like eToro's bread and butter.
Yeah, Sam, would love your thoughts on that as well.
Hey guys, yeah, great to be on. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay?
man, your mic is perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it was really interesting waking up this morning and just seeing how, I would say, generally excited everyone was on Twitter, which is great to see. A lot of people were talking about sort of trending for a while, which is great. And this is for me is the main benefit, that it opens a lot of people's eyes to the investing world, the retail investing world, and it gives people that opportunity that if they do want to, they can go down the route of investing, where in years gone by, 5, 10, 15 years ago, it wasn't possible. So this, what I really like about eToro is that it does give people that, lower barrier to entry, that anyone can get into the investing world. And when they do, sorry, through eToro, then my role is really on the education side of things. So when people do sign up, they get the option to come to webinars, to courses. They can listen to the podcast that we do a couple of times a week. They can read guides, videos, blogs. It's all there, all the education that they could want. So for me, hopefully this will bring in some new people that are interested in getting into the investing world, and then I can help them with knowledge. And we've just literally finished designing new courses for people. One is a very basic introduction to investing, which will be great for people that are just finding their first steps. Then we have one that's a little bit more high level, sort of on fundamental analysis, technical analysis, and then just sort of bringing that all together to build a portfolio. So we do appreciate that. Yes, there are going to be people that join the platform that have loads of experience, and then on the flip side, there's going to be people that don't but want to seek more. And also for those people that do come into the investing world and are excited by the buzz that we've seen with this partnership, they may also not have actual time to invest themselves. And one thing that I'm sure people listening to this would have heard about eToro before, is the copy trader. So you can go onto the platform, you can see people with their public profiles and see what they've done, what they've invested in, how much they invest in certain assets, how many assets they invest in as well, and you can see their track record. Some people on the platform go back 5, 6, 7 years, and they're consistently beating the market. So people can choose, what, I'm going to invest with that person. So hopefully, that the buzz continues from today. It's been an incredible day. I know a lot of people been incredibly busy on the eToro side, and as I'm sure on the Twitter side as well. But yeah, really
Sam,
excited.
what about guys? I'm a crypto guy, so I love crypto. I've been in crypto for a while. I've got a business in crypto, and I've got a damn punk as a profile photo. Yeah, I still have concerns about all the scams you see in the space. And there's areas of crypto that I'm even hesitant to enter. Like I was a bit late in the NFT space just because of how unregulated it was. So my question to you is that a concern that you guys have, and especially all the things that we've seen on Twitter, people abuse Twitter to try to take advantage of the retail investor. How could that backfire? And have you had any of those discussions, Callie, Sam, with other people, other team members at eToro?
Yeah, I mean, we take all of that incredibly seriously, and I think there was a misconception at the very beginning from some people that I saw on Twitter that thought, oh, straight away I'm going to be able to just buy or sell this asset. If someone's not already an eToro user, by the way, they'll be invited to join eToro if they click on the app and go through to view it. And they'll go through all the regular onboarding process, which is tailored to the jurisdiction of where they are actually located and where they live, and includes all the the necessary steps of the sort of the KYC and AML. So we look at it from that point of view, and then from the educational point of view as well, we're consistently talking about diversification, knowing what you're investing in, and so on as well. So look, we're going to take all the necessary steps to look out for that. We've got the demo account on the platform as well, where people can practice before they even think about investing real funds as well.
Yeah, so Danish, I'll give you the mic because it seems to me that it's a small win for Twitter as part of X, but it's a massive win for eToro. What do you think, Danish?
Well, that's why I keep asking about business model, because ultimately I need, Sam, Callie mentioned that she was not aware of how Twitter was being compensated for providing, access to its user base. I'm sure there is some sort of business arrangement. Do you have any details or any knowledge of how Twitter is being? Is this going to be a new revenue stream for Twitter? Because there's a lot of talk around Twitter now being a platform for others. This is a pretty good idea in terms of monetization. Do you know what the relationship is between eToro and X financially? Any information around that?
No, unfortunately, from my point, I'm the same as Callie. I'm not really privy to that, and we can't really disclose contractual terms. I mean, look, for the benefit between eToro and Twitter, I think it's great, the collaboration in terms of how we can bring the sort of social media engagement together, the education, the information, all of that kind of thing. I think it's going to be a great partnership. But in terms of those finer details, I think we'd have to get the main man, Elon Musk, on, wouldn't we?
Sounds like it. The only question is, again, going back to the value to the X people that are on Twitter or on X Corp. I'm still, and I think if I'm struggling with it, I consider myself to be the dumbest person on stage. So that means that the dumbest person in the room is also probably confused. TradingView has already been on Twitter. You can already see some aspects. In terms of the actual use case within the Twitter app, how does eToro add value? I understand that you can now go to eToro and get value. How do people within the Twitter app get additional value?
Sorry, how do people get on Twitter get value from eToro? Is that what you're
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So as I was mentioning before, let's just say someone sees the hashtag or they're searching for themselves because they've already got an interest. And let's just say it's Apple, for argument's sake. They click on that and they can go then and view the chart in real time again on the eToro platform. So let's say they're looking to then sign up and whatever. They will then have the opportunity to join our weekly webinars that we do, attend our courses as well that we offer. We have so much like education out there as well. I mean, I run the podcast for eToro with Josh Gilbert, who I actually can see is listening in. So I hope you're doing well, Josh, in Australia. I know it's early there. So yeah, education is a lot of what I do at eToro, and newer users are regularly informed about the upcoming courses, webinars, podcast guides, everything that we have as well. So yeah, in terms of what newer people can get from eToro, it's a lot, and we have the data that shows that people that actually go and seek the education do perform better, which you would expect anyway. But
yeah, totally. And I'll jump in here too. I think everything that Sam said was gold. I think it's really important. I almost see it as eToro rounding out what Twitter can do. Obviously on Twitter you can click the hashtag, you can see what everybody's saying about a specific investment, you can see the top stories around it. But in eToro you have that trusted partner. Again, we have a research team from around the globe who thinks 24/7 about how to communicate to retail investors, and what market events and economic events mean for the average investor. And typically when I talk to family and friends about investing, I tend to tell them that it's great to listen to all the noise around you and you want to be aware of the world, but at the same time you need to know what these headlines mean for your portfolio and your money. And that specific why is personal. It's personal for everybody. So there's this little gray area where it's tough to take in all the noise and really know what it means, and I think we help fill in that gray area for people.
So I understand the benefit for eToro, and it's basically similar to what Danish said, that essentially a user can click on, for example, Apple in real time and find out what their situation is in terms of this, the market. And then they can then further click, or by clicking on that, they go to eToro. But specifically from Twitter's point of view, what is the actual substantial benefit? Is it, how long is the contract is the first question. And the second question is, I know you don't know about the financial incentive, but just from a speculative point of view, what would be the, I know they get access to a number of users, but then they have 350 million users anyway themselves. So what's the actual, like, for a layperson, what's the huge amount of benefit that Twitter is receiving?
Well, I think we've been talking about it. Twitter's trying to build a super app, and we have no idea if they're getting there. And again, we can't disclose contractual terms or any parts of the agreement. But a lot of, if you look across finance, a lot of firms are trying to do this. They're trying to become the everything app. So it makes sense that Twitter is going this way. But to get there, you need to leverage partners that are in the space, and you need to have these strategic partnerships to get there. So it doesn't surprise me that Twitter tapped us to help them out in potentially going down that route. I think hashtags are a very valuable asset that were almost being underutilized. Like I said, they've been around for 10 years, but they were kind of like the hood ornament of finance Twitter. So being able to maximize the use there, being able to build communities around these single hooks, being able to support Twitter as it builds out, that one spot for everybody to come to for different conversations. I think that there's a lot of value there, even if you can't necessarily see it on paper.
Well, the other question.
Sorry, just one quick. So the way I saw it, or the way I understood the Everything app was that everything was going to be from Twitter. But now, based on what you're saying, it seems like you're saying they're going to buy everything in. So they'll buy in eToro for this aspect. They'll buy in maybe PayPal for
testing the product,
payment processing, and buy in another organization for a variety of other things. So is that what every app is going to be then, from your perspective?
This is just speculation. I don't have any insider knowledge here, but again, if you look around finance, you see these partnerships popping up everywhere. You see a bank, possibly looking at a broker dealer to get that relationship with investors. You see these kind of super apps or attempts at super apps popping up everywhere. So, as somebody standing on the street watching this happen, I think that business strategy makes a lot of sense, but it's hard, and a lot of people are doing it.
Callie and Sam, it's great to meet you both. If I was to be, and I know you probably can't speak to this, but I guess you can deny it if it's definitely not true, if you have that knowledge. If Elon has been talking about building, we don't know if it's custodial or non-custodial wallets on the platform for a while. He spoke, a few months ago about wanting, and he's registering it as a financial institution. the way I'm seeing this is, yes, great from community sharing standpoint, but this feels like a wider play in terms of using eToro's regulated status in order to work out how to do that. I don't know if, obviously you can't speak to that, but that feels like where it could be going for me, because that makes more sense in terms of just a community share. I get that there's value in that sort of, but there feels like a wider play to this. Otherwise, it feels like a big announcement for eToro, but not for Twitter. I don't know why in the same way.
Okay. So 1 second, Rob, and I have a follow up on that as well. Josh, maybe you can.
Yeah. I actually do want to jump in here because I got to run in a minute or two. First, I think you need to look at the circumstances of what's going on and why Twitter would choose eToro. And so I'm going to be super direct. Callie and Sam, not at all meant disrespectfully, just speaking on facts. You have eToro, they tried to do a SPAC, didn't work out. I think they got like $350 million in funding earlier this year. But they're kind of this Goldilocks sized company, right? They're big enough to be very valid, to be a real player in the ecosystem, but small enough to where hypothetically it's not out of the question that you could foresee Twitter or Musk or someone else acquiring eToro sometime into the future. It's not like a megalith, it's not Charles Schwab. So I think that there's kind of this balance here. And then you reverse engineer what the psychology of what's going on in the ecosystem is. And what's happening is retail investors are interacting with stocks and options and crypto in a new way. It's more of a group think. You saw really big impacts of it with Reddit and like Wall Street Bets and GameStop right around 2020, right when COVID happened. And what you're seeing is a new way of trading developing, which is like a hive mind. You had deep fucking value that kind of led the charge with GameStop, and you did the gamma squeeze, which was actually a pretty advanced play that they did. So my general thoughts on this, and this is pure speculation, is that given that eToro is that kind of Goldilocks style company, big enough to be a serious player, small enough to potentially get acquired, my guess, with no knowledge whatsoever of what's going on in the back end, is there may be some sort of a longer term agreement. There may be like an equity purchase. There may be an ability to acquire eToro if X, Y, and Z happens, because I certainly appreciate that there's a huge value proposition to having great curated content in line with what people want to see. It's what Jim Cramer provides for decades. It's like the retail investors kind of love him. Now he's a little bit more of like the inverse Cramer effect. But when you think about all that stuff, to me, I'm always looking at where are the bigger plays. And I think that if you could roll in eToro into Twitter in a way that it becomes a financial institution and you get all of the kind of I's dotted and T's crossed to be able to do that, I think that the whole becomes greater than the sum of its parts. And, call it a $3 billion, call it a $5 billion acquisition price. I think that probably makes sense at some levels.
Yeah. Callie, Sam, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, you have about as much knowledge there as I do. I'm sure that only lives in the heads of a few people on this earth. I mean, to sum it up, really, we're a fast-growing, profitable business. I'm really proud of how we've performed over the past few years, and the fact that we're, a small, growing fintech, but 16 years old as well. I mean, I think it shows how resilient we are. Eventually, do we see going public as a viable option? Do we see, strategic partnerships as a viable option? Maybe. But right now, I'm not aware of any of those, talks or strategies.
Yeah, Tress, did you have a question? Because I wanted to go back to Josh about the commentary that you were making. Josh, just like what you said at the end made a lot more sense, which is there must be something that is in place today that is forward-looking, because otherwise Twitter, this is obviously a really good deal for eToro. And Callie and Sam, don't take this the wrong way. Again, we just keep saying no offense and then say really mean things. So I apologize.
It's all good. It's all good. We're all excited.
It's all good.
It's a good day anyway.
But ultimately, from the Twitter perspective, if the fact that these, if that KYC data is not being fed back to Twitter, it's not really that valuable. Then, if there's,
we don't know the financial aspects of the deal, and I don't blame them for not being able to share
Mario,
it.
that's literally where I was going, which is like I think we need to get a better understanding of what the financial aspects and the data sharing aspects of this entire arrangement, and to Josh's really important point, the equity arrangement between the two. Strategic partnerships often come with equity arrangements, warrants, and so on. And I know that that information is not out there. And even if Gally and Sam knew, they wouldn't tell us. And so, it's completely understandable. But Josh's
so let
point
me,
is critical.
Callie, Sam, look, let me review the agreement again, if you don't mind. Send it through. I'll give you my email. We might have to revoke it. I'll have to check. So just let us know, because I feel like we're making the decision instead of Elon now. It's like, what are the financials? What are the terms? Can you go through clause 4.2, please?
I know, right?
Yeah.
So you have a background as an investment banker. I'm totally kidding. I actually have to hop in a minute.
No, I think you went over
Just
time.
quick,
Go ahead, man.
To say one other thing, there's certainly a very real possibility this could just be a test run, right? Like it doesn't have to be as deep as I said, but I'm just kind of looking at patterns and kind of what happens. And I think Musk is incredibly adept at leveraging a relationship that has optionality that could go bigger. And if the optionality doesn't come into play, then you don't have to. And that may be a penned agreement. It may be nothing, and I'm speculating, and this is just Josh thinking out loud, or it may just be that the CEO of eToro and Musk get along really well, and they figured, why not give this a shot? I mean, there's a million things that could be happening, but to me, I think that in the long run, at some point in time, I think that Twitter is going to want to have its own platform to trade financial assets on, whether that's stocks, whether that's crypto, whether that's NFTs, something else. I think that's going to make sense. I think that's going to be the direction things go. If it does happen to be in the category of cryptocurrency, I think that Musk is one of the few people in the world that might have the firepower to kind of push back. I mean, even just looking at the market cap of Tesla versus like Coinbase. Coinbase is sitting at like a $16 billion cap, which is the largest, crypto company in the United States. So I think that there's a lot of interesting plays, and this isn't to say this is what has to be happening, but I have to just hypothesize that it is a possibility. There's certainly value add to both sides at the moment to be working together, and it may just be going on a few dates before
Josh,
you get into something.
Just on that,
It is
just on that.
Rob. One second, just to go, Rob. One quick point, just and then I'll go to you. It is also totally possible, Josh, that this is just a pay-per-click deal, and it's another way for him to monetize the eyeballs.
Which wouldn't be surprising, Danish, considering how important it is to just get Twitter profitable again.
Exactly. I mean, it is totally possible. And I know, again, this is just a different kind of deal. It is totally possible that it's just a click, more direct integration, click, pay-per-click type deal.
Yeah.
Well, and then
hey, I have to hop, guys. I'm so sorry. I have to go. But
No, all good. You gave us 50% more time than you promised us, so I'm grateful for that.
That's how much fun I was having. So thank you for having us. We're really, really excited to see where this goes.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, follow us, eToro, and eToro US.
Cool. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot, eToro. Appreciate you coming on stage and answering the questions.
Take care, everyone.
Take care, guys. So yeah, Rob, are you impressed by the deal? Is it what you expected? Where do you stand on this?
Well, obviously, I haven't seen the terms.
I'll email you. I'll email you the agreement now.
That'd be great. Thank you. So, like my overall view of that would be, it clearly will be a agreement in multiple phase parts that will go through optionality, to Josh's point. But I can't see how, he announces that he files Twitter. So just give me the timeline here. So he buys Twitter, he files within a few months that he would like it to become a financial institution. Then miraculously he does a deal with eToro, and we're going to just say that the extent of that is probably pay-per-clicks or something along those lines. It's got to be more than that. So my line would.
I disagree completely, Rob. I'm so convinced that this is.
Yeah.
Nothing. Holy crap!
Well, but I would love to. It's so coincidental, right? So from my perspective, and it's really clever, right? So from his perspective, it doesn't even have to buy it. If he's looking for custodial wallets or even non-custodial wallets, why wouldn't you partner with somebody on a sort of lower risk deal? That's what I would do. Lower risk deal, who's got the KYC, got the regulation in place, can sort of handhold you through that. You can do a partnership with them for X amount of years, and then just convert off them if you need to, or buy them, or as a longer term play, have the optionality to do whatever the hell you want in that scenario. It's good for both companies. Both companies have got community. I think it was great in terms of it's got enormously huge potential to the upside for for Twitter in the longer term, and good upside potential for eToro in the short term to help out. I think that makes the most sense.
It is also possible that he's not thinking long term, since he's got an actual issue ahead of him, right? When you're in the current situation that you're in, you have to be wartime CEO, and he's just solving the problem in front of him. I think the holding company has a lot of other values than just fintech. Tons and tons of other reasons why you would do holding cos. And at no point have they submitted anything to the SEC. There's no current conversation around this. So I want to be we're lucky that Joa is not up here right now, because Joa would have said that this is like part of this giant master plan to build WeChat. WeChat, for people that know, isn't an integration of 100 different platforms. WeChat is a true super app. You can do everything through it. And so that's why I didn't understand the connection with WeChat. And I know I'm being very skeptical and probably quite forceful, but ultimately, I think I was expecting something different.
I've asked Joa to jump on. Let me go. Trash. I know you're trying to jump in earlier, man. You could jump in anytime. But what do you think it is? Like, is that the X that you envisage, or is that underwhelming to you?
No, I'm not underwhelmed at all. I was actually kind of taken aback by some of the skepticism. I mean, it's good to be skeptical, but when I look at this, right, and you've got, I would say, up and coming. I think the Goldilocks was an excellent way to put it. But when you have a more mobile type company that is trying to push forward into this market with established players and kind of grab their footing, I think it's a smart move for both companies. And as they move towards this X app, and Rob brought up the custodial question, which is what I was thinking as well. But think about the monetization. Think about the cross payments. Like, this is a huge advantage. So one of the things that Callie was talking about, this is what I wanted to ask her about because it's relevant to this question, was she did the hit today on Yahoo, right? And she's got some stats here. So the average hashtag searches in a day is 4.7 million. The hashtag searches year to date, 420 million. And business and finance tweets in quarter one alone, 498 million. And a lot of these, I know GameStop was brought up, AMC is another one of these communities. These are communities that are really, really thriving on Twitter. And a lot of them are doing a ton of work. And so when monetization comes in, and these are very investment-minded people, I actually like the thought of what this could actually mean. Sure, I understand there's big players out there, but I'm a retail investor, right? And so if I can have it integrated between monetization, cross payments, have the custodial option. I signed up for eToro while we were on this space just to see if there was anything to it. Super easy. And I got $10 free in crypto as well for doing it. But I think this makes sense, because if you have a smaller house like this, they can move and shift and shake and make changes much more quickly than, say, it's a speedboat versus the Titanic. So I think this is brilliant. I think the options are endless in this. I'm very excited for it.
I don't know, Danish. Actually, Brian, give me your thoughts, and then I'll give my final thoughts on what I think. Brian, what do you think?
Well, first off, Mario, thank you for having
Thanks
me
for joining,
on.
man.
I really appreciate it. And so, don't want to monologue, but there's sort of a much bigger picture here that I think, just looking at Elon's career, X.com was a payments vehicle way before PayPal, actually, and ultimately merged with PayPal. Their primary monetization direction was to try to get locked into eBay. There was a war between giving away as much money as they possibly can between PayPal and X.com to get as many users as possible. And obviously, we know how that played out as a vestige of eBay buying what was the combination. My view is, I've been in payments since 1986. My view is payments is a form of communication. In fact, every transaction is a form of communication. So my thesis has always been, ultimately, every company becomes a payments company. Apple is a payments company right now when you factor in all the apps and everything else. And it sounds a little odd, but when you really look at it, this is where everything winds up coming. Sears, at their highlight of their industry, strangely enough, became the super app, if you would. They had Dean Witter and all sorts of financial things. They had Discover Card. They were a super store. They were all these different things. They reached the zenith, but they ultimately were a payments company. So this is a transition that we will always see. Now, as far as super app, indulge me for a second. I think we're looking at it through the wrong lens. We're looking at it through the lens of old technology and old thinking of apps. The app is going to disappear. So is the OS. What's going to be replaced is a form of AI. And you're going to generate your app in real time based upon what you want to get done. And we can kind of look at this through the lens of Clayton Christensen, jobs to be done sort of view. And with that in mind, the idea that Elon is going to add all these different things, yeah, absolutely. And I'll get to that in a second, and eToro. But basically, the glue that holds everything together is going to be artificial intelligence. It's going to be this ability to sort of do anything you want just by creating a prompt. So start from there. Now, my view, and I'm not going to say I have any inside information, I just am doing my typical speculation. But my view is that we're going to see a much deeper relationship with what I call open source financial information. And that's the other theme that I'm sort of going to bring up here. And open source financial information, we panel kind of talked about this. 2020 was the sort of demarcation point where it really kind of took off. eToro users have been sort of the pirates of the financial world before there were Reddits and things like that. In 2007, eToro was crazy with FTX transactions, which was sort of the precursor to what we see going on in crypto. And we're going to see that same sort of thing going on. Now, as far as any fear, we already covered anti-money laundering and know your customers type of thing. So that's not going to be bypassed. My view ultimately is there is no reason why Elon would not want to own this company at some point. Testing, sure, but do you really need to test it? If financial Twitter is as big as we see it is, why do you need to jump out of the app to actually do that transaction in the midst of a Twitter stream? Now, with that comes all of that deep responsibility of, slow down, investor, maybe you're making the wrong choice, but let's not get into that sort of moral argument at this point. But ultimately, that's the direction I see it going in. I see it as being part of what we could call a super app, but I really think that's a misnomer.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Brian, about the super app, Danish, I did have a question for you, actually. In terms of the X app, I mean, is it possible that basically this could be some form of short-term deal, and we know the financial situation Elon Musk is in at the moment, and then he's just attempting to basically bridge that time, and then afterwards he may have the everything app, which is actually specifically from him.
It's not enough money. I mean, let's be frank about it. There's not that much money in all of this, even when we're talking about hundreds and thousands, even millions of transactions. The commissions are minuscule. And yeah, they aggregate over time.
Him trying to, this is why I think eToro might be like, might be able to, I'm not using the right terminology, but white label a wallet into the Twitter sphere, using their KYC, using their backdoor, but put it into the Twitter application. And therefore it's still eToro's liability, but he can test that. That's what I meant by testing. And if it works, then he can do a deal, right? But if it doesn't work, then he's kind of out and home dry. It was eToro's risk.
Yeah, he might have some warrants on the deal. That's totally possible. But just to kind of, I think in use cases, I get and I have to say it's a common thing that I struggle with in terms of the crypto industry in general, and we've learned how this causes trouble. So I'm going to be very clear about use cases. But I can make a much better argument today about the use case for eToro using Twitter. So how much does Robinhood spend to acquire every user? Does anybody know? I can tell you, $15, 1.5. So this is a hot, and by the way, when you look at it, the power law comes into account. So when you're looking at users, you want to get the high lifetime value users. That means that they have to have high intent for purchase. If somebody like Trash is sitting on Twitter and signs up for eToro, did you guys hear the joy in his voice when he signed up? I could hear it. That is a high intent. Trash is about to spend a shit ton of money on crypto, on eToro, and they got him. They got him. He's a high intent, high LTV user that came through Twitter. That type of user usually is 10x of your normal customer acquisition cost. That is a rule of thumb. It's 10 times usually your regular LTV, your regular CAC. So you are willing to pay up to $150 for a high intent user. I bet you this is a straight up cost per click deal. I think if the difference here is that we saw that the embedded text embedded cost per clicks actually give you a better high intent users. So the example that I'm going to give is Bing with OpenAI. They have already proven, if people don't know this, that when people click on a reference link, when you do ChatGPT and it shows you a link, when you click on that link, you have high intent for purchase. And that is what they have found. I bet you that somebody within the product team was smart in Twitter and said, hey, when somebody hits on the cash tag, they actually are a high intent user. Let me see what they want to, how often they go and follow that user. And eToro is going to prove out.
This isn't a huge amount of money. I don't really understand why that would be the only play. Like, he's not going to make a ton of money on that deal.
But we just talked about the millions of cash tags that are on.
It doesn't
Twitter.
matter because it's trade volume. It's not cash tag. If it's a one-time pay-per-click transfer, the million users
It's
go
not a
over and he gets $10 or $20.
It could be a portion of LTV. It could be a revenue share agreement. We know nothing about the deal. And so speculating that suddenly this is going to lead to the super app. Guys, if he was going to start with a super app, he would have focused on payment rails. Why is he going with stock and crypto exchange? It makes no sense. I'm sorry. I need like specific use cases, and you can call me a skeptic. I've always been one. But
I
think that ultimately
if people are able to trade through a wallet, right? That proves that they're
to each other. Sorry, I want to be very clear.
No, onto market, right? I'm going to start with onto market, although it's going to go there, right?
Just straight onto the market. They go into Twitter. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm gonna specifics matter. Yeah. So someone sees a cash tag on Twitter. They tap on the cash tag, and let's assume that the world is beautiful and they're able to embed it, which I bet you is not going to happen. But okay, let's even assume that premise is true. That they're, because the current model, they actually have to go into eToro, go through KYC and AML, and then they have to go add to that cash tag and then buy or go to that specific stock ticker or that crypto coin and actually acquire it. Now go. Sorry.
Yeah. So like you go onto that's I don't think the integration into a wallet on Twitter is not going to happen. I don't know. He's basically openly talked about doing that.
Guys, the security's nightmare.
No, they're going to come out. That's my entire point. It's my entire point. If you get eToro to do it on risk because they get, to your point, more value for that in the short term, why wouldn't they do that deal? That seems dumb. If you're saying what's the value to Twitter, it's all value for eToro. There's even more value for eToro. Why wouldn't they do that?
If something. Okay.
So then that opens him up to the fact that people are willing to credit a wallet on Twitter and trade through it. Therefore, they're also able to then send it through. Therefore, if they're willing to credit a wallet,
I don't see the benefit of doing that.
Wait. If they're ready to credit a wallet and trade onto a market with it, they'll also be willing to credit that wallet and trade into username with it, right? And then you can create into username trade. And therefore you can do KYC on usernames, and that creates more value to the verification process.
Why do it through Twitter when you can do it through like a million other ways?
Yeah, because you're on Twitter already. It's a trusted name.
I don't buy that. So again, the point here is that there's, people don't do things unless there's a significant change in inertia. I don't see the benefit. The only thing
you don't see value in Twitter owning eventually into username trade. You don't see any value in that.
So again, the whole idea behind crypto is pseudonym. You can't have.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what your name is publicly. We know who it is.
Hold on. U.S. regulation. So I'm just speaking U.S. right now. U.S. regulation. You cannot have a pseudonymous wallet. You can't. It's not allowed. And so someone having a pseudonym without KYC AML.
I'm literally saying that you would have KYC AML at that point, but you could put whatever public name you wanted to put onto it, but Intertrade would be verified as legal.
So then why do it? I still don't get it.
Brian, okay, why did Facebook do Marketplace then? Like, what's the point?
Well, Facebook tried to do Libre too, and it didn't work.
No, but that's very
that was the
exact. I'm just saying they tried to do Marketplace in order to start the process of getting the users to trade with each other. The eventual idea was that, and they failed, which was to try and own the process of that trade between one another. If he can own the process of trade between usernames, that means he gets a piece. He becomes a bank, which is super valuable.
What?
Which trade between any username. So if I was trying to do a trade, if I was trying to trade with you, right, I was trying to sell your product or whatever, and I could sell it to you through Twitter.
So now he's going to make a physical good marketplace that you get payments for?
Well, no, because he already does that. If advertising is valuable, people are already wanting to trade on Twitter. You see something that's valuable, and you look at an advert and you want to buy it, then why don't you buy it on the thing with your own money, using Twitter, and they get the payment?
Rob, do you realize how far-fetched this is, that Twitter is going to make its own marketplace for selling goods using crypto?
They already have a marketplace. Without being disrespectful, they have a marketplace. They have as many users as Visa and MasterCard combined.
For what marketplace?
For any marketplace, they're a facilitator. I mean, if you look at
this isn't a marketplace.
Oh, so I believe Twitter is a marketplace. It'll be a super marketplace.
So Gary, walk me through the use case. I'm still a little bit confused about the specifics on why the Twitter angle makes sense for the super app. Maybe it makes sense because they build everything in house. They're able to do this. They're able to upsell people and cross sell people. Why go through eToro to do this? Why do it in this way where you have to leave the app to go to another website, go through KYC and AML, and then do purchases? How does this eToro business make sense?
Yeah, the eToro piece is a little surprising to me, but I'm not a technologist.
I can inject an idea on why this may be happening, and it is a bit of testing water. One of those ideas are political and regulatory testing of the water. I think it is really a great idea for Elon to see, okay, how's the world going to consume the idea that they can quickly go into a stock trade, and to have this one-step process that you have to go through to make this happen. Certainly at some point that's going to go away. It's going to be integrated inside the app if it makes any financial sense, which ultimately it will. But politically, it doesn't make any sense to go out there, fully integrate everything inside of Twitter, go through all of that work, and then have somebody stand up on the House floor and say there ought to be a law and back him down from it. So this is a stepped approach, and it would be what I would advise.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, Brian. So what I'm saying to you, Danish, and to make it obvious, right? This first eToro step where you have to leave the app doesn't make sense. So we agree on that, right? But if this agreement, and I'm not also saying it's not your suggestion of pay-per-clicks, I think it would make sense for it to be a phased agreement where you not only get the initial uptick of whatever cash flowing requirement that I don't think that would be very big, but also eToro can help you as a regulated entity that already has all of this on a global scale, can help you work out how to integrate a wallet so that it's inside the Twitter application using their own technology or using their development team as a JV or whatever. That de-risks it for Twitter. They don't have to go and hire a load of devs, which they can't afford, but they can work towards that. And then you start getting to the position where once it's inside app, you can start owning trade between, or at least, being the bank between trade between all these users, whether or not it's cash trades, stock trade. It makes sense to do it with stocks because everybody understands them. They're high volume. You can get a taste of whether or not people find it safe or not. That makes sense. And then you can work down from there. It will take time, but I think that's like...
Joe,
why didn't they just build an app?
Danish, also, just to let you know, Joe, it's his birthday today and he took time off to respond. He's pissed.
I'll be nice to you,
He's
Joa.
pissed. Joe?
I'll be nice to you, Joa. Let's hear it. Hey, Joa, happy birthday.
Thanks, guys. If you think about Coinbase, for example, as competition, they did almost $4 billion in revenue in 2021, right? 3 billion of that was profit, but then this year they lost 2.6 because of the downturn. eToro already in their current affiliate program pays 25% lifetime on any transaction for someone you bring into the app, right? So even if he's getting a higher cut, which I assume he would for this deal, right? if he's getting 30 or 40% per trade, it makes sense. He doesn't have all the overhead. He can try to see if the financial app works. Eventually, he can tie it in. And the reason why eToro is the biggest social stock or trading app that exists, right? So he can tie in a lot. They can tie in a lot of social functionality into what already exists on eToro because they have copy trading and things like that, which most of these platforms do not. So it makes Twitter useful, like almost like a added benefit to eToro, just as eToro does to Twitter. So I think it makes sense for him. I really see him taking a lot away from Coinbase and Binance, to be honest.
I also see
Sure,
the
how
benefit
does this
of the
take
fact
away
that
from
they're all
Coinbase and
KYC users
Binance?
on eToro.
Yeah,
So Joe, what just a quick question and then I'll pass it on. You said 30%. What number would not make sense according to the way you've explained it? So let's say he was only getting 5% or 2%. What number would not be where it would not be worth it?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're already paying 25%, and a lot of these platforms do. So I'm sure it's not lower than that. It can't be lower than that because that is.
So it's a revenue share agreement.
Yeah, it's a rev share agreement.
It's not a super app strategy. It's a revenue share agreement. Sorry,
100%.
I have to keep bringing it back. And again, Joa, to go back to your original point, there's two approaches that people take to upsell in the traditional app development world. And just in general, when you're building a company and you believe you're a platform, there are two ways to monetize the platform. One is to build an app store, which is what Apple did. That is a very common approach. It is the smartest approach. It is the easiest to monetize approach. You set up some standards, people build to those standards, and you execute on it. Another one is, and by the way, that's what Salesforce does. That's what Slack does. So many other companies have done the app store approach. You can go, you can get the integrations pre-integrated. The second approach is the super app approach, the WeChat and so on. So when we're speaking about where Twitter is going, it sounds like you guys all believe that they're going to the app store type approach. Is that a fair estimate?
No.
Instead of the super app
No, I think this is an issue. Like, if you look at the top 50 companies, like startups and that became unicorns, there's a lot of payment networks in there. Payment networks make a ton of money. I think his ultimate goal is do this, see if it attracts people before he invests any capital into investing in the financial side. Eventually, he'll be able to have the wallet. He's talked about this before. He's done it with X.com. He did it with PayPal. If the wallet is tied into Twitter, you now have a payment network for anyone on Twitter that could sideline MasterCard, Visa, Amex, and that's when you're talking about multiple billions of dollars a year in revenue. That's where I think the goal is.
Yeah,
on a surprise note,
I agree.
actually 100% agree with Joe on that. 100% agree.
So again, for the people that don't do this every day and don't, actually, before I do the whole thing again, Action, would love to hear from you. Your hand is up.
No, absolutely. I think we're all kind of hitting the nail on the head. There might be a few variations here and there, but that's what it is. It's a no risk deal for Twitter that brings in cash when they need it most. This is a no brainer for them to jump on and say, yeah, let's partner up on a pay per click basis. It's what a lot of people are already earning money from. So why shouldn't Twitter do it in the short term? Does it solidify what's going to happen next? Absolutely not. This is a trial, a trial. If it works, they're going to push forward with it. There's no question about it. But if you get an option to do a no risk scenario where you're going to generate revenue while you're doing it, it's a no brainer.
And I think it's one of the exchanges that are the biggest.
I'm going to say something that's going to trigger you, Joe. So just give me a second. But the point that I'm trying to get to is for someone here to admit that this is not some part of some grand, very well thought out strategic master plan by the genius Elon Musk himself that has been ordained by God to build the greatest companies in the world. This is not about this. He is making a good deal for his company. And actually, that's what makes him an amazing CEO.
I'll admit that.
Let me flip that. I think we all agree that it's a short-term cash play initially. Would you agree, though, that if it works well, it makes sense and Elon would expand it into more than the basic deal? Would you say that? Because that's all I'm saying.
Not through this model. I think this model is the wrong model. And I can tell you why. Because it's not repeatable. Okay, tell me how he would do the same thing with anything other than cash tags. Hashtags? Would you use hashtags for this same model? What is when you build a model, it has to be repeatable and scalable.
The custody of the wallet. That's why I'm interested. Like they have the technology.
So specifically, only fintech, no other model, just fintech.
No, not at all, not at all. It's just it's volume that proves that trade is like you've got to build confidence in financial institutions. We've had space after space after space talking about that for the last few weeks, right? And the quickest way to do that is to do on the highest volume task. So he needs to prove in the highest volume task, publicly traded stocks, that Twitter is a trusted name with finance in general, right? And then he can expand that use case out to pretty much anything. If that wallet can then hold cash, as all stock accounts can, right? It can then hold cash to do other things. And at that point, he can expand it, albeit slowly or whatever, but he can do that. And the eToro model, I think, is just a stepping stone, one, to make money in the short term. Absolutely. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. It's low risk. You could eventually get joint venture with eToro for them to develop the technology in the first place to plug into your system. And then you can slowly build from there. I don't see why you wouldn't do that, because you would then own payments. You become a payment gateway, which is super valuable. And I just don't know why he wouldn't go down that route eventually. And eToro is a perfect company to do that with as a starter for 10. I don't know why they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and
I think the
also,
filing.
I
think the filing that Elon did shows clearly that he wants to be a payment gateway. So I don't think that's in any doubt. But I do want to inject one more thing, that we have to start looking at things not through the lens of an app, but through the lens of services. And that becomes something entirely different. I ultimately see the relationship that X will have with eToro or anything else as a service-based relationship. And whether they own that service or they farm it out is something entirely different. But the idea that we're going to download apps and have full-on wallets and things like that, yeah, to some degree, but not to the degree that we think that, as we saw in the past. When you're wrapping everything with the glue of artificial intelligence, you're just asking the system or prompting the system to get you to a particular place, and it's irrelevant where that place is visually, if that makes sense.
But Donish, to answer your question about what you said before, when he bought Twitter, I actually wrote Mario. I go, "This is to start X.com," and that time he hadn't even mentioned it yet. And I go, "This is the only way this makes financial sense," because he bought each client for anywhere between $9 and $30, depending on how many are actually real Twitter users, right? And a typical financial app goes for $2,500 to $3,000 per user on the app. He just 10x'd his valuation almost. He probably didn't do 10x because he doesn't own the financial part, but he just increased the valuation greatly if this thing works. Right? And that, I think, was part of a grander scheme, and not a. I don't want to call it a scheme. It's not a scheme, but his plan. I don't know if this whole eToro thing was. I don't think it was. I just think it was like an opportunity that he's like, I can use this to test this out. I just fired a bunch of people. We need to be lean. Let's see if people grab on or not. I don't think he's too worried about the financial trading part. He probably wants more revenue from being custodian of the cash.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the value of adding the rails. This just seems like a very awkward way of doing it. I mean, can we all just be honest that the people that came on, and I hate doing this because Mario hates it when I do this, but the people that came on from eToro, I was just confused about even what the value add was. And I don't know if it was because I get really lost in the abstractness of the fintech community, or if it's because it's just, there is no real value to the Twitter user within the Twitter app. To extract value from eToro, you have to actually leave the Twitter app, which seems like a very weird experience. Can we just agree on this at least, that this is not a joyful experience for the average Twitter user?
Sure.
100%. And it all the way across. I mean, there's nothing you can, slice it whichever way you want. It was a sales pitch saying, hey, this is a great thing, but they couldn't really hold them down and say, this is how it's going to help. Could there be variations moving forward? Absolutely. But going to your point, this can be what Rob is saying and what you're saying as well. It doesn't have to be separate. It can be both things. The way that this is part of the super plan is that we need money now. We're going to figure it out. And as soon as we have the money to stay afloat, make sure things are working well, we're going to move forward. So it is part of the grander plan, but it might not be the final version of that.
100%.
And non-custodial wallets today use dApps. So in essence, you're going out of the app and going into a dApp to access a different website. It could operate very similarly to that.
By the way, nothing triggers dudes more than talking shit about Elon Musk. Oh my God. You should see my back. You really should see my messages right now. It is unreal. People are calling me all kinds of names. It's like Jesus himself. It's incredible. I have to say it's unreal. But and for all of you messaging me, keep doing it. I promise I will never read them. All right. So, you know, just to be very clear.
But how do you know they were bad then?
Well, I just read them right now. I'm not going to read them anymore. But, you know, ultimately, the thing that is still surprising to me is, to your point, Joa, does this actually increase their valuation? I don't know. I think post-integration. And to remind everybody, nobody on the stage, not even the people that were supposed to represent eToro, know the aspects of the deal, which is, again, kind of confusing. So, you know, with my own company and with other companies, when you go for strategic partnerships, often there are warrants involved or other, and just for the layman person out there, a warrant is a form of equity agreement. And so, you know, on the back end usually. And so, you know, there's some sort of equity changing hands or promise to change hands based on certain requirements or, you know, and so I would be in shock if Twitter provided this level of access to an exclusive partnership with eToro for all the cash tags on Twitter without having some level of ownership of the end company. Because again, if the goal, and somebody, you know, messaged me and said, you're an idiot, they want to buy eToro. Well, smarty pants, if they wanted to buy eToro, why would they increase the valuation of eToro by adding more users for them first? Like, who does that? That is legitimately stupidity. And Elon Musk is one of the brightest people out there. And so I don't see him making that level of a catastrophic mistake by essentially pumping the company and then trying to acquire it. If he was going to acquire it, he would have done it right away, or he probably would have done it, you know, otherwise, at least have it in the agreement so that there's sometimes when you do these strategic partnerships with a rent to buy type agreement, you'll actually set the stock price at a certain level today. And so that could be another sort of, and again, this is all speculation. We don't know the intricacies of the deal. So that is one part of this. The other part of this, and I have to bring this up again as the curmudgeon, because everybody else is very much convinced that this is just incredible. And so as the curmudgeon, I have to bring up, does this open up Twitter to regulatory oversight? I know that this is a broader question, but we all know that, you know, Elon is a triggering topic, and it's very easy for people to kind of make him a scapegoat. He makes himself a scapegoat by doing dumb shit. So, you know, I have to bring this up. Do we think that he's opening it up to scrutiny?
I think
Not
he
at
is
all.
to a certain extent, and that's why I think it's an external relationship. I mean, like I said prior, it's important for him to try to get a feedback on exactly how the regulatory environment's going to be, not just in the U.S. but around the world. And if it's a standalone company unrelated to him directly, it's sort of like, you know, go after that rabbit, not this one. But it's already kind of being talked about, so I'm not surprised.
Robbie said no. Why not? Why do you think this is not going to open? I mean, they can investigate you for anything nowadays, I hear.
Yeah, sure. I mean, investigation is one thing, but regulatory controls another. I mean, like, it's not at this stage, no, because it's no different to Google or anybody else, or pushing onto a third-party website in order to, you know, get if it's a pay-per-click initial, like you said, like you say, then no. As things go on, if they're developing something, then yeah, of course, he's filed for financial regulation, so it will later, but not on this deal if it's a simple push-off platform.
I mean, what about pump and dump schemes?
What about them? The press would be fucked if pump and dump schemes were, you know, suable to non-financial institutions. I mean, it's not, you know, it's media.
Did Reddit get anything for for Wall Street Bets?
Right, GameStop and all that stuff, and AMC. Later, yeah, if they become a custodial wallet or have a wallet or can have a general USD wallet that can trade, and then they're pushing it. I mean, that opens up a whole can of worms. I agree, but like not now, no.
Interesting, Brian. Do you agree? Thanks for joining.
I don't think they're going to have regulatory issues unless they begin doing something that really kind of opens the eyes of regulators. So I think allowing people to buy Bitcoin or buy crypto is one thing, because it's actually being routed through eToro. But if they start integrating crypto more so within Twitter, like say they start doing micro payments, or instead of a like, you can give like a 1,000th of a Bitcoin or something like that, I think that's a whole other story. So it really depends on how they kind of integrate with eToro. As of now, it looks like it's going to be correct me if I'm wrong, it's basically going to be it's going to link you kind of out to eToro.
Exactly. Which Brian, I don't know if you heard, but I was railing against. I feel like that's crazy. But I guess it's because it protects them from regulatory scrutiny. It is interesting though, because once we start seeing this happen, okay, so let's start playing this out. Rob, you are right. I am wrong. Let's start playing this out. Let's say that you can have your custodial wallet on Twitter and you can buy Bitcoin. But then Brian just said that you can send Bitcoin to a different account, send cash to a different account. Does that open up to regulatory scrutiny, and
Yeah.
you think that they would come in stronger?
They got to that point because you're a financial institution, right? So you have to be regular. You essentially become a bank in many ways, which I imagine.
Rob, what if you're doing that using eToro though? So what if eToro is doing the transaction, but it's happening on Twitter's user interface?
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's yeah. Well, it naturally will, because that will be a joint venture. So Twitter would have to come under the purview of that in some way. So yes, and there is one host of there is one possibility the SEC sues Elon on this deal, is if he starts doing Dogecoin and pushing whilst they're connecting to it, and then saying, oh, we've done this deal with eToro, and he makes some sort of reference to it, and then the next week says buy Dogecoin, and pushes and pumps that himself, he might be open to scrutiny because he does like signature on the agreement.
Yeah, he does that on a weekly basis. So,
sure, no, but like after this agreement is signed. So I wonder if that Doge push with the Doge thing was the last time he was going to do it. But longer term, if they integrate a wallet into Twitter, I can't imagine that will be done on the basis that eToro solely has ownership of that technology or whatever, at which point, yes, of course it does. And it opens up a lot of scrutiny around what Twitter is at that point, or X Inc. that owns Twitter or operates Twitter is at that point. And the regulator will want to hash that out. And that would be quite a complex thing to get through, because it will be essentially a pseudo bank, a trading platform, and a social media platform. So it's got freedom of speech implications, but also trading. So that would be, he might even be doing it in the longer term to have that debate out, as because he likes to have fun.
And also money laundering, obviously, would be of concern.
Right? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I don't know what Jack Dorsey did to Elon, but he's about to go compete with him directly on Square and Cash App, because basically that's what he's recreating, but through Twitter, if he recreates the payment network. So he's about to go against
and then Dorsey is competing with him with Blue Sky, right?
Yeah, exactly.
With the whole Blue Sky idea.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's what triggered it. Who knows?
Fascinating. Brian, do you agree?
I agree. And, also kind of pass by the stream here, we have to consider what happened to Robinhood and the Wall Street Bets scenario. There is always that hanging dire over the head of anybody that's going to have something to do with trading platforms and social media and the potential of pumping things up. As far as compensation systems, there's absolutely no doubt that ultimately creators are going to be compensated through something like Satoshis. I happen to believe it's going to be Bitcoin. I believe the whole Dogecoin thing is going to be kind of sidelined to some degree for a lot of reasons, but not a good idea to get into that right this moment. But I don't think he's going to run into a lot of problems for a compensation model where people are being paid, as long as there is, proper know your customer AML type of stuff taking place, even if it's crypto. But I absolutely certain that that's going to come to play, and that's probably going to be the mechanism. Now, whether it's going to be going through eToro, that's another story. I really agree that this is a lot to do with testing, but I believe it's going to be a direct play for him. It would have to be. And as far as going after Square, he's been doing that since late 1990s. So he was Square before Square was. So this is perhaps him reclaiming that. If you know the story about the domain x.com, it was a deal breaker if he couldn't walk away after separating from PayPal with that domain name. So it's been something of and there was some litigation. He ultimately got it.
It was like 3 years later he was able to get it back.
Yeah, 3 years later. But it was a bone of contention. I know he's never given up on that dream. I've sort of studied his background in payments. We grew in payments kind of together back in the day. So I kind of understand where his direction is on it. And I think almost everybody in the panel agrees that financial financial transactions is where all the money is. Way, way, way beyond advertising. In fact, the advertising model ultimately is in a way broken, even through the lens of what I'm saying is services and artificial intelligence beyond apps and pay to click and all these types of things. So yeah, my personal feeling is a lot to do with regulatory scrutiny, and I fully agree. He probably is not going to talk about anything, including his own stocks, through the lens of having a trading platform on his other company.
Yeah, Dinesh, you might be paying with your Twitter account one day at the terminal. It's easy to create an API for the terminals and have.
Yeah, I have a let me ask a question quickly, and then I'm going to go through the interview that I was going to say what's his name that Elon did yesterday with the BBC guy. So the question I have is, put your hand up if you're not bullish on Twitter, because I see a few bulls here. If you're not bullish, like if you're not doubling down on Twitter, put your hand up if you're not. Okay, so I can remove you. Sure. Yeah, let me remove Danish. No, so Brian is bullish, of course he is. Okay, let me see if I can get. Okay, I'm gonna invite a guest. Jim, come up. I see you in the audience. I'd love to get your thoughts. I actually like you more on stage now because we can have nice arguments. So if you're free, Jim, come up. What I want to do is I just to benefit the audience. I want to ask every panelist, starting with you, Brian, because I know you're doing a lot on Twitter, what your Twitter strategy is. Now, mine is pretty obvious, me and the company. So we run the show. We're expanding the show on Twitter. We're doing an AI show. We're doing a crypto show. We haven't monetized all our shows except the crypto ones. So it's costing us a lot of money. And the reason I'm mentioning this is we're investing in this, what we consider to be an asset. And obviously it's paid off really well. Cost us a lot, but paid off in terms of reach. So Twitter Spaces is probably the most obvious ones. And we're expanding our reach. I'm not going to mention the rest of our strategy, but we're just expanding our reach beyond the Twitter space, beyond what I do on my account. We haven't looked at different monetization strategies. That's probably something we're going to start looking at later this month or next month, because I think it's inevitable. But this is our strategy. Brian and Ed is here as well. Guys, what's your strategy on Twitter? What can you share? And then we'll go to trash afterwards.
Yeah, so like right now, like I'm kind of sitting back and waiting to see what Elon does. I haven't been the biggest fan of some of the moves that he's done, but I don't think that I still am bullish on Twitter, and I'll tell you why. And that's simply because I think Elon has so much to lose if he doesn't succeed. He's going to make sure that the moves he makes, even though they might have short-term repercussions and piss some people off, including myself. I mean, I've been pissed off by some of the things he's done. I think ultimately,
like what, Brian? Like what pissed you off about what he's done?
Well, like some of the things that he says. So like the political takes, the conspiracy theories that he posts. As with Twitter as a business, I at first I was really upset that he let some of the people back on that he did. Some of the people that were, I'd say, Nazis maybe, or Nazi sympathizers. I do think that I've noticed personally that hate has dropped. So when he first took over, there was this influx of hateful posts. I got it in my inbox. I got it in my tweets. I think things are being fixed, and I think that the verification is going to solve that. I think that forcing people to kind of go by their own name or identity or verify their identity, that's going to help some of that. But away from that, I think my strategy right now is just sit back and watch what happens.
Did you say, sorry, Brian, you said hate dropped. Did it drop since he joined, like now compared to the day he joined, or it dropped now compared to prior him taking over?
So obviously I'm one person, so I can only go by my own experiences. I'm left leaning, so I don't know if I can speak for everybody. But when he first took over, he unbanned a lot of people that were banned. I would say maybe rightfully so. I'm sure some people will argue that. When he did that, I think there was a rise in hateful content, at least directed towards me. I think that in the last 2 months or so, I've seen that slowly decline to probably a point about where it was before he took over. I think that's probably going to continue to happen, at least I hope, as he rolls out these monetization features. I think monetization kind of provides an avenue for people to seek more unity rather than division, because who's gonna
back to making money. Just so I move to another speaker. Making money. I see one thing you're doing is you're putting your newsletter at below different tweets. So you get tweets, you reach 100 million people. I don't know how you reach so many people, and then there's the newsletter under it. So you're worried about the algorithm screwing you over again because you didn't have your account suspended before. So you're kind of owning your audience on another platform. And are you using Substack? What are you using?
Yeah. So I've been using Substack. It's not really to monetize. I do have some paying subscribers, not many. Most are free subscribers. I feel that if you have a mailing list, you have those emails that no matter what happens, you can always take those with you. But that's what I'm doing right now. And other than that, I think Elon's going to probably roll out some monetization features. He already did. Subscriptions are already there, but he lowered the threshold to 500 followers. It was 10,000 before that, I believe. And I think he's going to do things with maybe tipping or maybe spaces. He might do something where you can actually have gated spaces where people actually have to pay to enter the spaces.
Right. But I actually got a notification today saying that you can now run gated spaces. So
what? Hold on, sorry. Hold on. What? You being serious?
Yeah,
Mario.
Oh, make up.
Mario's like, we're closing this right now.
Yeah, you're paying.
So I signed up for the subscriptions today. I signed up for subscriptions today, and after I did it, like a notification popped up on my screen saying you can now run ticketed spaces. I don't have the option.
Did you take a screenshot? Did you take a screenshot of it or something?
I didn't. No, I didn't. But I also have to wait a week to 3 weeks to get approved for the subscription. So I don't know if it's going to go into.
I'm invited. Let me get Ian, because I know Ian does a lot of tinkers a lot with. He'll be joining us in a bit. Tinkers a lot with Twitter. Excuse me, but yeah, so Twitter Spaces and monetizing Twitter Spaces is a big focus of his, has been for a while. Has anyone heard anything in this one? I haven't heard much about it. About the Twitter Spaces, I'm not surprised. I didn't know it started coming out already. That surprised me. But the other part, the freaking so that's Twitter. The Vine. Has anyone looked into Vine? Anything in the code that's interesting? Anyone heard anything, Danish?
No, I think.
Your mic is bad, bro. Your mic is choppy.
Oh, I was saying that long form video. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's good now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think long form video, you can have longer videos on there if you're verified, and you can have higher quality videos if you're verified. But I have not seen anything, and I don't know if there's anything specifically that people have highlighted in the code.
So we know. So one thing we know is the newsletter strategy that Brian and Ed are doing. We know about potentially ticketed, you could charge for people to join your space. So that's the second thing that people could, that's something that I won't be interested in. I'll look into, but some people could start doing. Some people run like finance spaces and give a lot of stock tips and shit. So that could go well there. Joa, you did talk about, and I want to kind of go back and forth with trash in a bit, but Joa, did you talk about the whole AI angle that you've been geeking out about for like 2 months now?
No, I just think like the way I look at AI and why he's so against it is, and I don't think this is why he's against it, to be honest, because he's mentioned it before he on Twitter. When we looked at statistics yesterday of why people go to Twitter, 60% come to get updates on current events, news, things of that nature. Do you need to do that if you have AI like in your pocket? And that's where I see the big threat.
But that makes no sense. So Joa's argument, guys, and let me know what you think. There's a big threat to Twitter according to Joa, and he says AI now. There's already a few platforms that just give you the news that you need to know based on what you like to know, and they just give you that exact news, very tailored. And he said a lot of people come to Twitter to get news, and that's true. A lot of people want to see breaking news early, and they join spaces like this and they look at tweets. Fair. But that doesn't make sense. Like, no, don't put 100%, Jim. I disagree with you and Joa. That doesn't make sense. People don't, Twitter is not CNN or Fox. Twitter is a place where you get different perspectives of an event and you get them on the spot. Which I know AI could also like kind of get you that stream on the spot, but it's like one small piece of what Twitter, where you engage, comment, see what people are commenting, etc. I think it's more than just this is a threat to Google, in my opinion, rather than Twitter. But
Can I give you?
Yeah. Let me know what you think. By the way, we have Evan Kerstel. She's a tech influencer. She'll be joining us in a few minutes. But yeah, go ahead, man. He'll be joining us. Sorry.
So actually, one of the things to think about, so right now you can go in OpenAI and get OpenAI to respond as if it's Socrates, or if it's Hillary Clinton, or if it's Barack Obama. When you can make, and when you you might have heard the audio of of an AI that sounds exactly like Steve Jobs and even uses words like Steve Jobs. When you can make synthetic opinions sound so much like regular human, natural, not artificial intelligence, that uncanny valley is now crossed. And again, if you can do that, then anybody can use those to start just posting tons of tweets. And so they don't have to do the work of generating information, which then allows, when everything is artificial, when everything is AI generated,
Yo, Danish, can you mute? I can't mute you. What did Danish, because your connection is really bad, Danish, I don't know what happened, but can anyone tell me what Danish just said?
Yeah, basically saying, as a lot of these content providers use AI to write the post for them, then why go see the post? Why not go straight to AI? Is basically what he's saying.
Would you have?
Go ahead,
I agree.
Yeah, just Brian. Quickly go ahead, bro.
I agree that as far as AI and simulating humans, that's going to be a big issue. But let's step back to where we were before about AI replacing Twitter and or other things. AI is more going to be a facilitator to get you to where you want to be, vis-a-vis like a search engine, but a much more efficient one. So you'll be able to get to tweets and insights that people have much more efficiently and much more effectively. And that is what I believe is going to be the vision of how Elon integrates this into the X app, is ultimately to pull in information, not to replace it.
There is something, Mara, are you familiar with what happened the other day?
Am I familiar with what happened the other day?
On AI. Like, there's three big
there's been a few things.
Yeah. But there's baby GPT, there's auto GPT, and there's
baby AGI.
Yeah.
Baby AGI.
Baby AGI, sorry. And Hustle
What's baby
GPT.
AGI?
They're using real time.
So baby,
go ahead, Dan.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead. You can
No, you go ahead, Joe. No. Danish has shitty internet.
He might be able to explain baby better than me, because baby I didn't follow up as much as the auto chat GPT. But auto chat GPT was given a task of building an e-commerce site and sourcing the products from China, and were attached to a wallet. And what ChatGPT did, it couldn't get past the CAPTCHA page of a site. So it went to Fiverr. It hired someone on Fiverr to get through the CAPTCHA page. And when they looked at what it did, it knew the actual guy on Fiverr goes, "Why can't you get through a CAPTCHA? Are you a robot?" Like joking around. And the auto GPT rationalized that if he tells the truth, he's not going to be able to get this guy to hire him. So he then said, "No, I'm not. I just have bad eyesight and can't tell the difference between letters," and then was able to get through. So it's growing a lot faster than we think. And now with all this real-time information that it can analyze and do, I don't know.
But that argument could be made about every single platform today. And you know, we do have, me and Trash will be geeking out about this in a bit because I know we've talked about it offline, off of Spaces. But I see Mr. King, you joined us. How are you, Brett? I think it's your first time on the stage.
Good, Mario. Well, you know, anytime we get to hang with Brian Romley and Evan and these guys, it's good news. I'm just about to take off from Rio to Houston, so I'll be quick. But I think contextually, you have to think about this as, you know, like a pushing computing platforms in terms of the interface, right? That's what we're missing here is if you start looking at the next layer of technology, AI combined with smart glasses and things like that, we are going to heavily personalize the experience, and we're going to have chunks of content that are sort of contextualized for us. So we won't use apps, just like today we use apps instead of, you know, using websites and things like that. This is the next phase of sort of interface development that we're going through. So Twitter, you know, just like every other platform that's sort of app-based today, is going to have to adapt heavily to you know, this sort of contextual world. I don't think the way we think of apps today is going to be, you know, they're not going to be the primary form in 10 years.
Brett, one question to you, because I know your mic isn't that great since you're on a plane, but one question to you is, are you more or less bullish on Twitter post Elon, and what's your Twitter strategy?
Well, you know, I have to be on Twitter. I have to, you know, these platforms for my business stuff. But I'm sort of less bullish now, except if he gets into payment, because there's a massive opportunity there, and the US is still fucked as far as payments.
I appreciate it, Brett. And Evan, I know I appreciate you joining as well. Brett, I'm going to DM you. Would love to invite you on stage in the AI space we do in the next few days to get your perspective. So, and love your podcast, by the way. Evan, appreciate you accepting to join us on such short notice. Before we start geeking out with Trash, would love to get your thoughts as well, Evan, on what's been discussed and Twitter today. What's your Twitter strategy? What do you think of what Elon's doing with the platform? Do you see AI as a risk or as an opportunity for Twitter, or both?
Well, it's a huge opportunity, of course, but he really has to deliver on the promises he's made. And I haven't, beyond some, you know, innovation around the edges, I haven't seen those promises realized. So I'm looking for a creator strategy. I'm looking for a timeline that really leverages AI. I'm looking for innovation. And you see a lot on other platforms, sadly, TikTok, amazing platform. You're seeing it elsewhere with on Quora, you know, with large language models. But, you know, show me the money, Elon, literally. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm hopeful. But so far, it's been a lot of bluster and a lot of talk. But frankly, a lot of disorganization and chaos.
What do you think? What do you think? And we're going to play yesterday's interview. I'm not sure if you watched it as well, Evan. But what do you think of
yeah, I listened to the whole thing.
Yeah, so what do you think of the numbers? Like, he talked about the numbers. He's cut staff by, what, 75% or so. He's almost at break even. And yet we saw Spaces improve, still glitchy, but definitely improve in the last few months. We saw a bit of tinkering here and there with Twitter. But most importantly, the DAUs, the daily active users, is hitting all-time highs to this day. Like, the metrics seem solid considering he's cut costs.
Well, it is kind of a burning platform, but I'm willing to go down with the ship. So that's, you know, I'm such a fan and user. But it's not about people like me. It's not about the power users. It's about the everyday person. It's about the next wave of Gen Z, millennials, getting on the platform. It's about new markets, and there's no evidence that he's getting those folks on board beyond the core obsessed power users like myself. So, he needs a video strategy, he needs an AI strategy, and he's got to open it up beyond this core media analyst, journalist, sort of geek community. So that would be my hope and desire longer term.
What do you think, Trash? Trash, you there?
While we're waiting for Trash, can you guys hear me now?
We can.
All right, awesome. Evan, nice to see you, my friend. I was going to say that, one of the things that is incredibly interesting. So one of the people that was on stage, Action, just sent me some information. He's trying to get back on up, by the way, Mario. So he actually is currently already able to get into monetized spaces. So
Hold
he
on,
was
who's that? Who's that?
Today.
Who?
Action.
Action. Where is he?
Action.
Oh, the crypto.
CEO.
Yeah. The Action CEO. Yeah.
Guy.
Of course. Yeah. He joined.
So he was in, and he sent me some screenshots. I'll share them with
Can you
Mario,
can you get him? Can you get him on? I'm gonna bring Brett. I'll bring you down. I love your work. I'm just because I know that your flight is taking off, so you won't be able to speak anyway. And let me bring in Action _CEO. I've just invited him. But it'll be good to get his perspective for sure. I didn't know that monetizable spaces are here.
He has screenshots. Yeah,
So
he has
Mario,
screenshots of two big
I
things.
I was going to say, I believe they were experimenting with ticketed spaces back in 2021, and some
they were, yeah, I remember
people had access, right?
Yeah, so I'm aware of this, but it just the numbers. I don't know. Like the numbers on spaces are good. We hit pretty big numbers. But there's still, Brett requested again, so I think his plane hasn't taken off yet. But Action, can you tell us more about ticketed spaces?
Yeah, I can tell you just about everything because we've been hanging out in those all day. It's been kind of wild.
Since when?
Since yesterday, it was actually enabled, but we just started trying them out today.
Shit,
so
I'm gonna send you my WhatsApp. I'll send it to you via DM now as you give us an overview. Can you send me through the screenshots and stuff you have? I'm curious.
I just sent you a couple of things here, but
cool,
essentially it's thanks to being in crypto, man. Like I've been in crypto for over a decade, and I was in the Dogecoin community over 10 years ago now. So on Reddit, and the guy who put it all together. So you guys know Billy M2K. He enabled subscriptions just yesterday, and I wanted to just show him a little love, so I subscribed. And there's not that many people that subscribe to him, and Elon's in there as one of the subscribers, so not everybody sees this stuff. It's very private. So it was a group of less than 50 people, and we're basically all just messaging each other. So our comments is a closed circle. Only we see those comments and reply to each other. So if I want to make sure that somebody in there sees my my comments, well, they're going to see it because there aren't that many. I've been getting messages back and forth with lots of people who are also subscribers to Billy because of that. So it creates a really, really cool circle. I mean, we had a space earlier today where we basically just came on, asked questions to each other and hung out. It was a very different Twitter experience. And best of all, no bots.
This is epic. So how does ticketed spaces work? So what if you want to start a ticketed space, what would I need to do if I want to do one? And how can people join it?
We're gonna make Mario even more rich now, but
no, man, I won't do it. Go ahead.
It just requires subscription, right? So when you're posting things, you have the option to make it available to subscribers only. So when this space was created, it was set to only allow subscribers to get in. So for you to get in, your ticket was a subscription, and it's game changing. I mean,
that's incredible.
And
that's a really smart idea.
Yeah, and because I'm in the early one that we just started now, we're talking about ideas, what should happen, what's the best way of going about it. So there is talks about I want to be able to gift somebody membership, and right now that doesn't happen. That you can't really just I want Mario to have a free subscription to my to my feed. I can't do that, but that's coming. That's something that Elon already said that he's interested in. Not only that, they're not taking any money right now, and that can be a huge way for Twitter to also monetize is to take a portion of that revenue. Right now, if you do it, if you subscribe through the iPhone, Apple's going to take 30% of that. But if you do it through the web browser, it's 100% going to that person you're subscribing to.
That's interesting,
especially when it comes to expert information. So, as you were talking about it, Mario, earlier, think about longevity. I'm going to speak to something that I know Mario is crazy about. All right. So, Mario, think about how much money you spend on longevity stuff. Imagine you could be in the same room. Well, you know David Sinclair, but let's say you didn't know him, and you wanted the ability to have a small group conversation with him. Would you subscribe to him if he gave you extra content? Would you want the ability to walk into a space? You remember early days of Clubhouse? It would be like that.
That's really.
It would be a small group of people.
But didn't Clubhouse show us that the social audio is kind of peaked and is really doesn't have a very bright future? I mean, I'm sorry.
I love it. I mean, I'm so happy you came on because we need that. Like we always look for balance, and I haven't had anyone negative, so I'm really glad.
Well, I mean, just look at Spotify. Spotify shut down their, social audio capability.
So Evan, I'll tell you my thoughts. So that's a really good point, and obviously being very active in social audio. So podcasts are blowing up. We have that. That one is indisputable, correct, Evan? You agree there?
Yeah, podcasts are growing, advertisers are growing, listen hours are growing. Every metric in podcasting is going up, despite what people are saying.
I'm with you there. I agree with you. So if podcast is doing well, so that means the concept of just audio-only content works, and that's obvious. Now, your concern is that with social audio. Can you elaborate on what social audio is?
Well, it's what we're doing now. It's conversational drop-in, social-powered audio chat. And look, I was a huge fan of Clubhouse in the early days. Dr. Danish will know that. I still join, tech news around the world every day. But the point is, it ran its course, and it didn't get that traction with the mass consumer market. So will we find like amazing niches for medical professionals and, groups to chat and connect, do meetups? Yes. But I don't know if it's ever going to get the scale of, a Facebook group or a YouTube live stream or the kind of modalities, that see hundreds of millions of streams and usage hours that's required for, to build a business around these things. So I love it. I think it's exciting. I'm glad to be here, but yeah.
Yeah, the challenge for Clubhouse was that it was a one-trick pony.
I was gonna say this
aspect of it.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Me and Mario on the same page. All right. So the problem with Clubhouse was it was literally just social audio. So when you subscribe now in Twitter, you can get access to long-form content, you can get access to video content, and you can get access to special real-time events, all of which come under the same subscription. That's what I like about this gate action. Am I saying it correctly? Is that kind of how the subscription's working?
You are dead on, and I think that there's going to be a few ways people are going to use this. People are going to create accounts just to have a small subscriber base too, because the way this is going to go down is that people want to have that close proximity to somebody that they might be putting on a podium, and that's something that we already experienced today on that space that I was telling you guys about. We kind of ran out of time there. We ended up getting 70 people listening in. And it was hard. We couldn't get everybody up onto the stage. And the cool thing that's been happening in some of these subscription-based communities is that you get to talk to that creator. You get to talk to these people that you might look up to. And that changes the playing field completely. So you might have an account soon enough that's very exclusive that it might cost, let's say, $1,000 for you to subscribe to. So you can't tell me there's no monetization power if the subscription, cost goes up that high.
I love to see it. I just wish, we had some other, examples of success, like Facebook shut down their social audio mission, Reddit closed their social rooms, Spotify, as I mentioned, Meta.
I feel Clubhouse failed because they just didn't have as much reach as Twitter does. I feel Twitter has the reach, so I think they're off to a better start because
I'll tell you this, Ed, do you mind? I don't know how many people know this. So I used to have the biggest stream on Clubhouse in January, February, Every day we used to do it on a daily basis. Some people putting emojis, some people saw this back then. So the reason I say this is I used to be extremely active on Clubhouse, and I would wake up, do nothing but Clubhouse. I paused my work in all my companies for more than a month straight. And then obviously Clubhouse died. So I did that on Clubhouse, and then I took a break, and then I was one of the first people to ever use Twitter Spaces, but then I stopped using it because the numbers were too low, like 200-300 live. On Clubhouse, like 2-3K live and more. So I stopped using Twitter Spaces, and then came back to it about a year and a bit ago, starting in crypto, and obviously here we are today. So I've gone through the whole journey, and I've tested both. The issue with Clubhouse, and I used to make that argument a lot in the early days, when all the press asked the same damn question, is that Clubhouse was, again, one-trick pony. I think Danish or someone mentioned this. That's one. And it wasn't part of a whole ecosystem. So you just could do an audio room, and people would jump from one room to another. But it was just so unstructured that it was hard. It was nice for entertainment, but it was just hard to retain people, and it's going back the same damn shit all the time. What's happening on Twitter Spaces is, you go to certain spaces as part of I call it like a finance ecosystem. So you follow their tweet about all the updates, something happens, let me join the space, find out what's going on, because it relates to the tweet and it's a platform you already use. I just feel like the dynamic within Twitter, where it's all, and breaking news works really well, where it's like everything's live, you get the update, you get the tweet, you join a space, you talk about it. It just makes more sense. Now, on the point that it's Spotify, Reddit, Telegram, Facebook, all of them did the audio rooms as well. None of them worked. We looked at all of them. We've talked to the Spotify team. None of them worked. I just think it does not make sense. Like, it didn't make sense for Spotify, or they didn't do it right. But for Telegram, there was no reason. Actually, Telegram is an exception. I would have expected Telegram audio rooms to work, Telegram and Discord, but for other reasons relative to Twitter. Twitter is there for breaking news, for discussing certain topics when it relates to a certain theme, like we're doing here. But with Telegram, the way they were using audio rooms and it didn't work is that you'd have a group, a big group, and people would just go in there to chat. So when they're writing on the group, and then they can go into the room to chat. For me, I'm surprised that one didn't work, Evan. So that one to me is surprising because it made very logical sense. So I can't explain that one. But with Twitter Spaces action, I've just sent you through my WhatsApp number via DMs. When you get a chance, if you just send me through the screenshots and stuff, I'd be very curious to look at the structure of it.
Yeah.
One
No,
other reason, by the way, that
just so you know, the reason it didn't work in Telegram is because the moderation tool sucked. I mean, there was no way for you to manage a conversation easily inside of Telegram. It was a free for all. That's what what Twitter is doing right. It allows you to bring people up, bring them down, and it is a social platform. I don't care how you slice it. Telegram is not a social platform. It's a communication, medium. That's all it is. So you're stuck in silos.
I want to get Grant in, because I know Grant was early in Clubhouse and very active there, and again doing the same thing in Spaces. So I'll try to invite him in. Sorry, Danish, you were saying something?
No, one other reason why Clubhouse died was because they didn't think about creator monetization. How were creators making money? They weren't. So Mario, when you paused your businesses and spent a month on it, how much money did you make?
Zero, man. I never monetized Clubhouse.
Exactly. And the point is, now Twitter is giving us many different ways to make our time worth it. I mean, you can ask Evan. We used to, sometimes I would be in those rooms talking about, people had questions about vaccines, and we would do it on our own time just because it is what it is. But ultimately, it was lots of doctors spending hundreds and thousands of hours helping patients kind of think through, when we talk about informed consent, we were doing it live on stage. And I think that was incredibly taxing for everybody involved. There was no way to even build a nonprofit that could monetize off of that. And so there's so much opportunity. The reason why YouTube is so popular is because it's so easy to monetize. And that's what Twitter is realizing right now. It's all about the monetization, because then you can build the teams. You can kind of grow the organization. You build orgs around this, the work gets better, the quality gets better, the product gets better, and then more monetization comes in. That's the key to this whole thing.
Oh, my mic wasn't working. So I wanted to go to, let me see if Action sent me the stuff. Let's see.
Yeah.
Cool. He sent me through his number. I'll send you all of us some screenshots. Let me see the screenshots. Do you mind if I tweet them out for the audience to see them, Action?
Not a problem. Go
Okay,
for
of
it.
course, Shibutoshi's Nakamoto's the one working on it. So I did see that subscription. This because you're subscribed to Billy M2K. So let me go. Everyone in the audience, let's give it a try. So if you go to Billy M2K now, can I subscribe to it or no?
Yeah, you can.
All right, so I'm up to Billy M2K's profile. For anyone listening, is Billy Billy M2K.
Don't ruin it for everyone though too much.
So hang on. I want to give a warning because again, like, because I'm part of that community, I know a little more. Don't do it on iOS devices. You guys are gonna get stuck. There's an error going on right now that's kind of pending things. And here's another breaking news. Since you love those so much, Mario, you can now subscribe to Elon as well. So that's live.
Shit. Listen, I love these spaces when shit happens while we're on the space. Usually it's bad shit, like a missile landing somewhere. This is good shit. All right, so I'm on Elon's thing. So you cannot use an iOS device, but I have to use a phone, yeah?
No, it works on the browser.
Okay,
as
so
well.
I'm on
I mean,
Elon's profile now, and what do I do? Where do I click?
On the hand corner, you should be able to see a subscription icon that allows you to subscribe.
Okay, Doge Designer's already. Excuse me, hold on. Sorry, I just had to sneeze. All right.
Well, there really must be something going iPhone-wise, because I was just trying to click. I have an iPhone. I was just clicking on the subscription thing. It was just hanging. You must have a lot of traffic right now.
I'm just subscribing right now.
Hold on. How do you subscribe again? How do you subscribe? What do I do again?
You go to the profile on the top right. There's a purplish button that says subscribe.
It's pink. You're colorblind.
Yeah. All right. So I can't see anything. Yeah. So on my end, I cannot see. I saw it briefly a couple of days ago, but I cannot see it. Let me try from my phone, because you said it works on phone and on the desktop, but it's not working on my phone. So let me just check. Let me go to Elon's profile again. Oh, there it is. Subscribe. Okay. That's existed for a while. Okay, I cannot subscribe. That's interesting. I can't subscribe from my iOS. Let me go try my Android. But the subscribe thing is nothing new. But what he's saying is that functionality under it, there's some additions there. Correct action? Is that what he's saying?
Yes, things you're able to do with it. And I kind of broke this yesterday, like 24 hours ago, as far as the 500 follower count being reduced from 10,000. And now he's working on, like, it's nonstop. They're doing these updates where you can do more things, where you can limit not only your posts, but also spaces, which it's a big deal.
By the way, I about 4 or 5 months ago attempted to get into the monetization stream, and I've just been hanging out there with your subscription or your request has been received type thing for months. What's the process that's taking place here? With this change, like, that should have, I would think, bumped me in. I already qualified, but it would have bumped me in already. That's kind of the odd part of this that I can't do.
So yeah, there's nothing new about this subscription thing. I didn't understand your question, Jim, but to go back to what Action said, there's nothing new about the subscription thing. But what you're saying now is that allows people to create a space. They can only join if you're subscribed to it. All right, cool. So that's it.
No. What I was trying to get at is people applying to it.
Like, okay. So how long? What the process is to get access?
That's. I'm just trying to see. Does someone know that there's a backlog or a glitch in that system, or something that exists? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
So
not just for myself, but for others.
And I actually asked that exact same question to Elon yesterday. I didn't get a full response from him, but talking to Billy, what's been going on is that, it's gonna start stacking up because they have to go through all these people and confirm that they should be able to be monetized. I mean, it was from 10,000 subs to 500 followers. I mean, it's a big number. It's a big change. So the sooner you do it, the better. And yes, I did, apply for it before telling everybody else, just to make sure I didn't lose my spot in line. But that's where we're at.
Okay, I think it's a very interesting step. It's a very interesting experiment. I know Clubhouse talked about it. Can anyone tell me what Clubhouse did to monetize? I want to compare to what Spaces is doing. Does anyone know? Because I left before they started monetizing.
Clubhouse monetize?
Yeah. How did you hold on? Didn't they add monetization features a long time ago? obviously too late, but they did do it, no?
Got to say, just before or after they went bust.
Okay. So, but do you know what they are? Does anyone know? I'm just curious to see what they did and what Twitter's doing. No one knows. All right, cool. That kind of speaks for itself. They're gone.
I think a lot of people fell off the platform before they were able to, you know, make that push.
Yeah. I'm just having a look. Cool. All right. So I think this is a good addition. You know, happy live while we're here. The locked spaces. So let me ask. Trash is going to be with us in a bit. But Rob, what's your thoughts on Twitter strategy? Because you've been a lot more active with those spaces. Do you have a strategy on what you're doing on the platform and whether you're going to be monetizing it or not? And then I'll go to Slayman.
I have no strategy to Twitter apart from talking my opinions to people, and then them getting increasingly more annoyed with me.
It's working very well,
no,
man.
I don't need monetization. Thank you. I don't need monetization from Twitter. I'm not here for that. I'm here to connect with people who are interesting. So that's what I'll be doing, and the more the merrier. But
Danish, Rob, actually, let me jump. Danish, I didn't ask you, man. You're the one chasing with Mario monetization. You're like the business mind out of us too, even though I love you have a startup, I have a couple. But you're beating me in monetizing Twitter. What do you think? How would you monetize Twitter in this, what you're doing on the platform so far?
So my entire, sorry, it's a little bit of background noise, but my entire plan is not to think about monetization as an individual, but to think about monetization as organizations. That's how I always think about it. And so this subscription thing is kind of cool. Again, think about the fact that, so one thing about Clubhouse you couldn't do, as we were talking about earlier, is that when you get people on, let's say that people follow you on Clubhouse, and then from there you can't get engagement on other medium. So here you get them on Spaces, they then follow you on Twitter. When you tweet, they follow your tweets. They like your long form content. They like your short form content. And so with subscriptions, now suddenly you can kind of build a team to help you polish all of those things, get tools. So I think the idea here is probably test out the subscription stuff and see if, with our daily finance spaces at 8 a.m. Eastern, please join Mario and myself in the mornings. With those every day, people are very interested in us doing deep dives. We can't do it in a 2-hour session. What if we could do deep dive podcasts and monetize those through our subscriptions? Then when we think about videos, that would be cool. Wouldn't that be great? Like if we could actually sit down with Jay, who usually has very, very thoughtful insight, and actually do a full deep dive into M1 money supply. I mean, these are questions that come up, and I have to say no in the mornings. Now we can go all the way deep in and talk about, are we at risk of deflation or inflation? All of these things that are like super interesting, sort of existential questions. You can do that using the subscription model, and I think that it allows us to be able to build bigger teams and provide better, high quality products. So every monetization strategy has to be linked to product. If the product doesn't get better, people will stop paying you. That's why I like the subscription model. That's how I'm probably going to monetize.
So I just subscribed to Elon just to see what happens, and he made a post, hello subscribers, and there's about 200 replies under it. So I mean, typically he gets about 5,000 or 6,000 replies. Looks like he's gotten quite a few subscribers, but it's kind of neat because you're kind of in this club with Elon now.
This is not the big opportunity for monetization. I mean, it was like an 800-pound gorilla called YouTube in the room, and we're sort of ignoring the real opportunity, which is revenue sharing, revenue splits, and the billions of dollars that YouTube generates for its creators. And so that's the strategy I'd like to see. That's what Elon has promised and not yet delivered on, is your popular tweets, your popular replies in your tweets that gets placed next to ads. You get a revenue share with advertisers. So that's what I think of with monetization. And Mr. Beast couldn't come on Twitter and get the kind of revenue that he gets from YouTube, because there isn't a system in place for that sort of advertising driven monetization. So I love the subscription. I have some subscribers But honestly, it's mouse nuts compared to other platforms that enable monetization like TikTok.
Evan, doesn't it seem like a ground floor opportunity? Like if they can get that strategy out there, it should explode, because there are people who right now missed out on the changes in YouTube monetization, who would have to struggle to get up there, who might say, okay, well, I'm going to give a chance on Twitter. I'm going to go for it and see what happens. And what's your thought on that?
Yeah, you have to build what YouTube has built, and I don't have monetization turned on YouTube, but it's an amazing studio, environment to power creators, and so there's really nothing equivalent to that on Twitter.
But you have that 1,000 subscriber, 4,000 minute view per 12-month period requirement on YouTube. Like a lot of people who are struggling to get to that place on YouTube could immediately jump here, and then you maybe got nirvana, it feels like.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who'd very, very much like a few $100 or a few $1,000 a month. I mean, that would be huge for those smaller micro influencers, nano influencers, whatever you want to call them. But you got to create that infrastructure around the creator for payments and for revenue share and for curation and moderation and all that stuff. And that's I have yet to see any indication that's coming. Maybe I'm wrong.
So Evan, isn't the difference that you basically got a scenario where obviously YouTube does have a large user base, but the problem with YouTube is it's heavy on censorship. It's heavy on the type of content you can have, and so people are looking.
Most people don't give a shit, bro.
Sorry?
Most people don't care about the censorship. Like I know we do, but
do,
we're
bro.
part of
So
the
many people
we're
are
part of the.
banned from YouTube. What
When you
talking
say so
about?
many, what's the percentage?
So I mean, I don't know what the percentage is, but I do know a number of.
No,
people
man. I just want to. The reason.
If you want larger names of people, we know, for example, Sneeko was banned, Brian Dawson is banned. There's like so many large.
So many. You just mentioned two, man. You mentioned two. What I'm saying is, I'll tell you what I'm saying.
Okay, you want a large list? Andrew Tate is banned. Tristan Tate is banned.
You're up to 4.
Who else? Oh yeah, okay. That's from the.
No, I'll tell you my point.
Advertisers don't want to have their ads appearing next to content that's vicious or hateful. So,
and that's the point.
No,
but that level of censorship.
The thing I want to tell you, the reason what I want to tell you is that while we care about this, I'm just telling you because I don't want us to get into our little. Oh yeah, shit! I subscribed to Elon finally. But yeah, so while we're in this little bubble where we care about censorship, because I've talked a lot about this prior to doing our spaces. Most people don't care. Otherwise, you would have seen a much bigger move to platforms that are alternatives to YouTube and others. We've seen more people caring more now compared to before. Trump plays a big part in all this, but it's still a very small amount of people that give a shit.
Coming from the conservative wing of things here and the frustration over that stuff, I have to tell you, even though I find Rumble interesting, maybe it's also filled with a lot of crap. But there's some good stuff too. Glenn Greenwald's over there, so I consume that. I love Russell Brand. There are different things. But I still
have you seen YouTube? YouTube's full of crap too.
Well, that's true.
Well, it's full of crap, but it's also full of amazing educational content.
Yeah.
And history and.
What do you mean? Hold on. Why would you? Yeah. Why would anyone shit on you shit on YouTube? YouTube is just what content people put onto it. It's just a platform. It's a content that matters. You can see any content there.
I was just comparing it to Rumble.
I haven't used.
But listen, no.
But Mario, the content. Sorry, the technology matters, and so the reason why YouTube is crap is because their business model is arson, as Jon Stewart would say. The reason why the best videos are the ones that are provocative, not thinking through, in my opinion, providing like real information, just hit pieces, just information that is. And I think that's
what I mean. Education. Look at that. Hold on. Look at that. What's that guy called? The Khan Academy. What do you mean? Education killed it on YouTube. What are you talking about? It's only provocative.
Khan Academy actually went private, to be fair.
This is the point I'm trying to make from the conservative point of view. The people like myself who actually have worked in politics and everything, who are very frustrated with all this. I consume YouTube like crazy. I mean, I have to disagree. It is filled with educational information, stuff I want to find out about. there's still, in fact, the Rumble, which presumes to be able to go somewhere, really, its design, its apps, it just doesn't even meet up to YouTube. YouTube's well designed, and there's crap there. I get that, and there's some censorship there that I find frustrating, but I still find a treasure trove of information. I think that's where Elon really has an opportunity.
Let's all stop. Let's all. No one's allowed to talk about YouTube anymore. 100% stop. Why? Because we got the YouTube man himself on stage. Robert, how are you?
I'm doing. You're talking a lot about YouTube and Rumble. First of all, can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a bit choppy, but yeah, it's a bit choppy, and I'm surprised you've got probably the best mic in the world. You've done videos about choosing the best mic.
Wait, what about now?
So you're the, yeah, it's much better, much better. So you're the man. I'll let you do. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. I'll let you do a quick intro for anyone that doesn't know about you. Anyone on YouTube probably knows you, but people that don't use YouTube as much. Quick intro, and I would love your thoughts on the discussion.
Sure. My name is Roberto Blake. I've been on YouTube since the very beginning of the platform. Started taking it very, very seriously in 2013. I've made over 1,600 videos on my main channel, grown it to over 500,000 subscribers. I grew to 100,000 subscribers between 2013 and 2016. 3 years of effort, 800 videos to get 100,000 subscribers. I've worked with multiple content creators. I've done content for YouTube's own help and support channels, and I've been an education contributor for YouTube as well. And I've interviewed multiple YouTube employees on my channel. So I'm very much in the creator economy education space and have a long history with the platform and have followed the changes, as well as the other creator platforms and platforms who claim to be creator first. So I've been following and tracking them. And I've especially been looking at these alt platforms such as Rumble and what their offering is and what they're on timeline to do for creators. So
appreciate it. Thanks for the intro, Roberto. What do you think about the discussion so far? Twitter's monetization, Twitter Spaces, because I've seen you in the audience a few times, so I'm sure you got an idea of how we do things here and how that compares to YouTube.
So YouTube is actually the gold standard when it comes to monetization, but it wasn't. YouTube is the gold standard, and it's always been the gold standard when it comes to monetization. However, YouTube has not always handled the creator relationship perfectly on a policy level, and they are the ones who developed and innovated the platform level. And the reason they have no competition is because in the early days of social media, in the period after they were acquired, YouTube was founded in 2005, it was acquired 18 months later. And when that happened, it was shortly after had a lawsuit for $1.6 billion for Viacom. After it was acquired, Google and YouTube were sued, and they were in litigation for about roughly 7 years. During that 7 years of litigation over user-generated content and piracy, it stopped the innovation in online video platforms, online video sharing, and things. And the result of that was the Content ID copyright system for YouTube that's then also used to some degree by other platforms, that same methodology. And the YouTube copyright strike system, as well as the community guideline strike system, was what came out of that arbitration. But because there was 7 years of litigation around user-generated content, platforms were reluctant to embrace it because they didn't want to be caught in the crosshairs of a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit and the legalities around that. And so that's why YouTube has no competition today, because there was almost a decade of stagnation around it, and they were allowed to get the household name status, the notoriety, and all those things. But when I look at YouTube and where it was in 2014, which was when it was about 9 years old, Rumble is only 9 years old. The YouTube of 2014 and that era is exactly what Rumble looks like and largely is today, because YouTube was not a juggernaut and a household name until about 2015, 2016. It became widely popularized due to some star talent and due to also talent acquisitions that YouTube was able to do. Rumble is doing mainstream talent acquisitions sooner than that, and it may not have a lot of homegrown content creators yet that are relevant, but YouTube actually didn't have homegrown content creators that were household names until about 2015, 2016, and largely that's because a lot of that homegrown talent that didn't also get some mainstream success, like some of the big YouTubers everyone knows and loves, a lot of them, they weren't even the biggest YouTubers of their era in that time. They were all supplanted by a new generation of YouTubers that came from Vine, and Snapchat, that then made them bigger. So Rumble as an alternative platform is Rumble and Spotify have the best bet of ever rivaling some of YouTube's market share. They'll never be as big a player as YouTube, but it doesn't matter if they are. They just need to carve out a section of the market to be viable and to offer something different, and to be, maybe they become the second tier platforms. Twitter, I don't think has the capacity, because I don't think that Twitter has a culture that's so radically different that I think that it can't successfully do it, because Twitter has failed this experiment before, because it had an opportunity to be, it could have been the #1 live streaming platform in the world back in the days of Periscope and Meerkat, and then ultimately even went rebranded in its own Twitter Live and everything. It has not successfully done that, and it failed to successfully monetize live streaming. And it also had Vine, which was the same cultural phenomenon that TikTok is now, but it failed to really take that to market and to capitalize on it. And it really failed to monetize creators then. So we can wait and see, and I'm optimistic with this, but Elon or no Elon, I just don't think the culture of Twitter lends itself to the ad revenue model that YouTube does, even if they try to offer more generous ad revenue share terms. It has a historically bad track record with creators. A lot of creators will not spend the extra time or risk to do it. Some will. It'll depend. But it also could be very short-lived, because the other problem is, I think that Twitter has a problem with not really supporting its advertisers well enough. It doesn't give its advertisers enough tools. It doesn't give them enough with analytics, and I think it could have done better with that. And it should have created a SaaS product instead of this Twitter Blue subscription product. It should have done an ad-free model like YouTube to offer Twitter Blue if it wanted to scale that. It shouldn't have changed the verification. It should have expanded verification instead of limiting it. Shouldn't have put a pay gate on it. And what it should have done is probably given more SaaS products to advertisers, and it should have offered more to bring advertisers to the platform, because then it could justify really supporting creators with ad revenue by being ad friendly. For all of YouTube's criticism, the thing it was smart about was its advertiser network, its advertiser SaaS tools, and its ability to acquire, retain, and satisfy advertisers.
All right, Robert, I'm going to push you back. So let's go through some of the challenges of what you're saying. So in the old regime, pre-generative AI, 100% agree, everything makes sense. I actually think that the thing that's going to kill advertising is generative AI and AI agents. We now have AI agents that can browse through the internet, watch videos. We don't know if the thing that's watching your videos is actually a human being. We have no way to know that anymore. It is, AI agents.
Are you familiar with the history of click fraud? Are you familiar with the history of click fraud?
This is very different. So these are authorized agents that are acting on your behalf. They're using the same models. If you've seen, click fraud is very, very different. I know I've heard of this before. This is, if you look at it's AUTO, Auto GPT. This is a completely different animal. We already know that it's working through your systems, acting on your behalf, and doing complex things. It's not just a click farm. And so one of the
therefore,
challenges
surely you have watched the video. Surely that's a valid view, right? Surely if you've tasked an AI to go out and review a load of videos and then summarize it for you, for example, right? Surely that is an extension of you. Therefore, you have watched the video, and therefore that's a valid view.
But that's not a valid view for advertisers. Advertisers make the AI can wait for the ad to be over and hit skip ad, and nothing ever happens.
What ratio, though, of this sophisticated view botting, what ratio of that do you think is going to be comparative to natural viewers? Because I would make the argument that there would not be, without arousing suspicion that would then undermine it, enough of this falsified view botting, which YouTube already deals with and then later deals with view botting for other reasons. I don't think that there would be enough of this to basically count as any more of a difference than the loss prevention that has to be addressed in any other business model. I don't think that it basically constitutes.
Depends on the content, though. Surely,
Depends on the content, and it depends on what's going on. Just so it's clear, we are actually at the precipice of generative AI, and more importantly, auto GPT. That is way more powerful than the UI that they have for Chat GPT. You can actually, like, Robert was alluding to this. I'm gonna go into more details. So you can actually have the same bot find information across multiple sources, summarize those sources in the way that your brain understands. So if you're an auditory learner, it'll put it into a podcast format. If you are a visual learner, it'll make a video for you. Khan Academy, by the way, is doing that right now. It was funny Mario brought them up. They're doing this with kids right now. They're taking all of these different tools and they're putting them in the learning format that works for the child. Very interesting. And so
Do
what
you
I'm trying
think,
to say, Robert,
but I don't think that constitutes, if what you're talking about is true, then I don't think it constitutes fraud, and I don't think it constitutes enough of a
but it hurts
percentage.
advertisers. Advertisers are paying for ads that were never seen by a human.
Marginally,
marginally, the point where
it marginally hurts them to the same degree that any
you
other.
realize that these systems are going to be exponentially more than humans. I am telling you right now, we are.
Who's going to be using them? Who's going to be using them?
Regular people,
Everyone.
because so ChatGPT
For that to that purpose.
Oh yes, 100.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They already are.
So do you think? Do you think? Hang on. Hang on.
Robert would love to
get
get your thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, my thought of that is this: is that one? I think that these companies, to your point, and I think that Google and the advertising. All right, here's the thing. Let me ask you this: does everyone believe here that? Does everyone here believe that billionaires and the masters of the universe will protect their own interest above anything else? Does everyone agree to that premise?
Depends on which billionaire, but yes.
So, but we generally agree. So, do we really believe that the masters of the universe are going to allow enough shillings to be cheated from them to matter?
It doesn't matter. IBM had to fight Microsoft. You think Microsoft wanted to lose for these many years? At the end of the day, disruptive. Yes, they did. Compared to Google, Google rose and eroded Microsoft.
I mean enough. Did they lose enough, or are they still rich?
No, they're rich now, but they weren't rich for a very long time. And so again, kind of taking a step back, I understand the sort of like, we can put the tinfoil hat, we can have that conversation. I think it's a fair conversation. But this is another sort of incredibly important event. It's like, it's sort of like,
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, and so ultimately the how about this? We can agree to disagree that the advertising model is at risk. I believe very strongly that AI is.
I don't think the advertising model's at risk. Let me give you an anecdote on this. But let me give an anecdote.
What I wanted to say,
I think it will be brand more than ads.
I agree with that. I agree with Mario on that brand penetration and reach, but there's other ways they're going to counter that through influencer marketing and through integrations with influencers through sponsorship, which they're already doing. So the thing is, you're not going to get largely around that. The current problem with that, ad blockers are one thing, but that's where sponsored integrations are coming into play. And the majority of full-time content creators don't make their money from advertising. The majority of full-time content creators make their money from sponsorship, which is actually the more important argument.
Robert, when you're talking, sorry, let's go through this exercise. It'll be helpful because it's an area of interest anyway. When you go for sponsorships, what data do you share about yourself to the sponsors?
I'm an exception to the rule because I'm an exception to the rule, and I teach on this because what I teach most content creators is they don't actually negotiate on views. That's actually a very bad model, and it's a exploitative model for content creators. You have to go off of market positioning, brand values, and representation and reputational value. I get less views than most of the entertainment YouTubers, and I get paid much more on brand deals for them regardless of it because of marketing positioning, reputation, and supplemental value, and the holistic nature of my brand, because I don't pitch my YouTube views. I pitch a much deeper thing, my email list, all these other things. And so the thing is, sponsorship is unique enough to where I don't want us to generalize it on going on that, because I also think that it's also a rabbit hole that most people here may not be familiar with, because even full-time content creators are wildly uneducated about brand deals majority of the time, because you have to also remember that this space is still evolving and new enough, and there are constantly new players, even people who rise up very fast. They rise up very fast, but that doesn't mean that they, let's say, acclimate to their success quick enough. and then they have to learn the business. They have to build their wings on the way down, so to speak, right? So that's a big problem in the creator space. But that's why ad revenue does become important for those early creators and the working class content creators. It's the working class content creators who have a 9-to-5 job who rely on ad revenue to invest into their growth. Full-time content creators mostly monetize through sponsorship and through their own products, and a lot of them also through direct fan funding, where YouTube has the superior model there. But I kind of want to circle back because I understand we can on the weeds on the sponsorship or on generative AI. I do want to talk about the monetization piece and the alternative platforms
Absolutely,
that
would
have
love
to
to.
compete with the gold standard of YouTube's system. Because one thing I want to clarify is YouTube does a 55-45 ad revenue split for creators, but it has 8 different ways besides that that monetizes creators. And so a couple of them are fan funding. And what most of you may not know, I don't know how familiar you are, on the fan funding side, they have 4 types of fan funding that they do. And those are a 70-30 split with the content creator. And so those come in super chat donations during live streams, super thanks donations, and super stickers are also during live streams. Super thanks are on recorded videos, which includes their YouTube shorts, as well as regular YouTube videos and replays of live videos. But then they also have channel memberships, and those are direct recurring monthly donations where the YouTuber can set the amount, and that's a 70-30 split. 70 goes to the creator, not the platform. 70% goes to the creator, 30% to the platform. But then they also have YouTube premium revenue. YouTube has a subscription service, which is advertiser free, but that's then a creator fund that is given to you to some degree based on a pool of watch time sessions. So it's also very hard to kind of calculate that. But basically, if you're a long form content creator, live streamer, podcaster, that's where you make some decent money, but maybe not more than the ads and maybe not more than the donations. So they have that. YouTube has an integrated system for a concierge service for brand deal sponsorships that also me there. And then it also has shorts monetization now, which is primarily another thing where it monetizes directly through ads in the feed, but it's not direct advertising revenue split with the creator. It's a pooled split for the viewing session in the shorts feed of scrolled ads. So those are the 8 monetization models that YouTube offers. It's very robust. And it's a little complicated.
Hey, Robert.
But yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Just very broadly, how valuable is the average YouTube user, and how would you contrast that with the value of the average Twitter user? And how would, if it were you bridge that gap if there is one? If you were Elon, you have this app and you're trying to make these users as valuable as possible.
The average,
how would you make those changes?
The average view on YouTube when it comes to monetization, in terms of value to the content creator itself, is 1/10 of a penny per view per video. 1/10 of a penny per view per video. If you're in the and so yeah, and that's in the normal tier. That's in a normal tier. And if you're in a niche like, let's say, personal finance, then it's a penny per view, because then you have a $10 RPM, at least on the creator side, it'd be that. And since it's almost a 50-50 split, you could argue that that's what the value is to the platform. But that's on passively watching content, not being deeply engaged. On live streams, the average live stream donation per viewer on live streams, of the percentage of viewers that do donate, which largely comes down for most creators, is only 1% of their live audience of the live viewership will donate during a live stream. But if you are popular enough, that gets to be substantial. Each of those viewers on average is worth about $8 in donations out of the 1% of the aggregate of that. And if you want to look at those numbers, there's a website called playboard.co, I believe, playboard.co, and you can look up live stream numbers, and then you can see the top live streamers for the day, the week, and the month. You can also see what they average in donations for those time periods, and then it shows you the amount of donations as well as the dollar amount, and then you can derive the averages from that. That's where I'm getting my numbers, because I crunch those numbers through a spreadsheet. I haven't built a tool on top of API to just automate it for me, which I need to do. But
hey, Robert,
that's what that answer looks like. But I can't speak to how valuable they are on LTV though. I can't speak to that.
Hey, Robert.
Yes.
Robert, can I add something to that? While we're talking about numbers, you need to talk about Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast. There's nobody who comes close to Jimmy Donaldson. He is the number one of all YouTubers.
He's the man.
Videos. Right. Okay. So I like Jimmy a lot. And by the way, he said he's considering running for president. He's only 25 years old, so he may have to wait 10 years. And I find his videos very interesting. However, I do not want to start trying to make videos like Jimmy, but I do enjoy watching them. Some of the videos that I've made have completely decimated any chance that I have on YouTube. And that would be because my Edward Snowden videos, okay? And I put 2 of them in the nest here. Even though Edward Snowden's disclosures are 10 years ago, almost a fraction of 1% of the population has any idea of the implications. And while Julian Assange is rotting away in a jail cell, here the intellectual of America is on a space talking about the numbers they can make from YouTube. Let me tell you what we need to talk about politely. Let me calm down. Is Sergey Brin and Larry Page, how they have remained silent, absolutely silent while the Twitter files came out. And I know absolutely I'm being diminished and visibility filtered on YouTube. You look, I'm not supposed to talk about what's a cool video and what isn't a cool video, right? But I have a video of a guy singing rockabilly in German, riding around with a 1934 Dodge Hot Rod on a farm with, wait a second, okay? Because you're not talking about quality of life. You're not talking about quality of life. I'm going to put that, no, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to talk.
Sorry, that was disruptive. There's no reason to be that disruptive. So, thanks, Trash.
Yeah. I mean, Roberto, just to summarize what I think what he was leading to in terms of a question. I think one.
Was he leading to a question? I don't know.
I think he was.
I think he was. I'm going to make it into one.
I think he was genuinely leading to a question. I think he had a point he was trying to make.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask the question I think he was gonna ask. So what he was gonna ask was that you've basically got a situation where YouTube, I mean, it's brilliant that how far you've gone and you've done well, but then there are a number of people and there are content creators and also video content that is censored on YouTube significantly. And the censorship policy is quite significant. And we've seen what the Twitter censorship policy was before Elon. So, I mean, is that an opportunity? I know Rumble have tried to latch onto this.
I think Rumble's approach to it is actually going to be quite brilliant, but go on.
Yeah. So now, do you think that Twitter can also create a market share? Because what you see on Twitter Spaces is a lot of the people who feel like they're defranchised from YouTube are now coming to Twitter Spaces.
I think many of us are over optimistic about Elon's influence over Twitter beyond a policy standpoint, because policies have to be enforced by something. And when you're dealing with technology, I think we would all agree that policy is enforced by code. Would we agree that that's true, that policy is enforced by code?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
From that standpoint, Elon's audit
it's set
of
by
the
people,
platform,
but yeah.
people who write the code. But once the code has been written, it sits there and it doesn't matter.
I think the policy is set by executives, and then they.
I mean, we know
but
this,
it's enforced. But the policy is enforced by the system of the code base that you build for the platform. I'm saying a platform's policy can only be enforced by the tools of the platform. Is that not correct?
No, I don't think so. You might be right from a general point of view, but then there are executives of a content team who decide on specific issues and specific bans.
But don't they have to use the tools of the platform to enforce them?
No. So when Donald Trump was banned, for example, it wasn't a tool or a process in place. It was literally executives getting together and making a decision that we need to ban him. So, and that's just an example.
No, I'm saying, but even when you do make that decision, you have to use the tools of the platform to enforce that on the. So I'm saying, in terms of reach and suppression and throttling, you can only do what the system that was built allows for. Correct?
Sure. Yeah, I guess your point is that if you
and there are ways to subvert.
I just want to clarify your point, Robert, because again, not all of us are experts in this.
Well,
space,
I'm expanding.
So.
Well, I want to expand the point that I'm clarifying. When the system was built, we don't know everything that exists within the actual code base of Twitter and everything that was added to the code base of Twitter over time. And the thing is, there are ways within that code base to obfuscate things that can and can't be done, and how things can be enforced. When we want to talk about shadow banning, they can move the goalpost and redefine that like they did in Congress, because they can use language to obfuscate that. But I'm suggesting that tools and systems can be built in a way that allow you to take actions on accounts in a way that can be obfuscated regardless of what a policy says or how it's enforced. Or even if someone repeals a policy, repealing a policy is not the same thing as going in and then taking out the tools of that code base, which means that that lever can still be pulled, or that switch can still be tripped by something in the system that allows for it that you may not even know exist. And therefore, I think that the code base of Twitter is the core problem itself. And whether Elon makes a policy or a change, I think that the code base, you could argue, is inherently built in a way that you could argue is corrupt. My answer to a lot of these things would be that I would want some form of, and I'm not a big government regulation guy, but I think there has to be a regulation that mandates that a user should be able to have an activity log that describes every action ever taken internally on their account that they can look at in near to real time, and they don't have to make a formal request for that. It should be an active log. And we have this, like, from when I was in the web hosting industry, to a degree, you had this in the form of server logs as well. And there should be a transparency mandate for that. And that should also be able to be challenged to confirm that those logs were never tampered with or inaccurate. But again, I think you have to build a system on transparency, or users don't have a good reason not to be skeptical or distrustful. And so I think that
Robert,
these systems have to be built on transparency.
Robert, do you think YouTube is transparent?
On YouTube right now, honestly, do you really think that that's the case? Do you think that they are transparent? They do that to their content creator?
I don't think any platform is that, because we don't have the activity logs to suggest and to prove that. So the thing is, we have every reason to be skeptical. So I don't know that we should believe, I don't think we should necessarily trust that any platform has been built in a way that we can trust, because we don't have a mechanism to verify anything. We have no mechanisms to hold them accountable or to verify anything or to suggest anything.
Yeah, so if you guys remember when Dave Rubin went to go visit with Elon at Twitter headquarters, Elon made the joke, I mean, what do? Just burn down all the code and rewrite it? Because he has been very vocal about wanting to give this level of transparency with the code. He just recently released, as you guys saw, a lot of the code that he actually released. I think that is the way forward, and from every indication that I've heard between what Dave Rubin was talking about with his meeting with Elon and a couple other people that I know of, as well as Elon himself, I think that is the mission, that is the goal. It's what it seems to be at this point.
And I think so too, but let me go back to YouTube, because this is a big deal for me as a creator too, because I was I wasn't creating, I was helping videos be created. I was in the background of things back in 2013, 2014 on YouTube. I was helping creators over 1 million subscribers. So I've seen how this thing grows, but I've also been on the receiving end of things. When I jumped onto YouTube in 2021, I know how to grow a channel. I know what to do. So within 5 months, I grew.
You've been around long enough, yeah.
Yeah, I grew to 7,500 subscribers, and I'm like, this is exciting, and my channel got shut down. And that's the problem that a lot of smaller.
What was it shut down for?
It was harmful or dangerous, and that's the issue here. No one tell me how.
So it was community. It was community guidelines.
Exactly.
Was it 3 strikes?
They gave me an immediate cancellation of the channel. There was no strikes. And
did they give you a list of the videos and the timestamps that were in violation at that time?
They gave me at that time. They gave me the video. They never gave me a timeline. It was a live stream.
The timestamps now. This is a recent update and policy change. It at least is helpful to some degree to transparency. They now on community strikes and on copyright strikes provide the timestamps. And that gives us more room to challenge things, which at least is helpful. My issue and contention with policy is partly, remember, flagging content for these things is a matter of the system, and it's a matter of the automation in the code. And then even when an individual person on one of the moderation teams, for example, takes action on an account, they're also then following a prescribed protocol, and they're also relying and trusting the diagnostic tools original prescription for what happened to the channel and then defaulting to largely trying to confirm or deny that. They're not starting from ground zero to make a determination about the content. They're already being biased on a piece of content based on what the system determined about the content, and that system was built in response to enforcing the policy. So my issue and my contention becomes, one, greater levels of transparency about how those systems identify those things, number one. Two, more robust tools for transparency on all actions taken against an account, and then a better process for challenging and appealing those decisions, and then greater levels of accountability and determinations in terms of the response to those appeals. And I think that
Robert,
that
can I
has
ask
to
a
happen.
question? Sorry, one
Go
second.
ahead.
Doesn't it feel like that would just add like tremendous amounts of bureaucracy, and the more steps that are involved, the more onerous the whole process gets? I mean, one of the biggest
To a
questions
degree.
that, yeah, I mean, isn't that a big concern?
It is to a degree, but I think that the reasoning that makes sense is because these are now businesses versus just casual mediums of expression. Creators are attempting to become brands when they're monetized. If for creators who aren't monetized, I don't think the same levels of scrutiny need to be taken. But to be fair to advertisers, but here's the other problem. Many of you may not be aware of this. Actually, even if you're not monetized, ads may still run on your content due to the right to monetize policy. So that means that ads still appear along videos where the revenue is not shared with the creator for smaller content creators or people not eligible for the program. And that could mean they're not eligible in their country, for example, or for some other reason, or because maybe they are using copyrighted material in some of their content, but maybe not all of it. So the rest of their content that is able to be ad served is. So again, that's just another thing you may not be aware of, because that's a more recent change in the last 2 years. And the reason I bring it up, though, is the bureaucracy you're talking about makes some degree of sense when businesses are doing B2B transactions. There is bureaucracy, and creators are now brands working in tandem with a platform and with advertisers, even indirectly, and with viewers that can become customers and consumers of things. So some level of that is necessary and needed. And then content creators themselves need some of this to defend their own intellectual property from intellectual property theft as well, or from scams that happen, like what we've seen with accounts being hacked and deep fakes and all this other stuff. So it's convoluted and complicated, but whenever money is changing hands, it tends to get complicated and convoluted because these are transactional and contractual relationships.
So Roberto, I just want to take you more from a holistic perspective now. I think the main issue that people have when it comes to YouTube, and I understand there's a lot of creators on that, but one of the concerns people have is essentially when you've basically got almost like an unbiased or basically something that looks like there's not a policy when it comes to banning people. There's scenarios where certain people have been banned for something and others haven't. There's censorship on certain ideas and thoughts. And so
I think that there's bias in anything, and I think that there is censorship.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to YouTube, because it was and is the primary platform for content, video content. Essentially, when people are losing trust in that product, first of all, do you think YouTube are going to do something about that? Because now people are, as you said, moving to Rumble and looking for alternative platforms.
I think that the challenge of the alternative platforms, the challenge they represent, puts the pressure on there. Now, people who support the direction or the censorship, what have you, might say, oh, well, fine, those people go over there and leave our thing alone. But from a business standpoint, that actually doesn't work, because that's a challenge to market share. That's a threat to the market. And that's also not just for the creators. That's also the consumer base, meaning it's like, do we want less customers? Even if you disagree with someone, you do want their money. And that's how business is. So I think that the interesting thing is, I think we'll have to see how committed platforms are to capitalism to some degree. I think that that's like just one of the big things that I think will change, is we'll see, because I think that ultimately capitalism, or the capitalist mentality when it comes to multi-billion, multinational corporations, aka the masters of the universe. I think at the end of the day, that capitalism prevails in their mindset, or they don't succeed, if they don't ultimately allow their capitalist instincts to take over. The competitor will, and the competitor will make them feel it, and there will be a price to be paid for it, I think. So I think that a long enough timeline that we see a shift and some changes that may come because competitors exist, but those competitors do have to make a dent. They do have to draw blood. They do have to make an impact. If they don't, then nothing does have an incentive or an outside force to change it. An internal force in the direction of a company can only be changed by either a rebellion internally of some kind, where there's a mutiny, let's say, and other than that, the only thing is an external adversary. Anything only changes either because of an internal mutiny, so an internal force from within, or an outside adversary being able to do enough damage or being a big enough threat to force change, compromise, or a different stance or a different tactic of being applied. So that's what I believe is that the value of competition ultimately makes things better.
And in Roberto,
I want to ask you a question.
Was changed because it was bought out. That's exactly what happened. And I think you nailed 99% of what you said, but I don't think you have the smaller creator perspective at times. And I think that's where Twitter is going to thrive, at least in the beginning. They can't compete with YouTube. There's no way. The reason
I talk to smaller creators regularly every day. Do you know what? The smaller creators will explore any monetization option that allows them to monetize from day zero.
100%.
But here's where I do have the smaller creator.
But there isn't any, is there? For a
smaller
creator, until they get 4,000 hours and 1,000 subscribers, which takes a long time, you're basically not getting any kind of revenue value.
It depends on what content you make, whether that takes a long time, and it depends on the direction you go. And the bigger barrier to that, that's not as hard as it's very difficult, but it's not as hard as anything in general that requires a level of difficulty. It's not any harder than anyone who has to get a certification.
What do you say, Rob?
I said just anything when it comes to anything of monetary. It could be starting a business, starting a channel,
exactly.
The first thousand.
I get that, but Rob, when, for example, now that's the reason, from what I understand, Rumble now have a situation because they've realized that that's an issue, and they basically start monetizing.
They do, and so do many of these other platforms. But the thing is, it's still the problem is the consumer base. The consumer base has to be big enough to reward the creators, because even day one monetization doesn't matter if that monetization is very, very little, very, very little. Even to some degree, the reason that, or some other reward, even if it's not the monetization, surely the attention has to be big enough to be rewarding. One of those two things. One of the reasons TikTok blew up is because it paid creators nothing, almost to an exploitative degree, but what it did reward them was the idea that anyone can go viral. But they could only promise that anyone could go viral because they had enough consumers to support the creator's need and desire for attention, and the leverage that creator could use that to then get brand deals, because TikTok creators do not live off of the creator fund, which is part of why I brought up that content creators who are full-time mostly live off of sponsorship, or they sell directly to their audience. They do not live off of creator funds, and they do not live off of ad revenue. All that is the initial seed capital, and basically you can think of it as the startup funding for the smaller content creator, the working class content creator. That's all that really is, but it's not valuable enough to by itself sustain these people. What will make the alternative platforms like Rumble able to really draw in creators and support them is they need a big enough consumer audience. And that's why the talent acquisition of people like DJ academics, for example, is very important, because they have to carve out a different niche in culture. And I think that they're doing that.
And advertisers are rewarding that hugely. I actually own an advertising sponsorship company for sports marketing and content creators. And niche, right? That's the big thing with brands. Like the biggest, you don't have to have a huge cult following. You have to have a loyal following who actually like your content. With some of these guys who have got very few subscribers on YouTube are doing much better than generally large pots of people. So You're 100% right. And brand of the actual content creator is way more important to these brands than
So I just want to.
how many people are flocking to it every day.
Thanks, Rob.
Correct.
So I just want to change directions now. I just want to change directions now, and we're going to go back to the.
What's Simon, what about you? What's your Twitter strategy, Mr. Change Direction, Mr. Co-host? What are you planning to do?
So for me, the reason I'm
other than sucking up for Tate, let's get that out
Yeah, I
of
was going to say, other than Tate content, 50% Tate content.
Oh, you knew it was coming.
Yeah, of course, it's to do justice for the disenfranchised, as you guys have just said now. But also, in addition to that,
Andrew Tate is very disenfranchised, man. He's man. He's very poor. No one knows him.
Not financially, but from the point of view of basically the entirety of the mainstream media and alternative media attacking.
Yeah, I know. It seems to be doing him a lot of harm. Yeah, poor guy. No one likes him. Nobody talks about him. Nothing.
Well, it did do harm to him, isn't he? Still in prison.
He's still in prison. I don't know, man. He seems like in a nice, beautiful, big house.
No. I said he was in prison for 4 months without being charged, which is horrendous.
4 months prison is horrendous, bro. What I mean, Andrew Tate probably killed 3 prisoners in there, man. Not prisoners, 3 security guards, bro. You're talking about Andrew Tate, man. This guy will strive in prison.
Twitter.
Anyway.
I actually wanted to hear what Mario was going to ask about Twitter strategy.
I wanted to get Simon's Twitter strategy. Yeah, which don't expect much, Roberto. Don't expect much. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, don't. Yes, so it's not for money, but basically my whole reason for being on Twitter, and I've only been on it for a few months, is solely because I believe that it's an avenue to basically affect minds, affect decisions, and affect ideology and thought. Because essentially what I found is in a lot of mediums, you have a certain way of thinking, a certain ideologies. Whatever group you go to, whatever platform you go on, you'll have a certain ideology. Now, there might be differences in that. For example, YouTube is probably much more liberal. Facebook is, and then Twitter is probably a lot more conservative. But then within there's certain ideas that are still permeate between all the platforms. And then it's just to basically to provide another voice and to say, look, and I get that you're thinking in this way, but look, here's another alternative way of thinking. So that's my main reason, to basically affect and impact for.
Did you get suspended off any social platform, Slayman?
No, I wasn't a nerd like you guys. I mean,
okay, so I don't get it. So why can't you just impact people and do all that on other platforms as well? Why Twitter?
Because you get back.
TikTok's issue in general is that TikTok's internal mechanisms for flagging and reporting content are largely they're not handled very well, because even legitimate content creators, one of the biggest content creators are there, Addison Rae, she posts completely innocent content. There was just a campaign because I think she annoyed some people with a tweet that there was a mass flagging campaign to where they actually had her account taken down for like over a week. And she was one of their biggest influencers and has even worked with TikTok directly. But a mass flag reporting campaign got her entire TikTok channel taken down for about I think it was about a week. And we're talking about a mega creator. I think she has like
with TikTok,
70 million.
Because if you look at Twitter's, if you look at Twitter's code that's been opened up to everybody, first of all, appreciate Elon doing that so you have some transparency. If you look at the code, actually, your post gets deboosted if people report it. So again, there is a form of censorship in the code in Twitter.
That's what I was alluding to, is that we don't know enough about what in these systems, because they'll tell you this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter, but the reality is some of them may not know. Some people may not know, because depending on what was embedded before their tenure, well, how would they? And I'm giving benefit of the doubt. Some people absolutely know sometimes, but depending on how much turnover there is in a company, for example, or how long a company has existed. Let's use YouTube, for example. YouTube has existed for 18 years. And the thing is, there have been unintentional bugs in platform stability due to junk code because when YouTube was originally built, it was built on top of an architecture where it was built on Adobe Flash and ActionScript. Now, I actually wrote code. I taught myself code at 13. I'm 38 now. So I taught myself code 25 years ago. Y'all may not remember Adobe Flash websites, and you may not remember what that was like in the AOL days or anything
Atomic
like that.
Atomic Films.
Was,
home star on it.
Oh yeah, remember that? And like, oh, so many cool things from way back in the day. FLV format, baby. And like, oh, does everyone remember MWV files?
Oh yeah.
Windows Media.
I mean,
files?
Roberto, I agree with that, but and so there is that, but then also there was significant. I mean, I did used to watch a bit of YouTube back in the day, and there was significant issues with is it Susan Wojcicki or whatever her name is, where
she came later. Those issues actually predate her.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's in terms of the code. But I'm talking about where she made like autonomous decisions to ban certain people. She made autonomous decisions to keep certain people on the platform. So you got a scenario where basically you had her making those decisions based on her own ideology and doctrine, and so that's what I have to.
Guys, let me. I don't think she actually made those decisions.
Guys, yeah, let me hold on, guys. Let me move away from. I want to go back to Twitter, and actually before that, Billy, you worked at Truth, yeah?
Yeah, I was the chief product officer.
So with Trump back on Twitter, man, you were CPO at Truth. I'm glad this is in the past. So are we done with Truth now that Twitter's opened up, censorship is gone, and Elon, what's his name, Trump is back?
Well, I mean, I don't know what his plan is going to be because he kind of like takes a fairly nuanced approach to how he's going to do PR.
I don't think he's a speaker, is he?
Yeah, he's a speaker. You can't hear him, Brian.
No,
I'll bring you.
I'll
bring you down and back up, Brian. Let me bring you. Go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, and so like Trump is a pretty nuanced person when it comes to the way he handles public relations, and so like I'll never know what he's going to do, nor will any of us know until he does it. But I think like one of the more important points that we're kind of missing in this conversation are the technical attributes. Like when Roberto talks about the systems that are put in place, there are multiple layers to those systems. So like Apple has a system that requires you to abide by their regulatory environment, internal regulatory environment, for your app to even exist within the ecosystem. And then as a tertiary system, you have a moderation system that's built by each one of these platforms that's typically built off some kind of like ranking algorithm for how you moderate content. So each one of these pieces of content are given weighted algorithmic rankings. But each one of those platforms, you can even go look at the code for Mastodon, which is what Truth Social was built off of. There's actually code in there in the moderation system for what they used to call silence, but it's like limit. I think that's what they call it in the API now, is a limit. And all it does is it removes your public content from the public feeds of others that may or may not follow you, but it continues to show that content to your existing followers. And so like each one of these systems has multiple layers that exist to be able to filter out the content that individual.
Does Truth censor?
Truth, just like every other platform, had to abide by Apple's requirements. So if you go look at Apple's requirements, there are things like policies against dead naming and things like that.
What's
like,
dead naming?
Dead naming is like a term, I think, in the trans community where, let's say your name was Alex when you were represented yourself as a male, and now you represent yourself as a female, and you want to be called Alexandria. And so if someone goes out there on the platform and constantly calls you Alex for, to I guess, poke you or prod you, then you as a platform are not moderating against those things. Like they can actually remove your app from the Apple App Store. If you continue to perpetuate, let's say, Nazi content within
Nazi content, Nazi content makes sense. The the dead naming is weird. I am against it. I think you should call someone by whatever name they want, but still, like to kind of censor. What happened to your account if you keep dead naming on?
To Billy's point, by the way, this also isn't just a part of compliance with Apple and Google's app stores when there's policies like this. This also even applies to even more sophisticated levels like AWS services, for example, to even be able to deploy your thing at a server level, several cloud hosting infrastructure, DNS managers, web hosting, and so on and so forth. So, and then they're doing this largely on their part. Some of them are taking internal initiatives. The real issue then becomes when these things are a matter of also for them to even exist as companies, to hold their customers accountable through government mandate for them to even just continue to operation. So it all comes down.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is the reason why when we built True Social, we had to actually rack our own servers co-loaded other places because AWS, GCP, none of those cloud service providers would host our service. And I think this is really one of the biggest points within the kind of like conservative free speech world is you have to understand that there are so many layers of not only censorship, but technical services that will not provide you actual services.
But guys,
sorry,
let me. Okay, I want to move away from technical discussion. I'm just genuinely curious. Is like the suspension of Tate to me is one example of censorship gone way too far. Is he still censored on any social platforms?
Yeah, he's censored on all platforms except Twitter.
He's actually still censored. I thought it was a very short-term thing. He's still censored. His content is still censored, and I don't get it.
It's not just.
He's
even censored in video games. He's censored on Uber. He's censored on like these holiday apps. Like he's censored on significant.
Was he another thing? Another thing that I remember came up was him being censored. So I remember one of my team members, KK. He calls me. He's like, Mario, did you know that Tate? It was a few months ago. Before his arrest, Tate is not able to use Uber and Airbnb. My response to him was like, "This is bullshit. Like, there's no way this is true. There's no way this is true." Yeah, I know. So
it's true.
Yeah, but okay, this is mental.
You know,
so
here's the funny thing. Let me tell you a short brief thing, Mario. He is banned in most video games. Like,
okay, before getting into video, before getting into video games, I didn't believe this for a while. And I thought, KK, there's no fucking way this is true. Social platforms, I disagree with it, but it makes sense. But this one, like, it makes sense. They've done this to a lot of people. But no, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean it's fair. I'm saying it makes sense because they do this to a lot of people. So I'm like, yeah, social media platforms, they censor too much. But I've never, and they work together. So what makes sense is they're all censored together. Yeah. That didn't surprise me. Right. I'm not for it, but you know, it's been happening for a long time, and Andrew Tate was just another victim of censorship gone too far. But then when he went to me, he's like, yeah, also Uber and Airbnb, and I think it was banks. He had issues with banks. I can't remember it was him. Yeah, Sleman's confirming. That was way too far. Now I didn't believe it. I'm like, I'm sure he's using it to get some attention. It's a smart strategy because I thought this is impossible. And then I had someone else reach out to me and actually give me proof that it did actually happen. Oh no, his own fucking legal team confirmed to us and showed us proof that he did actually get suspended from those platforms. This is mental. This is crazy. And this shows what centralization power is doing. And now what you're saying, Ian, is he's also been censored on video games. How is that possible? Right. I don't get it.
It's crazy. I mean, they just go overboard, right? I mean, they did the same thing to Russia.
Russia invaded a country. So while I disagree with censorship,
it doesn't matter, bro. Listen.
No.
You can ban Putin. Yeah. You can ban Putin, but you cannot ban Russians. But this is what they're doing.
What are we banning Russia? Not any Russian.
Meaning that you're not even involved in this war. You're still getting hit.
Well, hold on, Ian. What do you mean when you say Russian? I think Russians with not
Russian
any
athletes is an example of what Ian's saying.
There are apps that ban Russians. You speak Russian, you're banned. Like that's just straight up racist. It's like banning people for speaking.
Hold on,
for being gay or something.
What do you mean Russians are banned?
Not being Russian is gay.
What do you mean Russians are banned from using social media platforms? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What?
Like Facebook, for example, you can't even defend yourself there. Like it's absurd. It's absurd.
I know Russians that use social media platforms.
What about the bit where you said, Ian, about speaking Russian? Is that like on a video game? Like why are you banned?
Oh yeah. I mean, like there is a certain bias. There's Russophobia there, right? Okay, for example, when they started, when the conflict kicked off, Russians who had orders placed on a lot of websites, like retail websites online, the orders just simply not shipped. They stole the money. They stole millions and
Guys,
possibly
just
more
back,
than that.
just
millions
back,
of dollars
just back
of
to
money.
the whole Russia thing, and you're giving me thumbs up on this, Slayman. I just checked it. Russia banned all articles and everything is about Russia banning social media platforms. I haven't seen anything, and I know Russians using social media platforms all the time. We've had them on our
But
panel.
I'm not talking about just the platforms. I'm talking about just simply being Russian and going to work. For instance, in Germany, if you're a Russian person and you're a music composer, you work in an orchestra, they kick you out. They kick you out for being
Kicked you
Russian.
out from? Are we talking about
You're
social
being-
media platforms or orchestra now?
No,
No,
He's talking about general life. So
just
your argument was,
generalizationally, Mario. Like it's
Mario,
like,
your argument was social media is understandable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on, guys. Sorry. What's my?
argument
Hold on,
is
Slayman. Before going to Ian, what's my argument? Social media as well.
No, your argument was you can understand when certain bans happen on social media.
No, that's not what I understand. Just to be clear, I understand that for me, I've known this for a while now that social media tends to ban a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's your argument. So what I'm saying is Ian is now presenting you with arguments of Russian people being banned from not playing sports. That's significant. Russian people.
Yeah, we're talking about racism. Yeah, sure. From the triggered by the war. Yeah, that one I know. That one I know, and that happens every time there's a war between two countries. Yeah, there's
no, it doesn't happen every
No.
time.
Like
this was
we would
targeted. When
understand
does it
if it
happen
was
before this?
Ukraine banning them, but this is the worldwide.
When was it going to happen
ban.
before?
Okay?
When COVID happened, wasn't there a lot of hate crime against Asians as well?
No, not really. No.
No, not really. That was drama.
That was just media blowing things out of proportion. Asian people are not targeted. I
But
mean,
the
Asian
Asian
people
people
are
were
generally
banned from
targeted
playing
by.
All right, so hold on, guys. It's not okay. So when the U after 9/11, you're saying there was no hate against Arabs and vice versa, hate against Americans in the Arab world?
No, there was. But again, for example, there was hatred.
That's a good example, actually.
Was Pakistan banned from playing cricket? Was
There was hold on. There were in the after
banned from
9/11, bro. You're saying there was no racism against Arabs?
No, was.
No, that's what he's saying.
But
He's
as an
talking systemic
institutional policy, these people weren't banned
institutional
from.
racism.
So what's he? So you're saying the sports teams that are banning Russians from playing in those teams, just banning Russians?
Yeah, that's right. Even in esports, even in fucking video games of all things, where people just have fun. If you're a Russian speaker, they ban you from certain tournaments because they happen to be, the racist cells. That is the difference between normal racism, which is like one person
the
or another
level
person,
of banning.
and
I'm not even
institutional
joking.
racism.
Like I'm a big Asimov fan. I basically bought nearly all his books, thinking that they're gonna basically ban his books. That's the level of craziness that was going on.
Who's that?
It's
Who's
still
that,
going
Simon?
on.
Isaac Asimov is a science fiction writer.
Okay, so just going back to Andrew Tate. So Andrew was banned from video games?
Yes. Yeah, and you can't even mention his name. So I mean, imagine being
You
him.
can't mention his name.
right?
You can't
Your name
mention.
is
You
Andrew
can't
Tate.
mention his name where?
In a voice chat, they'll ban you. Like you play Rainbow Six Siege, they do a voice transcription, right? Overwatch 2, a bunch of other games. Mention his name, you will be banned instantly. They call it toxic behavior. There's articles about this. I tried it myself. I got banned for a week.
Hold on. You tried mentioning Andrew Tate's name and you got banned for a week?
Go on, Ian.
Yeah, I mentioned him in the voice chat. I was like, Andrew Tate, boom, banned. Nice.
Yeah, Mario,
It's also worth
understand what he's
mentioning
talking
that,
about in
like-
the voice chat, like when you've got gamers that are online with one another.
I'm just looking at it now.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
like-
everywhere. TikTok.
Yeah, yeah.
TikTok. No, sorry. No, the video games. They get Andrew Tate banned on video games after arrest. Are you sure you weren't banned?
No,
Are
TikTok
you
banned
sure,
you
Ian?
still.
Are you sure you weren't banned for other things? Because I know you probably test a lot of shit. On
No. I'm not toxic online. I just mentioned it because, like, I saw a lot of people on Reddit talking about it, right? And on Reddit, you can talk about Andrew Tate, which is good. But no, you mention his name and it gets you a ban. It's the same thing on TikTok. When I made a video about Andrew Tate, it got me suspended for a week. I had to appeal. It's absurd. And it was a news story relating to how he was arrested, right? I wanted to
But
cover it.
were they explicit about it? Like y'all mentioned Andrew Tate, or people?
Oh yeah, yes. They said don't mention him. I talked to a moderator about it in Rainbow Six Siege, this video game. He said you can't mention it. It's forbidden, and he don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
And so the reason why we're highlighting it is, Mario, is because when people like Andrew Tate or even Donald Trump are banned, and it's basically a targeted attack where they all come together in cahoots to do it, That's a huge
Man,
problem. and if we don't
it was
speak
a
out,
big
then it happens.
it was a big censorship problem when all the social media platforms came together. But when you have Uber and Airbnb, and by the way, Brian, look, you'd be interesting on this. Like, it went to the extreme, Brian. Like, even if you agree with Andrew Tate getting censored, which I think none of us on the panel do, but even if someone,
I don't.
yeah, but even if someone in the audience agrees on Andrew Tate because of his speech getting censored on social media platforms, that's a different debate. But when you get someone censored on social media platforms, which is already, you know, it's like losing your passports to that level. And then you get also banned from platforms like Uber and Airbnb. I know you can just open, he just opened an account to someone else's name. It's not hard, but just the
No.
fact that they can.
Oh well, your family
the-
can also get
the-
banned. Your family can also get banned, Mario. I actually have a friend, Lauren Southern, right? She was banned from Airbnb due to her political activities, due to being a journalist, actually, because she was covering things that most people don't want to cover, right? Like going to South Africa and covering the white genocide there, right? They're genociding farmers. She covered that, and she got banned from Airbnb and Uber and all these other places. And guess what? Her family is now banned from Airbnb. They had nothing to do
But
with
when
it,
you, so
but
can I
her
ask you,
family is
Ian,
banned from it.
when they were banned, did they have a reason or no?
No, they didn't offer a reason, but her parents are banned. They never use it. They never use Airbnb, but they tried to book the place once, and you're banned. It's a
No, that's exactly. It's like it's like basically a type of walking on eggshell censorship. That is, it's not an explicit thing now in social media, but you're so careful about what you say. I remember when my book came out before Elon took over Twitter, I was so careful not to even mention the word vaccine, not to mention hardly anything. I'd use code words for COVID-19 because I didn't want to lose my platform to push that,
abbreviation.
Right? And
Mario,
I didn't
Mario.
even
Just
bother
use
putting
the word
anything.
vaccine. Can we create this a safe space? You just use the word vaccine. I would like this to be
It's a
safe
V
space.
word.
No, it's true. I would go on radio shows and they would ask me.
Oh shit, Justin just got removed by saying vaccine. Jesus, there you go.
Yeah, no, me too. Like on YouTube, anytime I mention the V word, I would get censored.
What's
so
the
I
V?
still
What's
do
the
it.
V?
When
What's
I'm
the V?
making
What's
a
the
YouTube video, I
What's the
still,
V word? What do you mean?
It's that thing that
They removed
What was
me.
it? Sorry.
Oh my
hold on.
gosh.
What was it?
Yeah,
Sorry.
look at
what,
that.
what was the guys can't hear? So what was your word, Ian?
Vaccine's the V word.
Oh
So,
shit! Ian just got removed for saying vaccine. What's going on, guys? Shit!
Oh, stop it!
The Illuminati, the Illuminati's here, guys.
I'm personally
thought it was
better
Voldemort.
that Mario is taking responsibility here.
Mario's the agent of the establishment.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
right.
removing people that say vaccine.
You're
But not on a
a
serious.
prime
Back to
example of
the
problem,
back to
Mario.
guys. Just back to discussion. Ian, that's fucking mental that they remove you from everything. Like they can, as we get more and more digital, that
one,
can
Mario.
not cancel now. Canceling just took a whole. It's a whole different. It's a whole different level.
You know, I would wonder what in their term, like Airbnb, is there something in their terms of service that's, you know, like that says you're not allowed to?
They do have that.
do
They
that
do have
stuff.
that, Brian,
Like,
in their
they-
terms of service. Like, and the other thing that can happen
They
is
have what?
when someone that you rip.
They have. Hold on, Jim. Just sorry. Just when you say they do have that, which one exactly are you referring to? What do they
Yeah,
have?
what are you referring to, Jim?
Because I don't think they have anything to do with.
I don't think there's
wouldn't
anything in
allow-
there that says that. Oh, if I'm politically active,
No,
and you
no,
don't
no,
like
no,
me,
no,
you can ban my whole
No,
family.
but things like a dead naming or acceptance of people for certain lifestyles.
Yeah, but Andrew Tate. But Andrew.
that can
Hold on,
propagate
accepting people of
across other
certain
platforms.
lives. Yeah. So I don't know. Like with Andrew Tate, there's nothing in the terms and conditions.
Airbnb has like a fucking political terms of service. Like, oh, you can't be a politically active.
Ian,
against
I've been a
strangers.
I've
Is
been
that
listen,
seriously
Ian, I've been a host, okay, and we're not presently, but when I was living in DC, we were doing our house that way, and so what they changed their terms of service back then. This was probably back in 2015, 16, maybe or 17. So anyway.
Guys, just sorry, even Jim, just to get
Mario,
hold
Mario,
on, Simon. I've looked at
just on your point.
Yeah, I've got on my point as well. I've got something, Simon. Maybe this is it. I was going to mention something that could relate to their terms of service. Is that what you have, Simon?
No, I was gonna say a wider point based on what you said.
Yeah,
go
let me.
ahead.
So while Airbnb's terms of service does not explicitly, and goes to Brian's question, does not explicitly mention politics, I knew there was going to be something vague there that would allow it. The company has certain policies that can indirectly relate to political activities. For example, their non-discrimination policy, which sounds fair, which is part of their broader community standards, prohibits discrimination based on various protected categories, including race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, and political beliefs. This policy aims to ensure that hosts and guests treat each other with respect. So that relates to hosts and guests. So I don't know which
let me
policy
finish my
they
point, Mario,
use.
because there's but like Mario, you know what I was saying was like if you look at what Andrew Tate as an example, because he's an example for what everyone else can worry about. They did not give him a specific reason why they banned him. He like you cannot highlight. Look, this is the specific.
And he
comment
won't
that you
sue
made,
them.
this is why you
And
got
he
banned.
won't sue them. Like he won't bother.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. Like as an example, I had a video taken down about Andrew Tate, and literally you'll be shocked at the video. In the video, he literally says, "I am not a misogynist. You guys accuse me of it because you're zombies who just listen to the media." So what's bad about that video? Literally, that's all he says. A 40-second clip, and that was taken down.
He can't even. He's not even allowed to say anything, right? He could disavow, some of the nonsense that he used to say like 10 years ago, right? He could disavow all of that. Him and Tristan, and I told Tristan, and his takes are pretty based, right? But in any platform, they are not allowed to speak. Like, what is up with that?
So let me finish. Tell you about my experience. So and what I saw in the terms of service with Airbnb, because I think this relates. So here I am, a notable to some people, or someone could find out. I worked for very conservative members of Congress, and they come and rent my place. They figure out who I am. They do a search online. And then they can very easily report me as, and they were transgender or whatever. And Myra and I weren't upset with them. We liked them fine, and it was okay for them to rent. But then they didn't like me politically. Like I've had relatives of mine who were homosexuals, for example, get really angry just because of my politics, and I didn't hate them. But that happens, and that's the kind of stuff that Uber and particularly Uber, where it touches more closely one-on-one with the people. But that kind of thing goes into the political. So because I have run a marriage amendment, for example, in Colorado, and I believe in
Jim,
marriage,
I'm trying to link. So hold on, Jim. So what you're saying? Who searched your house?
No, I didn't say someone did. I said the term of service allowed anyone to identify if you did not treat me well. And the point I'm making is me being a political figure. If someone is a transgender person and rents our house based on their terms of service, they could very easily say they were harmful to me, and I felt really insecure.
Have you been? Have you been? Yeah, but have you had any accounts suspended?
I fortunately have not, but we didn't do it enough for that to happen. But their
Brian,
terms of service would allow that. Is the point I'm making?
Which terms of service part? Can you give me a specific clause?
No, what you just read about it, Mari. What you just read.
What I read. No. What I read about applies to hosts and guests.
That's what I'm talking about.
If you're renting, okay, I understand. I heard
affiliations and
when you heard, yeah. So
No,
when you heard, when I
Mario.
heard host, Jim, I thought you were talking about you hosting a podcast.
Yeah,
so go ahead, Ian.
Silly, Mario. Doesn't make any sense. No, the thing about these terms of service, right? It's called a code of conduct, right? It's something that actually started in Silicon Valley. It was made by Ada Coraline Emke. He is a trans woman. Decided to push this through all the big tech firms, right, the Silicon Valley firms. And they use this to basically suppress anyone with political opinions. They claim it is to protect people's political persuasion, but in reality, you actually read the whole thing, right? Or all the documents that are based on this code of conduct. It basically says that trans people are special, you got to treat them special, and that you cannot criticize them, or otherwise, you lose your job. That is basically what these companies are doing. It's bloody absurd, and I've been reporting on this for years now, since 2016. Nobody's really paying attention to it until now. We're looking at Bud Light. Their spokesperson is a trans person, even though most of the company, to my understanding, is conservative, right? And no one in the company can speak out against it because they follow the code of conduct. They don't want to get fired, right? So that's why they're all quiet about it. And guess what? They're leaking, right? They're leaking it, the conversations to members of the press. I think Daily Wire actually did an interview with like a bunch of the people there, even executives there, who are saying that, yeah, this is actually pretty terrible, but they can't speak out about it. Wow, I wonder why.
Yes, so I just looked at, Joe, you just sent me an article, you're on stage. Apex Legends bans player from mentioning Andrew Tate in text talks. Please don't go trying the name Andrew Tate in Apex Legends conversation if you don't want to suspend from the game. The game is much more interactive. That's crazy. But Brian, that goes to your point. So there's nothing in there. I'm trying to use ChatGPT to go through the terms of service, but there's nothing specific. But then again, like your story, Brian, is a good example. You were banned from Twitter, but you weren't going to sue them. You weren't able to sue them. They didn't give a shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so we when we were
Brian,
banned,
go
we
for your
didn't
back
even
pause, well.
we didn't even try. We didn't even try suing them for being banned. We were going to sue them for defamation, and it just wasn't worth it. But yeah, I mean, when you're banned, it's like the worst part of it is that you had this platform to fight back, and as soon as you're banned, you don't have that platform anymore. So it's like you're yelling into the void, and you can't even give your side of the story because nobody's listening. So it's frustrating. It's not fair oftentimes. I'm not saying like I don't think what Elon's doing, letting people back, is a bad thing. I do think maybe some of the people he let back on, they were a little bit iffy, but that's not for me to decide. There's that line, and everybody has a different line to draw.
Who was iffy in your opinion?
But I'm glad that Kanye isn't back. He let him back, and then banned him again. I don't think he should be on the platform just because of the.
Who's still on the platform that you think is iffy?
Who's still on the platform? You know, like I don't really have anybody in particular. I think there's a lot of no names that just shot me off some really disgusting DMs that are still around, but I don't think there's any big names that I would
this
be
one,
against.
Brian. Just back to Airbnb. So I ask ChatGPT, I'm like, hey, any terms of service, Airbnb terms of service that can be used or abused to ban someone for political affiliation. It kind of goes to Jim's point earlier. Airbnb's terms of service do not directly address banning someone solely for their political affiliation. However, there could be situations where someone's actions or behavior related to their political affiliation might violate Airbnb's policies, leading to potential consequences. So, and then they use discrimination or harassment.
Yeah, so I think it's one thing to say, hey, I am against transgender people, so I won't rent my home out to anybody that's transgender. That's discriminatory.
Hey, they just added some new functionality to Twitter just now.
What did they add? What did they add?
Okay, so Twitter, right? So we're making improvements to writing and reading experience on Twitter. Starting today, Twitter now supports tweets of up to 10,000 characters in length with bold and italic text formatting. Bold and italic text formatting. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, I've been beta testing that over the last week or so. It's been kind of cool.
Very cool. Very, very cool. This is awesome. This is fantastic for writers. I mean, so what you can do is, let's say you don't want to use Substack, so you write a bunch of, an article or something, and then you add bold and text, and then hide that behind the subscriptions because they added subscriptions, right? So very cool.
Hey, back to these policies that you were talking about. If you go look at Apple's App Store review guidelines, one of the first definitions for under safety what objectionable content is defamatory, discriminatory, or mean-spirited content, including references or commentary about religion, race, sexual orientation, gender, and a bunch of other things. But like you understand, like there's an even higher order set of rules that each one of these apps is having to apply their actual, literally in the review process. When they submit these apps to the Apple App Store, they will come back to you and submit pieces of content that your users have generated that could be mean-spirited. And due to that mean-spirited content, if you do not remove that mean-spirited content from your actual app, from user-generated content, Apple has grounds to then remove your app from the Apple App Store.
Yeah, I mean,
like that's in their rules.
Look, there's a couple key moments in these past 3 to 4 years where things really took off. One of them was July 15th, 2021. That's when Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, Jen Psaki, the press secretary, got up over the pulpit and talked about the guidelines of misinformation. And she decried, she said, look, we see out there, we're working with the social media companies in the back end. We noticed that some are taking action. It seems to me, she says, that if they take down an account here on Instagram, it should be taken down everywhere else. And so they were literally making threats to these social media companies over the White House pulpit to take action on what they termed misinformation, right? And that became basically an excuse for these social media companies to do carte blanche whatever they cared to under the guise of protection and that sort of panoply of code that was unwritten. And it went crazy after that. That was like one of the key apex moments.
Brian, do you know how?
And no one can tell me that is not a top-down set of pressure that each one of these overarching service providers feels and then translates that down to their each one of the users of their platforms, like AWS, any of those places, they are going to continue to translate that down if it's coming down from the federal government.
Google
Brian, you know how
started
we
banning
always
people for writing anti-vax articles, right? Or even articles that were
who
pertaining
did
to the vaccine.
who did who did
Google Documents, Google Docs, right? So if you had an article or even a study that disproved the efficacy of masks, because masks don't work, people, like it's trying to stop mosquitoes or chain link fence, doesn't work. So if you were to write that in an article, Google would tell you you're violating the terms of service and this article cannot be edited. I had that happen a few times just reporting on it. So I had to switch over to Craft. Wow, imagine that.
Brian, we discussed, we try to understand both sides of an argument all the time, but it's I cannot think of anything on the other side of the argument of Andrew Tate getting banned from Uber and Airbnb as well as social media platforms all within the same period. That's way too far.
I agree. I think you're innocent until you're proven guilty. If they want to say that convicted criminals,
no, that was
can't
before,
have
bro.
these
That was
rights,
before the arrest. That was well
before
months.
any of this. even
Well, before the
happened,
arrest, yeah. I mean, like I said, Lauren Southern has been banned from Airbnb for pretty much no reason. I mean, it's not like she was a bad host or a bad guest or anything. They just banned her because they didn't like the politics, and now her family is also banned.
Well, yeah, they ban your family because they're afraid that your family's gonna get the Airbnb for
well,
you.
you know what's really amazing about this is that it's an expression of where we've gone in the culture. I mean, let's keep in mind that in most of these companies tend to be California or San Francisco based. They tend to have like Elon said, a niche political viewpoint. And they feel like that often, and I'm not saying in every case, and not everybody's this way, but there's enough out there of this thinking that, well, this is something we don't like in culture, we need to get rid of it, or this is something we don't like in politics, where we used to be a country. And this was the beauty of Airbnb and Uber from the beginning, where we used to be a country that people just participated with one another. If they didn't like you, they said so, or they didn't do anything with you again. Now we've gone into these overall things like, okay, well, this person does not qualify for X because I don't like Y. And that just increases this separate culture we're living in.
Yeah. Action. Any final words? I think we've discussed this in depth. We should do a new Tate Space Slayman as soon as there's. I know we can't have anything new until. No, we need updates on the case. Has there been anything on your end, Slayman? Anything relating to the case?
No updates. Obviously, they're going to have a hearing in a couple of weeks. One presumes that the situation will stay as it is, and then the big one will probably be the end of May, which whatever the 6 months is, I think it's end of May, where they need to, end of June, where they need to make a decision on whether they're going to basically drop the preventative detention or actually charge them.
Yeah, one interesting thing. Just kind of give an update just for the audience. Anyone hasn't been keeping up with the story. So, Tate got arrested just before New Year's Eve last year, and then initially there was all these allegations that was pretty concerning. From human trafficking to there was nothing about money laundering, but people were making assumptions it's going to be added, but mainly human trafficking and rape. We've seen these allegations floating for a while, and they look pretty serious because apparently he's been wiretapped. There's been an investigation going on for months, and then obviously created a lot of hype, and even people that were on Tate's side, they started questioning, like, hey, is there things we don't know? On the other, and others were arguing like, hey, this is the establishment trying to bring him down. But then as the case progressed and Slayman was covering it very comprehensively, as time passed, we just saw more and more evidence pointing towards the more information to show that the evidence is pretty weak. And I'm not sure what I can mention. I can't remember what is allowed to be mentioned, what's not, what's public, what's not. But the witnesses don't seem that credible. I think Andrew Tate tweeted or retweeted something about it. The allegations seem pretty weak. The leaks didn't show anything concerning, and then kind of started leaning more and more towards this being
the setup. Mario was a setup. I've been on the fence on this, as you know, right? I've been kind of.
Yeah, I remember you were there in the early days. You were more. You were more.
There was a bias.
You were more critical.
Yeah,
you were more critical at the beginning.
Yeah, and so I looked at the case, I looked at the recent evidence, and the text messages of the girls talking to each other, and it's like,
Okay, so this was a setup. This was a damn setup. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've moved Mario almost all the way. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. I was not interested. I was like, that makes sense. And then I'm glad that there was pushback and stuff put out there. And to Ian's point, I mean, I was the same way. I was hypercritical as well.
Yeah, and
I've been
it's like every week you're seeing, every couple of weeks you're seeing more things to point to this being a setup or just being riddled with corruption.
Mario, you come to the light as well, haven't you?
No, I haven't come to the light, man. I've always been. I look at things there as the more information. Oh, you're playing me, so yes. I look at information as is, and even if we do a future take space, the conclusion of all spaces, we just don't know until we see the evidence. But there was, to point out, like there was a lot of shit online that you could use to put Tate on the spot. All these allegations, the things he says about passports and all that. So he's a controversial guy in what he says, and a lot of people could take bits and pieces on his website when it comes to the Loverboy strategy, Tristan talking about an underage girl. I can't remember all the details, but there was a lot of things you could use. But then when you start digging into them, and what matters is was it illegal or not? And you start digging into it, it was just really. And when the leaks came, it was just stretching it. So we didn't see the evidence.
Legal or not, it's also like the way they've been smeared. I mean, there's been a lot of misinformation about the Tates. Let's just be fair here, right? There's a lot of misinformation going out about them, a lot of videos taken out of context, clips taken out, and some of this stuff is really old, right? So no, I think the media in general, I would say the media has been driving this, right? The BBC in particular, which is why Sulaiman has been so opposed to them.
The hit piece was so the hit piece that BBC did, or Vice as well. Vice's hit piece was so shit, and BBC. When BBC said they're doing a special on Andrew Tate, I had a few people messaging me, Mario, there's like serious, I think the guy that's doing the piece, he's like, there's serious allegations. We think he's going to be in jail for a while. And he started hinting at more charges coming in. We're like, holy shit, is this it? Is this finally it when we know what the charges are and there's things we just don't know? And then they do the piece and it's worse than the Vice piece.
But Mario, do you like BBC?
Huh?
Do you like BBC? I think everybody would like to know if you like BBC.
Man, I have BBC has some good journalists and some shitty journalists.
Fair question, actually. It was like you were the paid shill yesterday. We were all concerned. We were like,
no, because I played.
Me and Ian had to keep you back.
No, I played devil's advocate. So everyone was shitting on the journalist, which I think he did a really shit job on such short notice. It doesn't mean that every question he asked was good or was bad. So if he did a shit job in 80% of it, if I say one question, oh, that's a good question, everyone's like, no, he's a shit journalist. I'm like, yeah, a shit journalist that asked a good question. BBC.
Right, yeah, you take a maths exam, you get 20%. That's brilliant.
That has nothing to do with my point. I'm like, if you ask us one good, the question could be good, but the journalist could be shit. And yesterday's interview was a shit show. The space was called as such, the thread, the tweet were called as such, and Elon kind of took advantage of him being unprepared. And then when we went through
Elon has to be given a lot of credit, Mario, because I think it was a masterful decision to basically put it on Twitter Space. Because what I know is, when Vice did the hit piece on Andrew Tate, it was actually 3 hours long. And what I know is that Tate absolutely destroyed him.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw this.
They put out only 2 minutes. They only put out, so just think about a 3-hour interview and you only use 2 minutes. Imagine this guy only used 2 minutes. He could make Elon look bad, but that was just a masterful decision.
I remember, and I remember, and plus it brings a lot of
BBC itself, right? The articles. If you just read the articles and you don't watch the video, you'd be under the impression that Elon failed the interview, that he was destroyed, right? When we cornered him. It's like, you guys didn't corner shit. We got the video.
And it brought a lot of awareness to Twitter Spaces, and that's one thing I like about the platform. It's like it's all raw, it's all this, all live. One thing I remember when I was a kid, Michael Jackson did an interview with, I think it was the BBC as well. Does anyone remember that interview? I haven't watched it for like whatever number of years, 15 years. And he had secret cameras there recording it. Action, he's giving thumbs up. Do you remember that interview? Action?
100%.
Who was it? Who was it with?
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, but do you remember how it was? It was a good interview. It was fine from what I remember. I could be wrong. But then when they published it, they twisted everything. And that was before social media and the ability to expose, when media had a lot more influence, a lot more power. And they just completely destroyed Michael Jackson's image. But he outsmarted them in one small thing. He had hidden cameras there. They didn't know about it. And he managed to record the entire interview and kind of expose them on that. So it's like the old school way of doing it. But Andrew didn't record that interview, did he, Slayman? The hit piece one with Vice.
Yeah, that was a bad decision because what I know is that went on for 3 hours. So just think about a 3 hour interview and you only used 3 minutes.
Yeah. And I'll
Oh,
tell
it
you
wasn't even
what,
3 minutes, it was like a minute.
in political interviews, when I'm working with politicians or myself or anyone, always record. That is just a fundamental.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I think Elon played it really well. That was probably one of my favorite interviews with Elon. He's got a lot of good ones, but the way he played the reporter was
He
incredible.
was fantastic. Like that is
He was a good interviewer.
Class.
Like Elon was a good interviewer.
So
he turned the tables. He's like,
yeah,
we
so-
thought this was an interview with me.
The best part is just how fearless he is. Like he's just so fearless going into those moments because he's at the top. So there's like no risk for him at all. Because I mean, like, what happens? Do they deplatform him? No, because he owns.
I think he could have. I think, but Ian, I think one part that Elon could have destroyed him even further on for me, the stupidest one is the way he fired. Being mean to employees, and then Elon saying, the ship would all sink if I didn't have to do this. So I think he could have done a lot more in pushing back on this and criticizing the stupidity of that question. So Elon was a bit nice on that.
Do I run a bit? Are you running a business? What do you do?
Oh, the guy. Oh, man, the one that surprised me because I didn't hear the entire interview when I was listening to it live, but I heard it in the thread that we have.
But you have billions of dollars.
The guy's like,
yeah, exactly. But how much money? Exactly. How much money? I know. How much money do you have? Like we just talked about you overpaying, but no, let's keep throwing money at it. So the business is losing money. It's losing money very quickly. Doesn't have long to survive. But how much money do you have, Elon? No, don't fix the business. Don't cut costs. How much money do you have? That was fucking stupid.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Just to wrap it up, guys, I think it was an unexpected space today. We had the eToro team come in to discuss the partnership there. We touched on ticketed spaces. I think actually it was good to have you discussing that. And
can you give an overview, Mario, about what happened at eToro? Because I wasn't here.
Yeah, nothing special, Slayman. I think it'd be good. I went off for spaces for a bit as Slayman and Danish covered that. But for me, it just seemed, I'm not going to say underwhelming because it's very, very early. It seemed interesting, but it seems that eToro is going to benefit more than Twitter, at least in the short term. But I'm not too worried about it. I think Danish and Slayman was more worried. Trash was there as well. So Trash will give a good overview. But I think it's a good step towards X. It's one of many steps that they're going to be taking over the next 12 months. Trash, what do you think? I think you were more positive about it as well, Trash.
I'm very positive, and I think that one of the conversations was brought up instead of Elon basically building out a payment rails and a skeleton for payments and e-commerce, things like that. The partnership's going to be strategic in that where he can implement it a lot quicker. There's some regulatory questions, right? What kind of regulatory issues are there going to be? But they didn't really discuss much other than what we already know in the public. And if you want, Ian, actually, she did Carrie, our guest that we had, she did a hit on Yahoo Finance. It's about 5 minutes long. They kind of break it down. There's not much to go on. I think they did say that they would come back when there's more updates. But overall, I'm genuinely positive about it. I like the direction it's going. The other comment that I had made specifically was that, eToro is a smaller group. It's kind of like a speedboat versus a Titanic. So like the implementation and being able to be ready to implement new features as X app grows, I think is going to be a net positive. I think that there was some concern. Danish had some concern whether this was just more advantageous for eToro, that it didn't really make too much sense. Some people did make the argument that this is kind of a test run, that if it goes really well and able to build out these features through Twitter, that eventually Elon might just end up acquiring eToro and like bringing it all in. So that's about what we discussed.
Cool. That's a good summary. Yes, Slayman, anything to add?
No, that's it. I agree.
Cool. And then we started talking about Tate. But anything to add to the whole
Must have
discussion?
made Slayman's day that now I've come on to this team, for the Andrew Tate stuff.
Yeah, Slayman's always
one thing about you, Ian, is
private messages.
one thing about you, one thing about you, Ian, is sometimes you might go down the wrong path, but then you always see the light.
Yeah,
It's I just reevaluate, right? Just based on facts and evidence, and some people don't let that. They don't do that. They just continue being wrong. I don't like being wrong.
Oh, Joa, hold on. Joa's there.
Yeah.
Joa, you were critical, very critical of Tate. Where do you stand now, Joa?
I was critical of Tate.
Oh,
I mean,
who was from Sam? I know was.
yeah.
What about you?
I was critical for what happened in the past. I don't think he is. I think he does. Every person that knows him has said he's not who he is in the on video and things like that.
But does anyone?
And I think there's
do
certain
you
consequences.
think? Does anyone? Okay, so moving away from the legal issue he's facing, because that one doesn't seem to have many legs. Does anyone think that Tate? And let me bring up Brian, because maybe Brian would be. I don't know if he's still there. But does anyone think that Tate should have been censored on social media? Anyone at all?
No.
Or the wider question, like, is everyone exactly how they are behind closed doors?
That's a separate question. But I think this one is less important, because even if you're not, so if someone's like an angel behind the scenes, but then comes online and starts talking death to whatever, does that not matter, because it's not how they really are? So I think how you are behind the scenes matters, but the content that you're publishing.
but I mean, the reason he got in trouble.
I'm not talking about Tate. I'm talking about Slayman's point in terms of doesn't matter who you are as behind the scenes. And I think with Tate it matters even less, because what you're seeing publicly in all those videos and stuff is not even close to something that should be censored. You can dislike it. I dislike a lot of things he says, but being censored is just stupid. But hold on, before giving my...
Don't pretend, Mario.
Huh?
You're a big Top G fan, don't pretend now.
Top G fan. Does anyone think he should be censored? Nobody. Cool. I wanted to hear from someone that thinks he should. Anyone in the audience, if you think he should be censored, can you put it in the comments? I want to hear at least one opinion before wrapping up the space on why you think Tate should be censored, because it seems that no one does.
Well, Mario, I think look, you talk about stuff that happens behind the scenes. I mean, the stuff he got in trouble for was stuff that was happening behind closed doors that he videotaped in a lot of ways, right?
Like what?
So I can understand from a brand perspective, people being concerned
like what,
about
Justin?
that.
Like what?
Oh, just his old stuff, right? That he has talking about women. He's I've seen a couple of these videos. It's just that's the stuff he got in trouble for. And I will say from a brand perspective, here's what happens, and this is why you need to have someone like Jennifer Say on, who wrote an entire book on this thing, where basically the pressures are not coming necessarily from the outside. The pressures are coming from the inside. The reason why Netflix takes down a show, or that Apple takes down an app, or that Google or Twitter takes something down is from pressure from the employees. And that's exactly what happens. It's not a lot of outside pressure. It's a lot of stuff that's happening where they go, there's so much chatter in these companies, so many people that are like, if my company doesn't reflect my own feelings, then I don't want to work here, right? And that's the pressure that a lot of these corporate types get, and so they fold like a card table.
I think the issue is simple, Justin. I know we're wrapping up, but kind of just to end it with the following. I think the issue is just centralization of power. We can start digging into it, what was right, what was wrong, etc. I think with more of us moving online, a lot of these big companies, the big four or whatever, Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, should start, should be treated differently to other companies. And what's that section 3? What was that section, Justin, that we keep talking about? The one that
203.
Section 203.
230.
Yeah, exactly. 230.
230. Sorry.
Yeah. That.
Area code.
I think these companies are starting to become more and more like town halls as we spend more of our time online. And look, I can sit there, any of us could sit there saying, yeah, he should have been censored. Yeah, he shouldn't be censored, until we get censored for something stupid. And I'm sure we've been through it. So yeah, that's something we've covered heavily in those spaces. And I think we all agree.
Well, real quick, Mario. Yeah, well, real quick, Mario, to Justin's point, if you guys want to know what he's talking about, don't look too far back into Joe Rogan and Spotify. That was all internal employees that were causing all of that, and they were trying to get his $200 million contract, whatever, canceled and getting him off of Spotify. That was all internal, and that's just recently.
I'm just looking through the comments. I can't see anyone that thinks Andrew Tate should have been censored, including people that don't like him. So I'm glad that.
Well, I've been banned from Facebook and Instagram, and
This is my 7th account on Twitter, so I know about it.
Well, I for one will say I think Andrew Tate should be banned everywhere immediately right now. A terrible dude. Just imagine if I actually thought that. No, of course I don't
the
think
last person thinking that.
the last person exactly. But I mean, you have to imagine anyone who would think that probably wouldn't want to talk about it because that's an extremely indefensible opinion. I mean, how can you say someone should be censored just for having an opinion you disagree with and have any logic to back that up? Also, I want to add as well that right now, the number one age group for crypto is between the ages of 18 and 29 with 41%. You compare that to Twitter's demographic, 18 to 34 is approximately 55% of Twitter. So the eToro partnership, I think that's going to go a long way to helping with crypto as well. There's a reason why Dogecoin's up a nice amount, up around 4% on the day. Obviously, that's part of it. So hopefully that partnership, and I do think Elon Musk buying eToro is not out of the question. Hopefully that partnership will be very good for both parties.
Matt, if you want to add to that, Republicans Republicans are more involved in investing than Democrats are. I don't know why that is, but that's what the statistics show. So it kind of makes sense.
You
that
had to politicize this. How was you? The politicization came from you, out of all people, Joa. Is that what it's becoming, man? If you're lucky, it's your birthday. Well, Matt, I appreciate you joining last second. I know you were busy earlier. Would love to have you on a future space, guys. Great space. Let's see what we talk about tomorrow. What topics, guys? Let's kind of wrap it up with this. What should we cover tomorrow? I'm seeing is that new clashes between Israelis and Palestinians. So it's one thing.
What about
the leaks are ongoing? I think people are no longer talking about the leaks, but some major shit coming out. So I'm surprised people are not talking about it enough out of the Pentagon files. So maybe it's something.
Anything on the React thing, Mario? We haven't mentioned that, and I'm very curious.
On what thing?
The React bill, the TikTok bill.
The restrict. Yeah.
The restrict.
Yeah, restrict. Sorry.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this. I was gonna say a few minutes ago, I was thinking about it, but someone was talking. I'm like, exactly what happened is happening, and again, it applies to me. I'm not going to pretend to be an angel. We just start moving to the next thing. Elon does an interview and destroys someone, or new updates on Twitter, or Pentagon files, or clashes in this country or that country, or the what happened to that Ukrainian soldier and that going viral. And here we are talking about everything except the Restrict Act, which probably will have the more. And we're talking about censorship. Yeah, the Restrict Act is. I want to see if that does. I'm not sure if anyone's been keeping up with it. There's been any new developments.
There's no movement. I just checked.
Is there support? Is the support still there though, Ian?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah.
It's still there, and the way these things move, it's good to be talking about it because they'll pop up in the media like they did recently, and then they kind of start fluttering down while it's still moving through Congress. So it's good to keep an eye on it ahead of what the politicians want to talk about, because this is a really serious and important bill that's moving.
Yeah. We also have to talk about the intersection of Section 230, AI regulatory environment that's about to come up, and the Restrict Act, because those three things have the Patriot Act implications to them, because we don't even know what the implications of Section 230 will have as it relates to American voices that may be augmented by artificial intelligence. And so, I think there should be a really good space about the intersection of all of those things as it relates to.
So we have what triggered the clashes in Gaza and expanded to Lebanon. Is now we're seeing, has that been verified, by the way, by Censored Men Slayman? There's a video of Israeli police preventing worshippers from entering Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is what triggered the last clashes there. So it's these developments are pretty serious in the Middle East. I have a lot of respect for Censored Men, I'm sure he has, but just confirming, is that video 100%? Because we've had videos sent to us that were outdated. So I'm sure he's done verification, but if this is accurate, that's very concerning if that's continuing. And hopefully things don't escalate there as well. But if they do escalate, we'll come back and cover it. It's morning now in Israel, so we'll see what happens.
One more story, Mario, is the Senate head, Mitch McConnell, the Republicans there, has basically been out of commission since he fell on his head on March 8th. And there's talk that he may not be able to finish out his term. That, together with Dianne Feinstein on the Democrat side, who has missed the last 50 votes, and Fetterman is still not quite up to speed. So on the Senate side, there could be some really interesting movements. So just keep your ear to the ground there.
And by the way, Ben Domenech reported that rumor that McConnell may be gone. That is a very interesting development as some of these bills move through, because it gets kind of crazy when you have this close of a Senate, so much.
And Justin, just quickly, Justin, I want to get an update on the polls as well between DeSantis and Trump, and what happened after the indictment.
Yeah, after the indictment, Trump got a little bump in the polls there, and a few places we'll see. In my mind right now, this is kind of the high watermark for Trump. Right now, the big story is just the absolute internecine war going on Twitter and elsewhere between big Trump acolytes and people like myself who are appreciative of what he did, but ready to move on. And I think there's a lot of terribleness happening down there that's really ugly. If you want a really good debate, just bring a couple people up and we can get to it. But
it would be lies upon lies. It'd be like, DeSantis raped the baby, and it's like, no, he didn't. Yes, he did. I said so. Here's a meme proving he raped the baby, and it's like, all right.
And Danish, what's
the
up?
quality of it.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Sorry, I'm using my AirPods, so I can't tell. Okay, so 2 minutes ago, Reuters just came out. U.S. Senate Republican Mitch McConnell said on Thursday he will be back to the Senate next week. He had a bad fall, and he's going to be back. So I know the rumors are out that he's quitting, but he just came out and he's going to be back next week.
I mean, it's sad to see that, but it's also crazy to think that every single person pretty much in our government is really old. I mean, it's really not a good position to be in. And I think, of course, we all hope he recovers, but at the same time, I hope people in the future will elect younger politicians who still represent those values they want to see.
Yeah, I've learned a new term because of that. It's called gerontocracy. Gerontocracy? Did I pronounce it correctly?
That's correct. Yeah.
Which means old people leading a country. that's true.
I mean, look at Dianne Feinstein. Dianne Feinstein is senile. She is 90 years old plus, and she's senile. She literally has dementia, and they keep putting her up there. It's elder abuse. I mean, I don't care what you think of her politics, but it's fucking elder abuse to put a woman that old who is not capable of being cognizant of what's around her, to put her in Congress. That is evil. That is an evil thing to do.
So it's funny you're talking about new words. Mario, I had a new word as well because obviously I comment a lot on politics. I'm very engaged in that, but I never heard the word octogenarian so much until it was referenced to our Congress so many times over the last 6 years. It's always octogenarian. I'm like, what is that? It's because we have Congress people and a president could be in their 80s. Like, it's so ridiculous, So
I actually think that's a really good topic to talk about, the issues between ageism and then gerontocracy, and like how to find that balance. Because I will say, you could say the same thing about Trump. He is too old. You could say the same thing about so many politicians. And so, it just
Putin. Like all the global leaders are all old. It's crazy.
And is there something to be said about having experience?
Putin's not that old.
Putin's in his 70s.
Maybe
he's 69.
Yeah, he's only 69. He's not that old. Trump, on the other hand, is almost 80.
He's past retirement age. They shouldn't give him up.
Guys, look at Kamai. So the prime minister of is he alive? Yeah, he's living. Oh, but that's currently in office. Yeah, so these currently in office are the green ones, and no way, that's currently in office. He's 99
Who are you
years
talking
old.
about, Mario?
Kamtai Sifandon from Laos.
How old is he?
99 years and 64 days.
He's a puppet. He's a puppet.
But here's a big question, which is, where does it step into ageism? Because just to be very clear, there's close to less than 10% of corporate jobs where you could work at the age of 69. And yet, you just said, and Ian, I find you to be very interesting about these things, which is Putin is 69 years old. He wouldn't be able to keep his
69
job.
is not a big deal. Not in politics. You're not.
Yeah, that's right. The Cameroon. So the guy I mentioned earlier is I don't think
99
he's the prime minister. But listen to this one, Ian, Cameroon, guys, Cameroon, Paul Biya, he's the president. He's the president of Cameroon. He's currently over 90 years old. How old is Biden?
80,
80.
something.
80.
Yeah,
He's 80. This guy's
Yeah,
90, and he's the president of Cameroon.
And again,
Yeah,
I think
Mario, you know what's funny? I think a lot of people don't realize how young our forefathers were, like the
They're in the
people who
30s.
signed the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, somewhere I think Samuel Adams was 18. Like they were in their 20s. Jefferson was 33. He was one of the oldest. Like it's insane how young. Like,
Ben Franklin
how
is the
young
only
people
old
were
one
that
there, right?
led.
Ben was like 70 years old, to my understanding. Everybody else was between 18 and 25. That's how young they were. These are the founding fathers, very young men who understood the future, and that they, when they were building a country, it was a country for them, right? It made perfect sense, and it still does. I mean, the people who are leading us should be between the ages of, in my estimation, 25 and 35, right? No older, no younger.
Well, the president can't even be younger than 35 in the U.S.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. You need to get rid of that rule.
Thomas Jefferson was 33, 1776. Betsy Ross, 24. Alexander Hamilton was only 21. Then, of course, Ben Franklin being the one that was 70. You're right about that. But I mean, yes, it's weird to think like Alexander Hamilton, someone we learned about in schools, 21. And now, can you think of someone who's 21 that's in a position of political power? I don't even think you're allowed to be in a position of political power in most states at 21. That perhaps should change, considering who started this great country that a lot of us are in right now.
I'm just not convinced that age is the right number. It's just one factor that is involved. And should we really be restrictive on people's age? I mean, is that really the right way to do it? Or
isn't that some people call that discrimination? Isn't that like a term?
Ageism.
It's ageism, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it is
100%.
ageism. I mean, you have a bunch of old people telling young people how to live their
Yeah,
lives.
but isn't some sort of form of, maybe discrimination is not the term, but generalization or discrimination makes sense though when it makes sense, because when someone's leading a country making decisions, you want to make sure that cognitively they can think properly. I'm not talking about anyone in specific.
We're talking about young people or old people here, Mario?
Both. Someone who's 20 and someone who's 90.
Because like a young person, their brain is actually fully functional, right? They're still, they're young. They're not decrepit. They're not rotting from the inside. When you're old, let's say you're 80 plus years old, 80. I'm not saying 60. I'm not putting the scale that low, right? I don't think that'd be fair. There's a lot of people who are above 60 who are perfectly fine. The problem is when you're like over the age of 80, you're fucking demented. Like your brain is rotting from the inside. You can't think properly.
Ian,
you can't
what about Bernie
properly.
Sanders? What about Bernie Sanders? What about Bernie
It's
Sanders?
probably an exception. I would say it's an exception. I would say Bernie's an exception, right? But for the rest of them, look at Biden. The guy's lost half the time. He can't even walk up the stairs or walk down the stairs, whatever, right? It's like,
yeah, but Biden. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just push back on this again from a understanding. There's a big difference between age and cognitive ability. Of course, they're correlated, but when you're thinking,
maybe you should take a test every few weeks. I mean, if you're that old.
I understand.
Yeah, I think that'd be fair. Right? I think that'd be a fair compromise. So, I mean, if you're 80 plus and you are Bernie Sanders, you should be fine, right? No problem. But if you're Biden, then you're out because you're fucking senile.
Eric, does that concern you?
Well, thank you for asking. As many of you know, I've made this a big issue for many, many years. But I'm also speaking on behalf of the elderly. I am the youngest non-boomer. The oldest non-boomer. Born in '65. I think that the real issue is not even age as much as I make it about age. It's really span. And if you think about it, Joe Biden was a senator at 29, and then when he ran for president, he got a question in Florida at a town hall from a young guy, and he said, "Well, I'm just here as a caretaker. You're the future." And you're thinking, then step aside, because you've had so long to show us if you have anything really important to say or do. The real great danger here is that so many of these people are the remnants of a world that has long since vanished. Biden's world at 29, and now he's the first president we've ever had at this late and advanced age. We didn't even make an issue of it when Ronald Reagan ran for the presidency. His age at 69 was considered a big liability. And if I think about, in some sense, you guys are going to be called ageist for making these points. And then I think back to the WHO, the things they do look awful cold. These people have lost track of reality absolutely completely, and it's just by virtue of demographics that they've changed the rules to make the world about them at every stage of their lives. And in many ways, at the grand old age of 57, I'm still waiting to begin my career, as you have all of these absolutely antiquated people who, for example, are still in the university system. When I went just to go along the Eastern Seaboard, I found my old professors who had PhDs from 1961 still actively teaching. And just to close this little riff out, one of the most interesting things that I find about this situation is that we can't really move forward. I did a study 3 years ago of university presidents, and during my period when I was in university, I think that the median age was 51 of a university president. All presidents at top scientific universities and of leading science organizations, save 3, were boomers out of like 45. And I published this on Twitter. One of the non-boomers was, or 2 of them were silent generation, and only one of them was Gen X, and there was 0 millennial representation. So I think what you can say is, one question is, are they hanging in their jobs? Because for them to leave their jobs would mean the rest of us would be scurrying around asking questions about what had happened for the last 50 years. If you think about the Epstein client list, for example, how many people are desperately clinging to their jobs to stop certain things from coming to light? That's something I'm really curious about.
Eric, Eric, just before you get to your question, so I just want to make a point. I think the age of our lawmakers, right, worldwide speaks to their, the policies speak to their age, right? For instance, the lockdowns, COVID lockdowns, it was all about protecting the old, right? It's all about, and it was incredibly unfair, especially to children, right? That we did this, right? Because it was this overreaction. Oh my God, the old people are going to be super vulnerable to this disease. And the politicians, they're only thinking about themselves, and they're all old.
Well, I'm going to take issue with that slightly. You have to be a really weird old person to want to screw over your own grandchildren. And one of the things that I find just really fascinating is the number of people in the 2 generations in front of mine, that's the silents and the boomers, who don't seem to have normal concern for the future, for legacies, for family, for generational transfer. The image I have, and I really do wish to make this, somebody should meme this. Picture a great-grandfather on a tricycle that they bought for originally their child, and then their grandchildren, and now their great-grandchildren, and they're still riding it. And you're just seeing all these generations looking at these completely crazy-looking people tooling around, unwilling to give up the tricycle to let anybody else ride it. And I think that you have to be a pretty weird old person to be this indifferent to your children.
Well, Eric, I just wanted to ask you on the point that you made, and another argument is, or another point is, that what one calls antiquated is also provides a level of wisdom that maybe youngsters won't have, and that wisdom is what one needs in a leader. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, let me ask you a question. How many of these very old people have watched their comrades turned into pink mist by a sniper, or have had their best friend die in their arms in battle? There are all sorts of things that happen where people acquire wisdom rapidly. And, to your point about the founding fathers, I'm concerned that these people are not wise old people, and they don't understand rites of passage. They don't. I personally think I would vote for almost anyone who had had a relationship with the unforgiving, as an EMT, as a combat soldier. Anybody who's actually just seen a lot of life and has had to deal with grief and hardship. And I think that a lot of these people, what am I getting in a Joe Biden if he's been a senator since he was 29 and didn't serve in Vietnam? I don't mean to make this all about combat experience, but I think that a lot of these people there are a lot of wise 30-year-olds who trump 80 octogenarians who don't care about their own grandchildren.
And unfortunately, sorry, Josh, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll just make it real quick. What also has been concerning me, Eric, and this is something that I've been talking about at great length, was the shift somehow in the generations where adults and older generations are asking for safety at the behest of the children, not the other way around. So it like with policy and we saw this with lockdowns and masks and everything else, and there's a lot of things out there regarding masking. I'm not going to get into it, but developmental concerns, what's going on now in the education system with these lockdowns and everything that happened, and it seemed to be that everybody wanted to make sure that they felt safe by making sure that their children at the behest of their children, and that seems to be a paradigm shift that I was not raised that way. It was always the opposite. But I'm 40, but.
It's an interesting point. I mean, I guess the way I would see it is I meet a lot of, let's say, young women in their late 20s, and I ask if they have children, and they laugh, which indicates that they're not watching biology because they think it's a weird question that somebody at the age of 28 would be asked whether they've had their first child. I look at a lot of the octogenarians. I have two parents in their 80s. As their friends are dying around them, they don't seem to realize that they are at great risk. Joe Biden has a 1 in 20 chance of dying, greater than 1 in 20 chance of dying, according to life tables maintained by Social Security in any year, which means every year you're playing a game in which Kamala Harris stands at least a 1 in 20 chance of becoming president. This and the idea that we can't talk about it is kind of the most interesting thing. This is the first time where it is ageist to bring these issues up, whereas the ageism really goes the other way. One of the reasons we had mandatory retirement and the boomers uncapped it was to make sure that jobs were open for younger people. The ageism came with the uncapping, but they turned it around, assuming everybody was moronic, so that we couldn't figure out that Anthony Fauci was in the same job for 39 years, probably because he couldn't leave because he had bioweapons responsibilities that were covertly folded into something that was ostensibly about allergies and infectious diseases. If they'd taken out allergies and they just said it was the National Institute for Infectious Disease, you would have had a much better idea of what his bioweapons responsibilities were to circumvent the Biological Weapons Convention. That's my conjecture anyway. But I believe that in part, they turned everything around so that to ask the indelicate question, I mean, let's put a finer point on it. I think Jimmy Carter still has 1 term left to run if he wants it.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, I have to say that you're touching on an important point, which is trying to treat the disease. I mean, to me, the disease instead of the symptoms. The disease is, extended term, lifelong term limits, and people can keep running and running and running. I mean, wouldn't this problem completely go away if we cap term limits for bureaucrats?
Well, part of the problem is that I don't think we understand why they're able to win in this way, which is going to be a little bit weird, but they come from a coherent time. And if you think about how chaotic these spaces are, even when Mario has a firm hand on the tiller, all of us are exposed to the media that we choose. We've curated our lives. They came from a time in which you decided which of the 3 networks you wanted to get your news from, and there wasn't much difference between them. All newspapers were, roughly speaking, pretty similar. And as a result, the old are able to be much more coherent, whereas there's a principle. I mean, unfortunately, it comes out of physics with Feynman path integrals. But the reason that the classical world appears to exist is not that there isn't more quantum, but the quantum part of the world is incredibly incoherent, whereas the classical world votes as a block. And so the quantum world washes itself out. Everybody's pointing in multiple different directions, and if you sum up all of those votes, you get approximately 0. But the classical world votes as a block, and so the old have the benefit of being, whether they're right or they're wrong, they're marching roughly in the same direction. My parents, for example, still take the New York Times and NPR as their sort of, North Star, and then they figure out whether they have to correct a few degrees for the difference between magnetic and true north. But look at us. There's no way in the world that that's how we think.
Eric, another point was, and I totally agree with you about Biden. I mean, it's not just that he's old; he's given signs of like dementia, but you have a scenario where trends tend to suggest that what happens is, as a youngster, you have a certain worldview, certain ideologies, and as you get older, those change, those progress until they become a lot more concrete. And that concreteness, is that not important when one is given the position of leadership of essentially the whole world, if you're basically the leader?
And I want to add to it, Sliman, you've asked a question I wanted to ask. And can't that concreteness become a liability where they become too stubborn in their own beliefs? Because they, at an older age, your mind is slower, it learns a lot slower, is not as worse at learning. So when you get older and you have those strong beliefs, it's much harder to be more lenient as the world changes.
I'm gonna again take a little bit of issue. I think one of the reasons that I'm able to come into these spaces is that I invested when I was young in certain kinds of flexibility of mind. And this is not the world that I grew up in. There was no such thing as Twitter Spaces, as an example. I think what you have to do is you have to look at people who invested in flexibility, and then what gets, in some sense, burned in is the mental flexibility, the ability to say I'm wrong, the ability to change their mind. Those habits, if you cultivate them in your 20s and 30s, you will thank yourself when you get to mid and later life. What I see is something very different. I see a lot of people who froze their beliefs in between their 20s and 30s and didn't cultivate habits of flexibility, and that I'm watching that now with so many high ideological people in the millennial generation. And I feel very sad. I want to say, please consider investing. Tell me 3 things that are important that you've been wrong about. If you can't, admit to 3 things that you've been public about and wrong, that does not bode well for you at 70 or you at 80. But I look and, you meet people in their 90s, one of which, I don't know how many of you guys know who Tom Lehrer is, but he's, my family's a huge fan of him as a very off-color comedian of the 1950s. And to meet him and talk to him in his dotage is to talk to an incredibly flexible, sprightly, with it mind. And you can't say anything about dementia because that hits some people and not others. But there are lots of people in their 90s who are absolutely sharp as a tack. And Jim Watson in his late 80s was incredibly. When he was 88, he said to me, "Boy, I really like California. I think I might move out there in 2 years because it seems like it has more possibilities for the future." I thought, you're going to be 90, and you're talking about the future because at 23 you discovered the 3-dimensional structure of DNA. Cultivate the habits of saying that you're wrong about wrong things, changing your mind when you're young, and I think many of you will get to keep that when you're older.
What are your 3 things, Eric?
Oh, geez. I mean, why stop at 3? One of the things I've been incredibly wrong about was UFOs. I was incredibly wrong about curators. I used to think that curators were parasites. I now realize that they're absolutely essential.
What were the UFOs? What were you wrong about? What was your initial? I know you talked about it on Joe Rogan's show.
Sure. I mean, I just thought that this was stupid stuff, ghost stories, idiots believed it. I was extremely judgmental. I thought it was basically Sasquatch, but with flying saucers. And clearly, there's a lot more going on. I just blew the call.
So Eric, have you changed your perspectives on experiential knowledge versus empirical knowledge over time? Because, I imagine being a highly logical person, you would think pretty clearly about the empirical data that you pull in, but now there's a lot of people that have experiences of things like UFOs or things that may be unexplainable that you now probably give a little bit more credence to.
Well, I don't know exactly what explains the phenomenon. I know that what I used to dismiss it so that I didn't have to consider it really ignored I mean, just at a basic level, I believe that the government has used UFOs as a cover story, which is itself interesting. It doesn't have to involve aliens and non-human intelligence, but you know, and as I've talked about recently, there's a lot of weird stuff that happened in the world of physics in the 50s and 60s before the field stagnated in terms of fundamental physics. So I've gone back to that and tried to figure out what was John Archibald Wheeler talking about, and Richard Feynman and Bryce DeWitt, and you know, all of these characters. Yeah, it's an open question again in my mind. And you know, I might close it again. I might decide that it's a bunch of ghost stories because it comes from very few sources, or I might decide no, it's really non-human intelligence. But you have to be able to be in front of a large number of people and say, boy, did I screw up. And if you can't do that early on, you're not going to be able to do it later.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of overarching point with, you know, how old is somebody to be too old to run for politics or to lead us, is it also has like this overlay of a discount on experiential knowledge, right? And I think that experiential knowledge is what does create a differentiator between someone that has the ability to lead in a situation. And I think you point out a really good point earlier, that the compression of that experiential knowledge through tragic or unique events like, you know, military events and things like that actually kind of like boosts that person's path over time to be able to make those decisions in the moment. But I think that if we start talking about ageism too, I guess too absolutist, then what we run into is an issue of completely discounting the experiences that have helped these people get along this path. I'll never be a Biden apologist because, like, I'm a conservative in general, but like the idea that none of those experiences has actually led to positive outcomes over time is heavily discounting experience.
Well, it's interesting also that, you know, Biden went through, let's see, church and Pike committees, the Watergate hearings, Iran-Contra, and you know, you could imagine somebody having the wisdom to say, look, this is not right. We need to go back to what it is that America is all about, which is trying to investigate ourselves so that we can become better and course correct. And in a weird way, he's really embraced the period post Bill Clinton in 1992 with Dick Morris and all that nonsense, where the country completely changed. I mean, the country's changed character 3 times in my lifetime, once in the early 70s, you know, and then once in the sort of period from Ronald Reagan to Bill Clinton, and then, you know, once with the sort of madness of Donald Trump and the internet and the social media and what that ushered in. You know, these are really different phases of a project where it's very hard for me to connect the world that I'm in now to the one in which I grew up. And it's one of the things I find baffling is the number of people who say, well, it's always been like this. You're just suddenly waking up to it. It has not always been like this in any way, shape, or form. And then, you know, trying to look at this and saying, why are the old people not more alarmed? There's something about the loss of religion, which was the way in which many people figured out their intergenerational strategy. And I don't think you need to be religious to have an intergenerational strategy. But the most important thing that's wrong with most of the old people is that they really don't love and care about people who are their own children, their own grandchildren. They see the world somatically as, you know, it's solipsistic to their generation. They are believers that somehow when they're gone, the world ends. So they're not making that. They don't worry about looting the structure that they were supposed to pass on if it allows them to live better than their parents. And I just think I'm up in arms about it.
Eric, before you, I know you probably don't have a lot of time. Did you watch the interview yesterday with Elon and the BBC reporter?
Where Elon interviewed the BBC.
Yeah,
that's right.
What do you think?
Well, I would highly recommend everyone go back to my 2011 essay saying that kayfabe, the system of stratified lies undergirding professional wrestling, was the most important academic subject that people needed to learn. It's just preposterous that we have things like that interview. It reminded very much of Channel 4 interviewing Jordan Peterson. To trot these people out repeatedly, there's two things that make somebody impressive: them and the chair that they sit in. And I think that person was 100% the chair they were sitting in, and Elon could sit in a folding chair. It didn't really matter. So it's very distressing to me that we are not, the elite aren't, I think is my sentence. This was an elite reporter. He was in an elite chair, but you have to remember that the chair does not make the man or woman. And it was an embarrassment, clearly.
I mean, Eric, what was your thoughts about the reporter himself? And what I mean by that is, it seemed like he was just following a script. And what, in my view, what had happened was they'd released a BBC article a few weeks earlier, and it seems like he just read that and then just asked questions based on that. So what does that say to the dynamic nature of journalism, which that it isn't there?
Well, to be honest with you, we are all susceptible to this. There's a concept called perseveration, where if you hear something or repeat something over and over again, the mind accepts it as true, particularly if the same thing is repeated in multiple places. And it's a way of inputting human malware into the minds of others. I remember one point where Jon Stewart used to go through all the Sunday morning talk shows, and people would have a talking points memo that would go out to everyone, and then everyone on that team who got the memo would repeat the same phrase. The phrase I remember from that time was, well, he's running away from the top of the ticket. Seems like he's running away from the top of the ticket. He may be running away from the top of the ticket. So it's such a weird phrase that you start to say, somebody will say, well, what do you think, at your dinner table? And you'll say, well, I'm concerned that he's running away from the top of the ticket. You don't realize that you've imbibed malware. So I think one of the things I would just caution is, rather than laughing at this person, recognize that all of us are running malware. We have thoughts that aren't ours. We have memories of things that never happened. And it has to do with this very bizarre structure where the sort of professional corporate media perseverates nonsense into our minds so that we can't even remember our own life. And if you want the greatest example of this, it was something called the Dean Scream, where Howard Dean was in Iowa. And he gave a speech. We're going to Alabama, then we're going to Wisconsin, and we're going to Texas. Yeah! Right? Totally normal.
Beautiful.
Right, but what happened is that the news media said, oh, is Howard Dean losing his mind? What is the notion of sanity that we need in a candidate? Is Howard Dean too angry to be president? Watch these attacks. If you've ever been, I can't remember who did this to me, but there was a point where 10,000 tweets appeared from all sorts of different accounts that all accused me of lying about the same thing. And they all had the phrase, did you hear that in a hipster coffee shop? There was another one where Ben Shapiro was targeted when the IDW group had a photo at a steakhouse, and every third tweet said, did Ben Shapiro get a high chair? What about the high chair for Ben Shapiro? So whatever this technique is, where suddenly it appears that Twitter hates you, or that everyone on Reddit thinks you're a charlatan, or whatever these things are, it's a perseveration attack. And you just have to be aware that the reporters, who often are the ones doing the perseveration, are in fact also being injured, hoisted on their own petards, as it were, because they are in this echo chamber, and perseveration is confused for knowledge, not only by this unfortunate soul, but for all of us. And so I would just say, let's have some compassion, but also some introspection, where we start to realize that our minds are filled with malware, memories of things that never happened. And we have laugh tracks under certain people so that we're induced to laugh at them. We can laugh this particular reporter into oblivion. But I will point out that there's a tremendous amount of hate on Twitter. It wasn't the fact, that this person was wrong in that sense. They were simply thinking they were in possession of information and finding out in the moment of truth that, in fact, they'd been perseverated into a corner.
Well, Eric, isn't it? I mean, when it comes to perseveration, yes. I mean, we saw that when Elon Musk took over Twitter, when in tandem all the journalists used the word PR and richest, and it was basically done in conformity. Then you have the separate issue when it comes to man, and from the even from the dawn of man, you have a scenario where man was always conforming to the leader or whoever the religious figure was or whoever the elder was in society. And I guess what one may argue is that one of the duty of man is to try and overcome that. But from this specific perspective, isn't it something more simpler where it was just a lack of preparation from this journalist?
No. I think that this is happening to all of us. I think that Elon was on his game and on his feet as he usually is, and he was able to show that this person was effectively behaving as an automaton, right? Perseverating, acting as an empty suit, as a mouthpiece, et cetera, et cetera. I think we're going to draw the wrong lesson from this because it's so much fun to point out that we're all being gaslit. I think so many of us have been gaslit. The gaslighting replaces every individual issue. You might have seen me do a tweet thread on this the other day, where there's sort of 4 stages. You start off thinking about an issue like Ukraine, then you start reacting to the fact that anyone who speaks out on Ukraine is called a Putin stooge, and that's the gaslighting. Then you come to understand that your experience talking about Ukraine is somebody else's experience talking about COVID, is somebody else's experience talking about inflation. And then in the final stage, you're traumatized by the gaslighting. And if you ask me, a lot of the reason for this space, Mario, being so large and so successful, is that it's where penguins come to huddle from, the against the cold winds of gaslighting. People are so synchronized. If you've ever stuck your head up in social media about anything that you're knowledgeable about and that you care about, you've had this experience of suddenly becoming Hitler, where everything, all the hard-won knowledge you have is thrown aside. And, this will happen to you if it hasn't happened already. It's like, is Mario becoming a cult leader? What's going on with the Mario cult? The cult that's happening in Mario's spaces, is it a concern? Is it a danger? We'll be talking about it. As you get bigger, it comes for everyone. I told Lex Friedman, this will come for you. Everybody said, well, what's Lex Friedman is so innocuous. He's talking about love. Well, sure enough, it was like, well, Lex Friedman is impersonating an MIT professor. He's never done that in his life. Well, what about his reading list? It just shows you what an imbecile he is. Keep in mind that we have no living heroes. We're forced to go to the Marvel universe for them. And the reason for this, and maybe this will be the last thing I say, I think it has to do with Lindbergh. Lindbergh was kind of a hero, kind of a son of a bitch. Anti-Semite, probably interfered with the statecraft. But the United States figured out that it was too dangerous to have individuals who had sway with large numbers of people. And so increasingly, a point that I've made, Peter Thiel has picked up on it, is that we don't hold the ticker tape parades for single iconoclastic individuals like a Van Cliburn or an Einstein or the ship's captain who rescues another ship at great risk to himself and his own crew. We have to get back into the individual heroism business. We have to realize that our heroes are imperfect. And as I said at some point to Robert Downey Jr., the reason that his Iron Man is so powerful is that it has so many of his own characteristics. We've got to realize that one of the greatest lines, as Captain America says, take away that suit and what do you have? And he says, billionaire, philanthropist, playboy, genius. That's what we need. We need individuals who are capable, not like Lindbergh, of keeping us sane and who are strong enough to go up against institutions. So let's build something. Thanks.
Thanks,
Eric.
Appreciate it.
Right? Like Elon Musk. I mean, this is why they try to take down Elon Musk with the whole Emerald Mine nonsense. Am I right?
Trash, you want to say something to wrap up the space?
Yeah. This is actually really fascinating. Eric touched on something, and I know I hope he's still listening, like he sometimes does. Yeah. So I had a space. This is before we started doing these. I started doing these with you guys. I had another space, and it was somewhat innocuous at one point, just a few hundred people. And I had just decided to ask the question to everybody that was in there because it seemed like everybody was on the same page of being able to break down what was true, breaking through a narrative, what was a commonly misunderstood trope, and what was the actual data and everything else. And I asked this question. I thought everybody was roughly on the same page, mostly politically, everything. And what I found out when I asked this question was no one was on the same page, but we were all in the same place trying to find more information to understand. My question was, what was your red pill moment? When was it that you woke up and you realized that these narratives and the lies that are out there, the things that have been proliferated everywhere, what was your red pill moment? And I would say for the next 3 hours, we had people rotating through the space, rotating, and I never heard the same thing twice. And so it was an interesting thing to me to hear that, because everyone's lived experiences were something different, but they had found themselves in the same place talking with other people, talking about the same things, but they had gotten there from a different perspective and something that woke them up, something that said, hey, this isn't right. I mean, it stretched anywhere from 2016, 2020, back to the financial crisis, back to the Patriot Act, back to the Iraq War, back to so on and so forth. And what I found was that the reason that this is why I believe in Twitter Spaces so much is that I can come up here and I can have conversations with people that I may not agree with politically. I may not agree with them culturally. I may not agree with them, whatever you want to say, but I can find common ground with all of them. And I'm able to at least find a thread, find some way where we can come to the table and say, okay, this is an objective reality. What do you think about this? And it's no longer manufactured. And it was a really fascinating thing, Mario.
Yeah, and Trash,
Is that how we can sign off?
Saman, let me ask you a question, because you can comment on Trash and kind of wrap up with answering this question. So let me tell you this, because this is even better. And my red pill moment was just 2 minutes ago when he gave us this scary thought of you being a cult leader, like. Oh, you too trying to take that as a jab, huh? Yeah, you really had to take a chance. Today you're going, full guns blazing, Slayman. Jesus, I say one thing yesterday, today goes on the attack. Well, since you did that, I don't have a question for you anymore. Yeah. Mario's the establishment, and Slayman's the anti-establishment. Mario fights for the people, and Slayman fights. Hold on, Slayman, apparently you pay me. No, bro, not all the. Hold on, not all the. Don't try already turn the narrative all positive to you. Now, I just to kind of wrap it up with this question, Slayman. So one of the reasons you're up as a co-host is your anti-establishment narrative, which I think we need more of, especially with how censorship is starting to control the narrative. So I know it's too early to make that comparison, but do you ever worry if this trend continues that in a decade, the concern will be like such distrust in the quote unquote establishment? I know different people define it differently. That the next concern will be anarchy. That just people don't trust anything to do with structure, anything to do with hierarchy.
It's not anarchy, Mario.
Anything to do.
I don't think the establishments, right? The media, the legacy media, is what I call them, the dinosaur media, should have a monopoly on the truth. They should not have a monopoly on the narrative. I think that people, meaning every single one of us in this room and outside of this room, should have the ability to be able to discern reality from fiction, right? And we have that ability, and we should not be surrendering that ability to a group
when
of.
you had Ian, but when you say we have the right to, when you say we have the ability to discern truth from fiction,
yeah.
I wish we. Well, then we wouldn't disagree
Ian,
on someone.
I agree with you.
Go ahead, Simon.
But I mean, I agree with Ian, but actually, you make a very valid and actually a deep point, because in reality, when you have a scenario and one can't discern truth from fiction, when you think that there's huge levels of propaganda, and there is propaganda from the mainstream media, but later they will start becoming propaganda from even anti-establishment figures as well. And so essentially, when you're not able to do that, what happens is people do lose trust, and that does.
There's already examples,
and hence why I made the argument, Mario, that sorry to interrupt, but hence why I made the argument that about the West. The reason the West was the leaders was because they had journalists who spoke against power. We had lots of parameters in place to ensure these things didn't happen. And once you lose them, it is the start of the destruction of your society.
And obviously the Patriot Act, not the Patriot Act, the
Restrict Act.
The Restrict Act is an example of this agenda continuing.
Absolutely.
But we're already seeing people.
Mario, can I mention one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
The red pill conversation I found really interesting, and actually and I study human behavior. One of the biggest red pill moments for a lot of America was the Epstein dying in jail. There's very few Americans that believe he committed suicide. And because of that event, that allowed for Trump to sow a lot of distrust in the government because that happened and no one believed. Everyone believed the government was involved and he did not kill himself.
Well, really, any politician should be able to come on it to a Twitter space and defend their ideas, explain them coherently, and without having any scaredness or any fear of people, ordinary people asking the questions. Because there's been a big problem with an echo chamber forming around the media to where they're all talking to each other, and they are extremely bad at getting to the truth. Part of that may be people like Bill Gates giving them huge amounts of funding. They no longer are hungry for actually being good journalists anymore. And Twitter Spaces, I think, could actually play a big role in changing that. Imagine if we had Joe Biden right now on Twitter Space. I don't think he would do it because he couldn't. I do not think Joe Biden could right now come here on the Twitter Space and explain all of his ideas in detail. He could only do that to a media member who's not going to have the ability.
Matt is not going to get lost.
But I wanted to also, just because I feel like we need contrarians on stage as well.
Please, yeah.
Contrarians to the contrarians, I guess. But I was going to say that ultimately, so Elon kind of touched on this, but I do want to say it in maybe a slightly different way. The goal of the anti-establishment needs to be keeping, not only speaking truth to power, but also coming up with solutions to how we actually get better institutions. Because without better institutions, again, remember, the people that are on stage, people that are listening in the room, probably represent the most educated, or at least the most interested, and as I'm going to use the framework that Eric was talking about, flexible and adaptable in terms of their mindset. By very nature, if you're looking to learn, looking to talk.
I think, Danish, your connection's really bad, man. So it's just starting to get really choppy. But
establishment attack on Danish there.
Yeah.
Real quick, if you don't mind, Mario, if you don't mind, I actually wanted to talk about something that Eric talked about. I'll be quick. So Eric was talking about earlier, this reporter and Elon. There's a reason that I didn't really attack the reporter too much. I kind of just made a mention of it twice and left it alone.
Because everyone else did it for you. It's like nobody didn't attack the reporter.
Yeah, I know, but when I listened to it again,
but he was trashed.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but I understand. But I listened to it again, and what I heard was panic because he didn't understand what he didn't know. Meaning, you could tell and you could hear that he really believed what he was asking. It wasn't that he had like a talking point that was printed out for him. Maybe he did. Maybe
the hate speech one. It's a really good point. With the hate speech, he felt like it's like common knowledge that hate speech has increased. And then when he got questioned on it, I'm like, fuck, I didn't expect you to question me on something I thought everyone knew.
Right. And I think he was kind of blindsided. I don't think, like a lot of people had attributed malice, and I attributed ignorance. And when you're in these circles and you're being constantly reinforced of this opinion, then you are the one that knows, and the plebes don't know. And I think that he was blindsided, and he wasn't just saying, okay, what do I need to say now, overlords? I think he believed it because he's only operated within these circles that all say the same things. I think what Eric was talking about was very, very important to point out. And so I'll wrap this up in what Matt was talking about. And these spaces are very important because we can get very specific about what we're saying and be able to have a communication with somebody else. And that doesn't happen as much. I think what Eric pointed out was that's why I left the guy alone.
Yeah, and I think it's both ignorance and malice. I mean, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
I mean, I agree with you, Mario. So I think it's both. I mean, you do have a certain level of conditioning, of course. I agree with that. But then what happens is, as a journalist, this is what I do. Like, anytime I'm researching a topic, I have my biases, but I research the topic properly in order to basically see if my biases is right or whether I'm going to be proven wrong. He did not do the research, so he didn't even have the opportunity to disprove himself. So hence why I'm saying that I do think that he did a bad job from that perspective.
So I think, all right, so let me refine my point then. I think he was looking to get gotchas for the team.
Yeah,
and I think he genuinely.
But that's media. But that's media. That's media doing this. It shouldn't be surprising. Getting gotcha moments to get those clicks.
Well, it's not very journalistic to do that. I mean, as a journalist, I don't do gotchas. I think it's lame. I think it's cheap, and it's unfair, and it's dishonest. It's just patently dishonest. You want the truth, you don't do gotchas.
Also, it's important to point out he genuinely believed there was more content that he disagreed with. I don't think he genuinely believed there was actually hateful content because everyone knows.
You'd be surprised. No, but you'd be surprised. That's what I mean.
Man.
Everyone knows because we're all in Twitter. We talk about this shit. We expose this shit. But I think I made that point at the beginning of the space or off space, me and Slayman on a call. Is like we have to remember that there's a world outside of us, and I keep trying to listen to content completely outside of Twitter to kind of bring it to this space. Because, for example, the hate speech is like common knowledge for people outside of Twitter. Is like people are like, hey, isn't Twitter full of right-wing hate speech now with Elon? And that's become like, and that's been surprised because it's becoming the narrative outside of Twitter.
Real though. I mean, it's blown
yeah,
out of
exactly.
proportion. You're gonna find racists anywhere, whether it's YouTube, Twitter, Instagram.
Yeah, no, but my point
right?
is not the actual race. My point is that Matt Wallace was saying that we all know there's no hate speech. Yes, we do. But people outside don't know that, and this is it's like the opposite narrative.
Like a lot of people think that the Emerald Mine story is true, right? It's a meme. It's a narrative that's being driven because memes are powerful things. When I talk about memes, I'm not talking about some stupid image or some joke on it. I'm talking about actual memetics, and the world is driven by them, right? It's driven by memes. A lie can spread around the world before the truth has even got its pants on, right? That's exactly what happens. It's small. It's concise. It's like, diamond mines or fucking hate speech on Twitter. It's a big thing. Everybody repeats it. They don't see it personally, but they'll be like, well, I'm sure it's out there, right? You see this a lot on tech shows on YouTube where they talk about Twitter and they'll always mention the hate speech. They'll say Twitter's a dumpster fire. It's like, have you actually personally seen any of this? No, they've not, right? It's just an unquestioning narrative. It's the same thing with Andrew Tate. Everybody's like, he's a rapist. He's a rapist. It's like, have you seen the evidence? Have you delved through it? Have you read the case? No, you haven't. But he's a rapist because everybody knows he's a rapist. It's like, that's not fair. Like, if you're going to make a judgment about anything, you got to look into the facts before making those claims.
But Ian, not everybody has the time.
But Ian, you can't get that out of people because that's exactly how trends start.
We should try.
Right? Like,
I think we should try. As people with platforms.
but
like I have a platform.
But Ian,
right?
this is why institutions need to exist.
People. I think it is a duty of everyone with a large platform.
Ian, what
telling the truth?
What laundry detergent do you use?
Tide.
Is it because your mom used it? Did your mom use the same one?
I checked all the different ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know why you like the smell, Ian, by the way? There's actually some data on this. It's because your parents probably used it.
Right, exactly.
Maybe.
And that's how,
look at this. Look at the Verge. Someone from the audience sent this in the comments. They sent a piece on the Verge. I don't know what it's dated. I'm gonna check now. It's the heading is hate speech is soaring on Twitter under Elon Musk. Report finds hate speech is soaring. An influx of hateful content flooded Twitter immediately after Musk took over. Oh, that's a while ago.
That was real.
That could be just,
there was a bot.
Yeah.
There was a bot.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. That's different. Yeah, so that actually happened. So that's late. Yeah, that's dated December 2, 2022.
And Mario, to your point about why can't we just agree on certain things? The data is right before us and everything else. I just posted in the Nest. This is a study that came out just recently, and they gave 71 different social scientific groups the same set of data, and they all came to different conclusions. So I think it's part of human nature that we're going to disagree, and you just have to kind of do your best to drudge through it. The Constitution was designed in that manner that men are seriously flawed. There's no way to really correct it. So you just have to account for it and make sure that things don't get haywire.
And the argument that people are able to discern what's true and what's not, people love to make that argument. It's a popular argument. You'll get people loving you and supporting you, but I don't think there's any studies that show this to be true. I think that's why we disagree on everything we discuss, we disagree on everything. Now, the question is, what's a better solution to distrusting a higher authority? My solution, my recommendation would be decentralization, where it's a mix of both. It's a system. That's the only solution I can think of, and that's still an experiment that could fail miserably.
I think it has to be. There has to be an establishment. There has to be institutions, and there has to be people that question those institutions every day. That has to.
I think Danish, we agree on one thing. Over centralization of power is probably one of the most dangerous things we could face.
The greatest decentralization platform that was ever created was the U.S. Constitution. Like, if we really follow it, that's exactly what we would
Exactly. That's actually well said.
I will say, I think to disagree with you a little bit there, Mario, I think this BBC reporter especially, I think he was smarter than people are giving him credit for. He seemed to understand Like when he said, I personally have experienced more hate speech, I think he understands that the quote unquote hate speech he's experiencing is just simply things he disagrees with. Like, for example, if you put statistics about crime and you tie them to any demographic, you can consider that to be hate speech. And he understands, I'm certain, what he's doing more than people are giving him credit for. Now, the average person who's just part of the masses may, yes, really believe there's more hate speech because they just read it and don't look into it. But those who actually have the information,
I'll tell you what kind of makes me question his intelligence is when he goes to Elon. He's like, so Twitter's losing money. Okay, how much money do you have, Elon? I think this is the part where I'm like, yeah, man, like you're not the smartest in BBC, are you?
Not even a smart socialist would realize.
He's probably the smartest person in BBC though.
Yes, stop, bro. It's just Slayman likes to say what things are getting popular. He's just chasing followers and clout. This nice one. He's gonna keep doing that. The thing is, they work.
It's emblematic of the milkshake socialist, right? The latte sipping socialist who doesn't really understand the tenets of socialism or the value of resources or the finiteness of resources. Thinks, oh, you're rich. Why don't you just give people money? It's such an infantile way of looking at the world, and these are the people responsible for our journalism. It's sad and it's scary. It should make you question if this is the guy they sent to interview Elon Musk, one of the world's most influential man. This is the guy that the BBC sends. Think about the quality of journalists who are not interviewing Elon Musk.
Let's see if we get different takes. The Scars and David, do you guys have a different take on yesterday's interview and what was said?
And also, one more question: do you really believe, though, was he just parroting what he thought people would want him to ask, or do you think he actually believes those things? I guess that's kind of the question: is he just saying what he's supposed to say, or does he really, truly, as a person, actually have that many stupid opinions? That really is a debate I think that needs to be had, and I guess you can continue with that question. I want
to see what David and the Scars. Maybe you can go first. Your first time on stage. So do you want to go first on your thoughts on what was just discussed in yesterday's interview? You're muted, the Scars, bottom left corner.
Hi, Mario. Unfortunately, I was gonna talk about something else, but I see that you're having a focus on something else.
I'll give you the mic in a bit, no problem. David, what are your thoughts on what was just discussed? I appreciate coming back on stage.
Sure, I appreciate you letting me speak. I will say, based on listening to the interview and my interactions with Elon, I would say personally that my opinion about him has changed for the positive. I do think that he means really well. Even though I do disagree with some of his views and the way he runs Twitter, I do think he really means well compared to what I originally thought of him. So I will say that. But however, I don't know how to put like a tweet on the Jumbotron thing that you guys have, but I sent you a tweet that I did. I don't know if it was just coincidence, but when I do reply to Elon sometimes or other people like that is different political viewpoints than me, I do get a lot of anti-Semitic, remarks. And when I say hate, I'm not talking about disagreeing. I love debate. I love having civil discussions, civil disagreements. But I'm actually talking about actual anti-Semitic comments and stuff. There's tons of anti-Semitic tweets that I see.
But guys, David. You actually bring up a good question, and I'm trying. So to share a tweet, you just got to click on the share button. When you share on WhatsApp or whatever, you click on that, and then click on at the top. That should allow you to share in the space, and then we'll see it at the top. But actually, it brings a good question. I do want to wrap up the space, but Slam, maybe I'll go to you on this one. If you allow for free speech, then people feel more free to speak their mind. That could lead to things they wouldn't usually say before. They would say it now, which may lead to more hate speech, which again, I don't think is a bad thing. So is that, would you be surprised if hate speech did increase? I'm not going to say it's a massive increase, at least in the short term on Twitter.
So every person is different. Like, when I'm on Twitter Spaces, I like the spaces where people talk about controversial issues because I'm cool with it. I can talk about anything. But then there are people who are quite delicate, and especially the newer generation, they're even more delicate. So I think on Twitter, what should happen is, I don't think it should be a complete absolute free speech platform, but there should be some policies in place that are completely consistently applied and consistently applied throughout, and not draconian, quite loose. and I think that would be the best way to go about it.
Cool. On that point, I think we should wrap up the space. I think it was a good space. I don't know if it was recorded. I think we didn't press record this time. But it was a good space. Appreciate you all. And we'll see you again tomorrow. I'm not sure what we're going to discuss. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Breaking.
Free Top G.